If they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah. Okay. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This.
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
The historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous two. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad, ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position, does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though, gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Totson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs. Lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will somehow survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not
Oh,
complete
hang on.
embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Foxy one by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post blind, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting as it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
to the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Totson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1. Make it 2. And there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Spoxy one by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, insane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
to suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. This is our kickoff to Season 2 of 2020. Of course, I am gonna be your host for today, and by my side, Penguin. We have come a long road together, and how are you doing, Penguin?
Yeah, this time I'm all good. I'm super excited for Season 2. The change that's been made, I want to watch all the games and just enjoy every single one.
I love that you mentioned that, like, we had quite a few changes in players. We have seen some of the changes to orgs, like LCK, they changed it. Orgs, they are under a new organization currently, and of course we had some changes in multiple teams, but we still have the same structure for the tournament. I would say same team, same players. We didn't see anyone came up to Season 2 from Open League, which is quite frankly interesting. We had few names, few teams that ring the bell and give us like, yeah, they might be like we
Yeah.
had that feeling like, yeah, they might be the next big thing or something that can compete and CFW. And of course we have trivia of the day.
Yeah,
Team.
you're talking.
So I felt like I didn't read the trivia and it just came out of
No, no, I know.
my head.
It's because for the people who are watching that we know that after season 1 ended there was relegation for the teams. Swamp Gaming and Imperium, they went into relegation. They played 999, they played Mapugus. Mapugus were the winners of the CFL, by the way. They were an Egyptian team led by Adri. One of them was Losha, who is playing currently in 3BL Galaxy, but
Exactly.
they couldn't make it because they had to face Imperium, and Imperium won versus them. Also 999 couldn't make it, and Blue Shirts as well couldn't make it, so it just stayed as it is. Swamp Gaming and Imperium, they claimed back their spot, showing that yes, they might fall in West League, but definitely they are not leaving.
And exactly that's it. Like, yeah, you can just drop into promotion relegation, but the thing is, they don't want to leave this place. They want to stay and play versus the big dogs. And speaking of the big dogs, we have, quite frankly, some really good games here tonight. Like, I'm not gonna mention the first one that that's Vitality got in. It's a bit hard one, of course. Like, the guys just lift the promotion relegation and they kick off their
And they faced
split
who's
2
the
season
champions.
2 with the champions. It's like, come on guys, like, not like that. I feel bad for them, to be honest.
Yeah, I believe that also season 1, talking about the recap, we've watched Vitality also starting their league with Imperium, so now they have to do it again. I remember that last time it was Blackwood on port, the Vitality 1-0, Blackwood 25, port 22. So it's quite, I don't want to say it's quite easy matchup for Vitality, but that's the kickoff match as you mentioned. And of course, the defending champions Vitality lost only 2 games in season 1. One to Knights, which was in phase 2. It was kind of shocking because it was an upset, and the other one is the upper bracket final versus Nemesis, where they lost versus Substitute from Nemesis when Big Comics replaced Raffen, and yet they had to beat them and go to the grand finals 3-2. Yes, of course, we know that Vitality dropped down to the lower bracket. They beat LCK 3-0 and they came back. They revenged Nemesis 3-1, but still they only lost 2 sets out of all season 1.
That's so true, and like, I want to bring it back to the comics duo. Like, he had the dynamic duo coming together. The guy who, like, he purely played and see, like, he probably, like, when you are a substitute for a team, you don't expect him to play in the scrims. You just expect him sometimes to attend the meetings, attend the scrims, or like have like some general information what the team is going, or what are they actually doing. And out of the blue, at the upper bracket final, you call him, like, you're calling a sniper player to fill in a
Put him in rifle
position.
as well. Exactly.
Exactly, you're putting him in rifle and entry and versus Vitality. It was a shocker. Let's be real, like, it was a shocker for us, and we have seen the talks between the players, like, yeah, we're the best. We have seen all of that, but at the end, team of Vitality got it. And of course, here is the tournament overview. It's gonna be the same as Split 1, Season 1, Phase 1. We have the 8 teams in one group, single round, like, you're gonna play versus everyone. Phase 2, as always, we head to a 2 phases, or like 2 groups. We have the elite and the contenders group, top 4 in the elite, bottom 4 in the other group, and we head to the playoffs with 6 teams. 4 of the elites, of course, are in it, and the 2 teams from 5th place and 6th place to be competing in this place. And you have this huge prize pool, $228 in the tournament itself. It's just like a big number. When you see the teams, you'll know that they're giving it all to have the title, to get the prize pool, and to compete internationally. That's the go-to for most of the teams and players, of course.
Yeah, and speaking of international events, this is the last season for the year, and the last season before the international events that occurs, because as we can see, the map pool is going to be played on the international tournaments. Of course, the upcoming one is the EWC, and then they're going to be going into the CFS, Sub-Base Port, New Mexico, New Compound, Eagle Eye 2.0, and Black Widow Ankara. Nothing's changed, but a lot we've seen from these guys, and I like that our region started playing New Mexico, because we've seen it, especially in the playoffs, multiple times. Even we've seen 3BL Galaxy, the underdogs, they're playing New Mexico, which pushes the others to the edge. They played versus LCK, which is Titan Esports right now. They played versus them in New Mexico, and it was the decider for them. Either you win or you lose everything. It was the loser bracket. It was in the loser bracket, so that's good to see New Mexico. That's good also to see new compounds being played, but new compound, the changes are not significant comparing it into New Mexico. However, we are seeing an improvement in our region, and that's exactly what we are looking for.
Exactly, and of course we will see like the teams, as we have just mentioned, like none of them had changed. Only Titans Esports got the spot out of course LCK, and now we have the full 8 teams participating, starting from Nemesis, Vitality, Anubis. You know the guys, you know everyone. Unlight, especially after having their special run in Season 1, which was interesting. Like, they started slow, but they scaled pretty well later into the season. I've seen them hitting the top 3, and for a team like Unlights, I'm just like, I'm waiting to see them play internationally. I can't wait to see this combination in a LAN event with all the experience that they have, the firepower, and the coordination between like having a part-time players that are dominating the West League. That's something to always consider. And for the same thing, I would point some fingers to 3BL Galaxy, since they had the pretty tough run, and we always say like that's the 3BL Galaxy special. They always give you the Cirques feeling, like you know that Cirques, like we can't
Ups and downs.
They barely qualified, and after that they knocked LCK to the lower bracket, and we were like, oh, hold on, like that might be something special out of them. Exactly, 3-0. It's just crazy.
And they almost also surpassed them in the lower bracket final when LCK beat Anubis, so they had to play from the loser, to play versus the loser from Nemesis and 3BL Galaxy, and then 3BL Galaxy got crushed from Nemesis. They went back to LCK and they almost won them because it was 3-2 in favor of LCK, 10-6 on the last map. It was New Mexico, I believe. And I remember this day that I said that it was 3BL Galaxy's map veto mistake that led them into a full throw to the series, because we've seen them picking sub-base as first, and you never do that on the best of 5s. However, now 3BL Galaxy, they made a change. By the way, Anubis also made a roster change. We're going to be talking about this all. So I'm excited to see these teams. Yes, Titan Esports Club, maybe some guys think that this is a new team. It's just completely the same LCK roster into Titan Esports Club. It's just an organization acquired. However, the rest of the teams, as you mentioned, Sekid, we are all familiar with. We would love to see, yes, Vitality, yes, Rom Gaming, yes, Nemesis, but the eyes are on 3BL Galaxy and also on Anubis Gaming, because those two teams, they made changes.
Of course, and we hopefully see those changes pay off, since those changes will be like, we will see the players, the teams, after all what they have done in the pre-season. They had like long, I believe 2 months, like it's been forever, like it's been a minute, let's just say it's been a minute since we were here in season 1, and now we're back. Yeah, exactly, and now we're back again with the action here in season 2. And of course, speaking of action, I would love to speak about our first game tonight. Like, I know that the guys just made it out of the not the playoffs, of the promotion relegation, but at the same time, we have to have some faith in the players. Like, yeah, guys, they had like what a show later on season 2 of CFWL season 1, not season 2, phase 2 of
Season 1.
season 1. Like he's just about to lose the words, but like phase 2 in season 1, of course, winning the game that gave 3PL the chance to participate in the playoffs. But otherwise, they always had some talented players, and it's always lovely to watch like young players competing, like new talents being broadcasted in CFWL. And of course they're playing the big dog. They're playing versus the team that's running the West League currently for I don't know, like 2 years
That's taking
now.
the West League granted. Yeah, they're taking the West League for granted for themselves right now. It's the third in a row, probably going to be the fourth, unless we see a competition from other teams, which is unlikely to be happening. Maybe I don't remember who said it, but maybe Famous. I said that these numbers will stay for a long time, if not forever. So I'm probably I don't see that much competition coming out from Vitality, because it's Vitality. Yes, the players are very good, but also the other teams are also they are not improving. We've seen Nemesis shuffling, we've seen LCK or maybe Top Esports right now. They are kind of falling. Titan Esports. They are kind of falling a bit in some important games. What I talk about important games, the playoffs games, because they started very strong, 6-1 in phase 1, and they lost on phase 2 2 games versus Nemesis and versus Vitality, and then they went to the playoffs. They lost instantly to 3BL. That's a complete shaky performance from them. And even Lineclaw himself, he mentioned that when you play a lot of games, usually you drop. Your performance sometimes drops, so you need to bounce back on the right time. And yes, we've seen them doing this. They claimed the 3rd spot, and by the way, last year also on 2025 season 1, LCK claimed the 3rd spot after losing to Anubis. So now they have a chance to come back and claim their throne, because whenever they're falling, we see them coming back.
They always do. And of course that was a part like an interesting part to be in when it comes to the players. But now we have the Imperium roster update. We have Laz jumping in and Buzz getting out, and I believe both of them are not going to be part of the starting lineup. Moxlon is still sticking with Imperium. We have Jaguar, we have Damp, Raz, Frapsy, and I hope that the guys are finding a way to have fun in the West League, since what's really important is having fun before going for the title, going for top 4, or going for any part of the competition. Since you're still a newcomer, I would say it's only your first year here as a team, of course, and once you feel that everything is settled, you know that they are going to perform. Some of the players been showing up, and speaking of that, you gotta bring Moxlon name.
Yeah. Well, as you mentioned, the change that happened to Imperium was just a substitute change. Buzz went out, Laz went in. Laz is a very good player. Honestly, I would love seeing Laz playing rather than sitting as a substitute. However, sitting as a substitute on the West League is something different, because you learn a lot, and sometimes you get your chance, as we've seen from Big Comics, as we've seen also from Hunted 2024 when he got his chance and he carried his team into the CFS 2023, I'm sorry. So it's just a matter of time, if you're a substitute, that you will take a spot as well. And Sad, talking about Sad was a substitute for Anubis for 3 years, and now he's taking his main spot on 3BL Galaxy and doing a very good job. So yes, being a substitute is just neglecting your effort. Sometimes you will get your chance and you will perform, and that's what we've seen from multiple players speaking about them. So Laz, that's a good debut for him, and I would love to see him on the playground, and of course to perform and to look into new players, because that's what we're looking for, new talents, new players.
Of course, new talents are the is the important thing to be looking for, and since we have seen like some talents actually shine and being brought up, getting caught by teams trying to add them, that's something we always gotta watch and see. And of course, on the other thing, you'll be looking at Team Vitality. Here you have the core players, the 5 players that they are just sticking together through the entire years, and it feels like those players, or I can say like they're making a name for themselves, like they already made it, and they're just being consistent and making sure that they hold on into their spot in the top of the top on the West League, and of course trying to reach higher and higher internationally. Those are the cams players. You see Horus, Snake, Snare, Slayer's not on the chair, but like you'll see him moving around. I see him from his
Yes.
Snake's camera. So,
Snake's cameras, yeah, he's moving. He's getting some water, man. The guy wants to be hydrated. He wants to very focus on this game. Also, yes, we said that it's kind of an easy matchup, but that's the game that you're afraid to lose, and that's the game that all the pressure is on you because you're playing versus Imperium, no pressure at all. And as we mentioned, if you're talking about numbers, if you're talking about analytical view, I mentioned that Imperium played versus Vitality, yes, at the beginning of the season 1 2026, and still we've seen Vitality banning new Compound, banning new Ankara. Imperium, they banned New Mexico, and they banned Eagle Eye 2.0. Imperium picked Blackwood, and they got only 5 rounds versus Vitality. However, the fourth pick came from Vitality, and they went 10-2, so 7 rounds on total for Team Imperium. We want to see an improvement. Of course, I'm not saying that, okay, guys, go lose and get 10 rounds, and okay, and that's improved. No, we want to see them taking one map from Vitality and pushing them to the edge. Yes, maybe the experience of Vitality going to be closing the series. However, if you go and show everything and you win one map, that's a good start for your team.
Actually, somehow that reminded me of the like I saw a content being brought in Crossfire international channel, like when you talk to N9 and he got like all 4 like I don't know, all documents on your team, and you're like, we will just push mid, play this. It feels like if they can get into the yeah, it felt like, alright, that's something those players need to be starting to look at, trying to look into small details if they want to go for a distant in any part of the competition. And of course we gotta see the head-to-head, and speaking of the head-to-head, I believe like we had some interesting stats for a lot of Vitality players after the season 1 end, on at least I would say the KD. We have seen like a rifle player being part of like a top sniper list. It was, he was the only rifler in the top 10.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about that's the thing about Slayer, that usually this guy is popping off really well, and he's consistent as well. So he cannot be every time the first player or maybe the best KD, but he's definitely gonna be the MVP of the season. Talking about MVP, the most valuable player, the guy that changes rounds for you, not only by getting kills. So if you're talking about rifles, it's only Slayer. If you're talking about snipers, yes, we're definitely gonna be seeing Spoxy. So Slayer, as you said, is the only rifle in West League that he's competing versus at least top 6 sniper setups from the guys coming out from, I guess, first 6 or first 7 were snipers. Even Faris, who played 1 game with Imperium, he was on top 10.
Exactly. And actually I love that you're mentioning Faris. He was what a talent.
He was very good.
Speaking of talents, we have here our talents predictions for the first game, and I believe we're gonna have a little bit of a drum roll, and of course it is going one way out, and it's gonna be Vitality. Like, it can't go otherwise.
Well, as you mentioned, everything is against Imperium. Experience, numbers, skill-wise, strat-wise, coaching-wise, everything is against Imperium. But that's a good thing for them to learn, to adapt, to improve. Because as I said, they lost 10-5, 10-2 first time they played Vitality. Now it's season 2. You guys have been playing for like, I'm talking about months now, 4 or 5 months together, and you played also the relegation. You won the relegation. You were versus Mabugus. Mabugus were the first seed on the Open, so that proves that you are a West League team. I'm talking about West League. I mean, of course, the elite league team. So now they need to prove it. As I said, yes, it's hard to win versus Vitality, but it's not hard to play very, very good and with zero fear, playing together, trying to go for controls, fight for the controls, give them no space. Just try to get as much as you can versus them. Don't let them take the map control and you stay away, maybe scared of taking these fights.
Of course, taking the fights is the approach for the players, for the team. Being proactive is what matters. And speaking of what matters, we will see the map V2, since we are seeing New Mexico getting banned from Team Imperium. It feels like, yeah, it's weird. Like, you need to practice New Mexico, but you don't want to play New Mexico versus Vitality.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same first ban as season 1. Also, Imperium banned New Mexico, Vitality banned the New Compound and Ankara. Right now, Vitality is banning Eagle Eye and they banned Black Widow. They don't Black Widow because Imperium last time they picked Black Widow. So the pick New Compound by Imperium is very good. They picked New Compound. They played very good versus Nemesis. They almost beat Nemesis. They pushed them to the overtime. However, yes, the experience closed it. Yes, Comics closed this map, I remember. And now Subway is picked by Vitality. However, I still like Imperium sub-base. I've seen it season 1. I said I like it.
True.
I like how Rizd plays in vents, how he always flanking and doing some distractions to the enemy team, which is not going to be the case versus Vitality because they're definitely going to be knowing. But if he do, he think he will make a lot of troubles for Vitality on woods. So I like how Imperium plays sub-base. However, it's one-sided versus it's one-sided for them versus Vitality.
I totally agree with you. Like, since you're playing the big dog in sub-base, which is Vitality, I would say it won't be easy, but you will see here the respect coming out of Team Vitality to Imperium, even though the Imperium are the 8th slot in Season 1, but playing sub-base versus them is something that, like, yeah, they want to test it, they want to try it, since Imperium, they have a way or another into having their strats, at least of course in woods, or like playing on the steel doors, like having their executions especially on A. So that's something they want to test, they want to try. But of course, as we kicked off season 2 in 2026 here in CFWL, as like me as the host, and of course by my side Penguin, okay, not this side, the other one, Penguin, will head to our caster Elfish and Trav. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Looking forward to kicking off another season, and well, who better to do it with than Trav? I feel like, listen, Trav, I swear you're on more shows than anybody else at this point for Crossfire. I feel like you've taken that mantle away from me. I used to do them all last year, and now it's your turn to get stuck in.
Yeah, maybe, mate, maybe. Who knows how long that'll last? But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. I think we're guaranteed here, mate, is we're guaranteed a Vitality victory. Now, look, we've gone through everything about this. We've gone through everything about it, about how Vitality, they're the winners. Imperium are probably the biggest underdog in the entire league. But Penguin knows all too well, from how he's talked about it previously on the desk in previous days and previous game weeks, maybe Vitality just troll a bit. Maybe they troll a bit. Maybe they start practicing some weird things and don't really take it as seriously as they otherwise could. It could happen. Imperium will be up for it. Maybe Vitality won't be. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's obviously a tough ask to kind of come in and start a season against a team like Vitality, and you know, we've obviously heard from the desk about Imperium going down to relegation, making it through there, and now coming back into season number 2. But I guess this is another opportunity for them to kind of show, okay, we are a solid team. We have been able to kind of like work on things in the off season in a sense, and maybe come back a little bit stronger if they can potentially take themselves a map against Vitality. I think we would look at that and we would say, you know, that's a reasonable performance from them, a reasonable improvement. But yeah, we'll see whether or not that's going to end up being the case. I mean, for me, I think not a bad choice of maps. You know, going on to the new compound, which was a map that I thought Vitality had a couple of inconsistencies on maybe over the last sort of 6 to 12 months. So I can see the angle there. And Imperium obviously not making any roster changes either is, you know, going to help them just continuing with that cohesion coming through from last season. So look, again, like I say, it's a big ask. It's a big step up certainly for them. But you know, you got to do what you got to do. You can only beat the teams that are in front of you, and Vitality is certainly going to be one of those teams that's going to be in front of you for the majority of the season.
Yeah, I think that is the case for everyone in the league, right, who are looking to play catch-up, like our Knights, TEC and Nemesis, for example. I think those are the three that we're going to look at. 3BL had a couple of good runs in various games last season, but I still think it would be those three. It's interesting that the LCK have changed org again. Of course, they were gaming Gladiators for a season, then they went back to LCK, then they've gone to Titan Esports Club. I looked into the org the other day, like seeing what other esports they were in. Like they're around and about, not an org that I'm actually personally familiar with. So interesting to see them in Crossfire now, and we'll have to see how they perform with that support. Who knows? Obviously, the roster hasn't changed. We always know that they're a very streaky team, that LCK TEC roster. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how they're going to play. But today, it should be a pretty normal warm into the second half of this 2026 with Vitality against Imperium, of course. Experienced players here. But Vitality, in usual days of the week, they should be all over them. We'll see if this is the 8th day of the week or not.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, look, again, maybe we do a little bit of trolling, but then again, it's also day one of the season, so you kind of want to be, I think, getting off on the right foot at the very least. Come into the first week of the season, make sure things are operating as they should, and, play a good game here as Vitality. And we'll see what they're going to end up looking like as we jump into the first map of the day. And it's a slow start.
Yeah, new compound, sub-base and port is where we're going to be focusing today. And I do think it's very unlikely we're going to see port, but you never know. Very occasional weaknesses that Vitality have shown in the important games in the previous season. But of course, this is, even though it is an important game to kick off your season in the right manner, it's not a game against one of the top teams in the league. So let's see how that works out. I think last season, Jordan, one of the things for me that I think was quite evident when I watched Imperium games, Jaguar's fragging was pretty rough.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's definitely a factor when you're one of the teams at the bottom of the standings. You're going to have some players that are maybe going to take a little bit longer to get going. I think on the behalf of Imperium, they did have some strong suits. I think Damp and Nexlon both kind of had their moments, and we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to do it again here today as they start to make this execute happen against Vitality, trying to work their way in towards the A side. It's going to be an A split, and so far Rizd and Nexlon having found themselves an opening pick, but the fight back begins from Vitality, and you didn't think for a second, surely, that Imperium was going to be winning the first round of CFWL Season 2, because it was always going to be Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, already that second kill was very spicy. Like on their slight fallback as well. Very nice start for them. And of course, I feel like for a lot of these teams, the way they're just going about things at the moment, it's obviously playing for prize money, also playing just to warm up for some of the bigger tournaments coming in the end of the year. EWC is incoming, so important for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge earner, certainly for the Crossfire teams that can make it there. It's almost as big as CFS in terms of, pedigree and prestige as well. So it's one of the two big tournaments of the year, I think, that everyone in the Crossfire ecosystem is trying to qualify to. And, certainly we expect Vitality will be there, and we'll hope that they're going to be doing well there as well, because, last year I think for Vitality was... no, I don't want to say a poor year internationally. I think that's a stretch too far, but I would say it was maybe just average or below average, potentially, not below par. They would have wanted to kind of push the issue a little bit more. I think they would have liked to have maybe consistently made top 8 and then potentially push for like a top 4 or a top 2 in any of these sort of international tournaments, and that hadn't necessarily been the case for Vitality last year. But have another crack at it again this year with obviously the Vitality organization in tow. It should help out. Tosson's going to go down early in this round, and so they're going to have to try and scramble their way into the servers and see if they can hold on. It's just Snake trying to do that solo, but Flaxy is hitting every entry he needs, and Imperium are going to take themselves the second round. So a little bit of a tit-for-tat at the start of this game of Crossfire.
I mean, to be fair, I actually don't dislike what Imperium have shown in the first couple of rounds, right? They've obviously had clear thought behind these two rounds they've played. with how they're splitting and just trying to get damage early. I mean, it's in the late round. They're just trying to get themselves into advantageous positions to make sure there's going to be no getting caught. So you're able to scrape that first round back, but not the second one. Obviously, for a team like Imperium, it's a question of when that book of calls comes to an end, and you'd imagine it will come to the final page quicker than Vitality's.
Yeah, presumably. Again, like I said, you know, Vitality on Compound were a little bit up and down in the previous season. So we'll see how strong they make this one look. You'd be hoping that they're going to be picking up a few on this GR side. But I think so far from Vitality, what we're seeing is just a very reserved approach, kind of happy to let Imperium really dictate things. They're not up to a whole lot on this GR side. They're not making any super aggressive pushes. I mean, Horus has sort of pushed halfway up A long and had a bit of a look there, which is going to allow Snare to pick that line up pretty comfortably with this TRG in hand. But so far, nothing in the ways of Vitality really trying to push the issue just yet onto Imperium and really control the pace of this game. And I suspect we'll probably see a little bit more of that when they do get onto the BL side. Now, here's a change-up, though, from Imperium as they head towards Pillars and maybe start to look in towards that B site as an avenue of attack. Vitality should be wondering a bit what's going on. They've cleared out mid, and now Totson's gone down, so they're going to start to get a little bit concerned that this B site is under pressure. Snake's going to go for the 1-for-1, and Horus and Snare will have to be the two that will have to filter through to try and recover things, which they have done accordingly. 2 on the board for Vitality. It was a little bit risky there, I thought, for a second, Trav, that the timing maybe would work out from Imperium, but it looks like Vitality got that one on the ball nicely.
All 3 rounds now, I feel like Imperium have made a decent call. Like, all 3 rounds, they've made some form of progress, whether it's to win the round in the end or not. So I'm not unhappy with what I've seen so far. Vitality there, obviously rotations were just in a very, very quick order. Make sure they held on. Maybe this one won't be going as well. Slayer will make sure to keep them at bay. Another good kill from Damp to at least give them a glimmer of hope, but immediate 2v3, 1 minute 50 on the clock, and we've already lost 3 players off of Imperium.
Yeah, not the way you want to start things off, and obviously a little bit more of an aggressive start to the round, which is something a little bit more interesting to see. But I imagine things will probably slow down from here now. Imperium are just going to try and take their time and see if they can find any opportunities to get a pick and equalize the numbers here. But I guess Vitality are unlikely to be the kind of team to give them that opportunity. As I just go for that standard 2-1 split, and Imperium happy to wait it out for now.
Yeah, and the C4 is going into the right bomb site for them to be able to set up in an afterplant in some way, which is nice to have. There we go. Horus and Snake now on the recovery. And one of the things you can always seem to rely on when it comes to Vitality is in these close rounds, especially when you've got Horus and Snake alive, they come up with so many important kills and have done over season upon season they've been playing in this league. In comes the first push forward from Snake, he's going to try and take the attention away when he gets getting the opening immediately, and then they can isolate Damp really nicely, and we see an example of that straight away.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, really. From Vitality, looking nice early in the season here, 3-1 so far in the map, and the rounds that they have won haven't necessarily looked particularly difficult at all, so nice to see them kind of getting through things without too much degree of difficulty. Another change up again from Vitality, where there's some more aggression over towards Pillars, just leaving mid completely open. They've kind of recognized that Imperium are not really too keen on playing too aggressively through mid early on in these rounds, and so happy to just sort of leave that one open for the moment and reinforce other areas of the map.
Snake and Slayer right next to each other. Very will get the first, and again, it's the start for Vitality that puts Imperium on the back foot, but Nexon's doing a good job. He's answered back with 2 there, and actually make that a 3rd somehow. Not sure how he's managed that. It did not look possible. C4 is still quite a long way away. They're going to have to go back and pick it up. Look how far forward Rizd is. Unfortunately for him, Snare is giga aware of that. So again, straight back into the 2v2.
Very winnable 2v2 as well for Vitality. They've got the pieces of the puzzle where they need them. Frapsy goes down to Horus. That's an unnecessary duel. And that leaves Nexlon solo here. 1v2. Does have the C4 in tow now. He's picked that one up, collected it. But I can't imagine it's going to be easy pickings to try and get past both Horus and Snare. I mean, we'll get the plant down at the very least. Gives him a bit of a chance. Rotation to come here. Horus and Snare on their way through. And spacing's not fantastic, so there's no trade available to Horus, and that puts him in the 1v1. And all of a sudden now a winnable round for Nexlon. Horus with 20 seconds to work with is certainly not taking his time about it, trying to clear out as much as he possibly can, but he's got absolutely no idea where Nexlon is, and time is very much of the essence now. He'll have to get into that site. Nexlon doing a great job of just playing around with Horus and does complete the 2v1. So it's an important round win back for Imperium, who really needed something.
And look, whatever comes of this game now for Imperium, they have a highlight to remember. And Nexlon has a highlight to remember. That's all 5, mate, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, thoroughly deserved. That first 3 kills to recover that play in middle. See all 3 on camera, but we saw the last 2, that's for sure. Completing his ace. And perhaps he'll get the opening frag in the following round as well. So, as I said, Imperium really have put themselves in a pretty acceptable position early on in this series. I think they're not doing themselves a disservice at all. Playing quite well, making good decisions. The rounds that I feel like every single round, bar 1, has been close as well. Even though Vitality 1 have always been 2v2s. So, yeah, doing an excellent job right now. They clear Totsin out the box very easily. That's a 5v3.
And they've got another opportunity at another round right here. There's absolutely no information available to Vitality at this point. It's kind of just being bullied outside of B. And so a lot of this rests on the shoulders of Horus. And yeah, unfortunately, his timing is not going to be very good. Tries to have a little bit of a peek for info and just ends up getting his head knocked off. And so immediately, again, another pick going through for Imperium. It's a little bit too much to handle, you'd think, here for Snake and Snare, but they're going to give it a crack anyway. Grenade lands on the head of Snake, so it will now be just Snare. And really not a whole lot to be done in that one. So a very quick equalizer for Imperium, and we're sort of right back where we started.
Yeah, just really impressed at the moment, honestly. They're just playing very, very solidly. Their spacing's been pretty good. The slight, very small errors that Vitality have been making are being punished immediately. Not letting them get away with anything egregious at all. They are being allowed to take these duels pretty willy-nilly in middle as well. More the freedom of the map. Slayers know they're playing in middle, doing a very good job at it, but they get taken down again there by Jaguar. Horus is not connecting anything through that smoke. Snare's down to what? A sliver of HP. Sure, damage has been done back toward the Imperium side, but nothing's really going right for Vitality at the moment. Until Snare finally gets a duel again.
Yeah, someone's got to sort of wake up and take this game as their own, I think, for Vitality. Everyone having a little bit of an average start, but that's really nice from Snake. Oh, and then really nice from Nexlon in response. We're straight away into a 1v1 with Snare now isolated on basically 1 HP. One bullet's going to do it on either side. It's the TRG or the USP by the looks of things for Nexlon. So a little bit tougher here, you'd think, for Snare. Well, we'll see how it ends up panning out. Doesn't quite manage to obviously get the shot in there onto Nexlon initially, but he's now been spotted. And so Snare, his chances of winning this round have diminished. Nexlon happy to just tuck himself behind the box, perfectly timed. And another clutch is going to go the way of Imperium.
And the way of Nexon, indeed. Very, very solid from him. An ace and a 1v2. Round as well.
Kind of highlighted him as a strong player at the start of this season, right? When we sort of said, like, oh, who are the guys to watch?
Yeah.
Nexon's always been one of those guys, and it's nice to see that persisting from Season 1 to Season 2.
Yeah, and of course, this team had to play relegation. So, you know, they've been through the ringer and trying to get back into the league. If I'm not mistaken, you know, I had actually had a look at it before we went live. I think Penguin mentioned it on the desk as well. Yes, here it is. They very, very easily beat Mapogo in the playoffs for that 3-1. So they qualified straight back to CFWL. And yeah, I think it was actually more convincing than the game of the blue shirt to qualify back into CFWL. So yeah, they obviously played a little bit more lately, maybe, but Vitality don't anger the WB because maybe they're going to be back in a vengeance here a little bit. There's 2 immediate kills to start the round, but again, answered back and kind of just peaking very aggressively, getting punished for it very often at the moment.
There's going to be a re-aggression into middle here from Horus and Snare, and they've gone underneath the nose of Damp. Nexon's dropped, but you've still got to be prepared for Damp, who misses a shot. Horus's back was turned. Oh no, that was an opportunity for Imperium to put another one on the board, but a little bit of a whiff, and it's turned right back in response. Vitality back in control of that round, so 4-4 as we enter towards the end of the half. And that could still very much go any which way.
It could indeed, but it has taken a little bit of star power from Vitality to actually just wrestle this one back a little bit. You expect them to pull away, especially in the second half when they think the game is close again. But as you can see, like they're right now, they're relying on their pure ability and not really anything special when it comes to their rotations or any gambles. Horus there, that flick round on the tap was crazy on Damp.
Yeah.
It was a shame he missed the shot, but still, to spin like that and hit the one tap was lovely.
Well, you can only do what you can with the opportunity that's given to you. You know, if the shot was connected, we would have never seen that flick from Horus. So, I suppose we got something, even if he didn't get anything. But see another attempt here from Imperium in towards B, and this time Snake's just tucked in the corner. It looks to be sort of checked here by Rizd, and it will be. Totson able to find himself that trade. Slayer also in the picture here. He needs a double, and he can't quite get it. There's still a good enough trade coming through from Imperium as they continue to hit that site. And it's now down to a 1v2 for Horus to try to negotiate, which he doesn't even really get the opportunity to try, as he's picked up nice and quickly. And so 5-4 the lead for Imperium at half-time as we swap over to the second half.
There's a part of me that is not surprised by this at all, even though we know Vitality should be winning very comfortably, just by virtue of where they are in the league and who Vitality are. But I just, you know, by the way they've played, if you remove the name tags of Imperium, if you move the org tag, all the names of the players, you would think this could be one of the better teams in the league if you just ignore that. The way they've played together has been really, really solid so far. And sure, Vitality are going to have the superior tactics you would believe on the Blacklist side, but I wouldn't put it past Imperium actually finding a W here on map 1. Vitality starting the season a little bit cold.
I would still be a little bit surprised if they did end up dropping the map, but I think the point is valid for sure. Vitality over onto the attack now. I don't know, maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable here, where they're the ones that are dictating how these engagements actually occur, and it's not a bad start to the first round of the second half for them. A 2-for-1 Jaguar in there. Will get himself the 2k, but not enough to survive and not enough to keep the advantage in the favor of Imperium this time around. So, recovery mission very much occurring here for Vitality.
Yeah, this is where it will become difficult for Imperium, because Vitality will just, like, mentally activate a little bit, and I'll just change the entire face of the game, it feels like, right? It could just so easily do that. Damp is going to get caught here. So another bullet, but he's going to force Damp back away, and there we go, kill will come through. So Yeah, really unsurprising that Vitality start the second half like that. It's all about now trying to keep it up and keep going because Imperium are they're gonna realize they're actually in the map. Maybe surprising even to them that they're in the map this convincingly. They're gonna do everything they can to make this as a competitive game as possible. I reckon they're gonna play some setups like this that we can see right here with Damp and Riz. I think we're going to be going a bit more aggressively, trying to get up in the faces of Vitality a little bit in the late round, maybe. We'll see if that comes through.
It's a good start for Damp. Perhaps in a position here where he can make a bit of a difference as well. Horus going to go through that smoke, but meted by a bullet in the back of the head as he just goes alone there. Slayer with the duel onto Jaguar, able to win that one, and there's some pressure now building on the map courtesy of that kill, but I think Imperium will be very happy with how this round is progressing at the moment. Got pillars control, they've got mid control, they're regaining a long control as well, and they have the player advantage too. So this is a really good looking round at the moment for Imperium. Vitality going to have to work hard to try to recover it.
Vitality being careful not to lose another man after the beginning of this round has gone down. Spotting for Riz, doing the right thing for info. So he's going to take a tag as well in the meantime as he tries to push forward. You can see now I'll reconvene in middle, all three. Can they find a favourable fight somewhere? Because right now, Imperium are doing the right thing by not giving Vitality anything for free. Good shot. And there you go. Sam has to peek into an angle. Falls back and plays timed as Nexon, and he follows it up on Slayer beautifully. Snake now last alive. Time not to do anything. And Nexon is in full control in this map, it has to be said. He's up to 16 and 6. He's an ace and a 1v2 in this game. And another great hold there.
Very good progression from Imperium. At this point, starting to wonder whether or not they can actually maintain this and close the map out. You know, I think you already were quite for the idea, for the possibility. I'm starting to be convinced myself as well. And we'll still see what Vitality have got for us in the 11th hour.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's been very quick as well. Like, we're up to a 6-5 lead, and it feels like we barely started the day, really. So, it's been pretty speedy first half. Now Vitality will start to get a bit concerned. As I said, just every single factor, every single human and AI would pick Vitality to win this game. But that's not the reality until it's actually played out and the Fat Lady sings. Good kill back from Frapsy there to recover the point.
Snap. Isolated duel. Loses it to Frapsy, and Jaguar getting the better of Horus as well. So this is starting to look a little bit shambolic. I think for Vitality, you have to look at a round like this one and say, why are there so many individual duels happening? Slayer unable to get the better of Jaguar there in mid as well. It's sort of a one-by-one, a parade of soldiers trying to have their turn, and you're not necessarily doing yourself any favors if you play that way. You know, if you end up losing those duels, you will lose the round. And so I think Vitality need to kind of like reset a little bit here and make sure they start playing as a team again.
Good one to grab if you're Snake, but we know this round is over. All the props in the world to Imperium at the moment, and Vitality have been caught starting slow. Tac balls will come through for Vitality at the right time to be thrown in as well before the game gets totally out of hand, even though maybe it has done already a little bit. And I mean, you can see, right, even though it's only against Imperium in day one of the Season 2, they're not exactly happy about it. Like, they don't want to pull out their playoff strats here in this game. They think it should be enough to win. Their regular game should be enough to win the opening match of the season. And Snake and Snare not looking overly happy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's an unreasonable assumption on the behalf of Vitality that you should be able to come into this game and do it pretty comfortably, do it without much issue. But the unfortunate reality is, you're still playing against some pretty good players that if you give them the opportunity to shoot you back, they're going to shoot you back, So I guess, the question is, how much is Vitality going to invest in here? What are they going to sort of do? What are they going to pick up off the back of this TAC timeout? I think obviously Stray's going to have something to say to them. And hopefully that'll turn things around because, yeah, it's been a very average display from Vitality thus far. It's been, I think, uninspired is probably the way I would put it. No one's really hitting the level that you'd want to see from them. No one's, fragging out, hitting really nice shots, clutching anything in the same way that we're sort of used to seeing from Vitality. And certainly they're not playing that well as a team either at the moment. So a lot that needs to kind of be done, I think, on the behalf of Vitality to impress us going into these sort of late few rounds of this map. But then also, whether or not this is going to persist into map 2, I guess becomes a bit of a bigger question and would be obviously a little bit surprising if they end up losing this series. But, we kind of have to entertain that as a possibility if you've got an Imperium that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. This is very impressive from the boys at the moment, and all the credit, I say all the credit, a lot of the credit deserves to go to Nexon as well. He has been the instigator. Now, Ace really kind of proved what he's all about today. And he's continued to keep that up over the course of the day. A very short day so far. It's been a very quick opening map at the moment.
Just taking our time getting things back underway. It should not be too long. I don't know that Imperium necessarily are going to appreciate the break in momentum, but I guess that's the point of the timeout there from Vitality, is to break a bit of that momentum that Imperium were building. Let's see whether or not they can pull it back here. 7-5 the scoreline. Imperium are within striking distance of the map, but that's not always necessarily going to be quite so easy to convert against a team like Vitality.
Yeah, like, we've seen many a game for Vitality where if they go down this sort of scoreline in the opening map of a series when they're very favoured to win, they switch on and win the last 5 rounds as if it's nothing. Even if they lose the map, they'll win map 2 and 3 as if they're nothing, right? So I'm not worried here at all in any way. They're actually going to lose this entire series. But, Imperium, they can very much still win this map. It's a great start from Frapsy. Horus will find Wiz on the trade, and finally they've got some space to work with. As you can see, off the back of 1 kill, their change-up is to speed it up straight away, and it's slightly working. Totsin's done very well to find himself too, but it's a 2v2 again, and Imperium just don't say die.
This is going to be, again, one of those rounds that you would sort of normally look at Vitality and say, well, they would win this 9 out of 10 times against a lesser team, but I don't think they've won any clutches today. I don't think they've won a 2v2 or a 1v2 or anything like that. So, this will be another opportunity for, in this case, Snake to try and put one on the board. Captain of the team. Do something to try and show the team that they need to win. And there's one headshot, but he's got no idea where Dam's coming from, who apparently missed a couple of shots there. Otherwise, I'm sure Snake would be dead. So hold on a minute. This could actually be the first one on the board for Vitality. If Snake is sharp, he's not.
Oh,
it'll be Damp again, and Imperium with, I think that would be now their 3rd clutch in this map. Starting to make Vitality look a little bit silly.
yeah, that's why those sort of rounds are always the difference makers, right? In a short game, 1st to 10, it can get out of hand really quickly. 1 or 2 clutches, and this is the lead Imperium have to work with. Say, even 2. of those 3 clutches go Vitality's way. It's Vitality in the lead instead. So, yeah, insane work at the moment from Imperium. They're just keeping Vitality pinned back in every single instance in these rounds. And the thing that I think is really cool is the Imperium plainly have looked the better team. It's not like the clutches have sure they have saved them slightly, but they have just looked like the better team in these scenarios. They've hit the shots when needed. They've had an extra trader in position when required. This is classic lackadaisical, lazy Vitality in the first game of a season for me, where, you know, if they just locked in that 10% more and played a more of a, you know, a warmed up playoff type of game, they'd win very comfortably. But here they've tried to play with their B game, and in the moment their B game and even their C game has not been good enough.
Which I'm sure is a bit of a surprise, but is what it is. Gonna have to step up. This looks to be another solid round brewing for Imperium. Got Damp right where he needs to be. That TRG in hand, and if he can connect the opening shot, this might turn into another round for Imperium, put them onto a map point. Vitality starts to try and brawl their way into the A side. That opener from Damp does not connect, but he gets a second crack at it, which he is good enough for, but unfortunately, the exchange is swift from Vitality. Frapsy getting in there nice and quickly. He has been threatening, not threatening enough to scare Snake away, and Totten catching Rizd in the side will ensure at least a round for Vitality in the second half. So maybe that'll be the start of the comeback, but maybe it'll be a one-hit wonder. We have to wait and see.
Yeah, that is first step, first rung of the ladder, but yeah, part of me doesn't even feel confident about them recovering it as cleanly. They've started this round well, though. Nexon tries to get thrust forward, but he'll be taken down. Snare will hold on. Is this where Vitality truly finally lock in again? Just to test themselves. They let Imperium get to 8, and then they start playing again. Feels like that's what it can be like sometimes with the better teams in CFWL.
If he taps in there, not going to connect. Rizd round the back. Todson has a sixth sense, apparently. Turns around at the perfect time to just pop his head. And Jaguar will receive a headshot as well from Horus. So Vitality seem to have maybe woken up here. This time working as a team, working in tandem. Trades are effective. And it is going to be Vitality. They're going to win themselves a couple of rounds back to back. So maybe Imperium don't have a reason to celebrate just yet.
Yeah, indeed. And now Imperium, I think, know what's up. They know that this is the right time to have a bit more of a discussion about things. And that's why Damp has fallen all the way back this far away with still so much time left on the bomb timer. This is just a chance to talk. Extra time to discuss what they need to do to actually get themselves to 9 and maybe guarantee an overtime. Because that would be a great result, even if they do go on to lose, to be fair. So they're going to call a attack off the back of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Vitality had to call attack when things were not going well for them. I think it's only fair that Imperium should use theirs as well. And certainly a lot to talk about, because they would understand, they would know that a win in this game is within reach, certainly. But once you sort of open that door back up to a team like Vitality, then might not necessarily be quite so easy to now convert this, and we've sort of said that. And it is one of those situations where you kind of just have to wait and see what you're going to get. I think we can all look at this and say, yeah, Vitality are going to pull it back, but all it really takes is sort of maybe 1 or 2 good rounds out here from Imperium, and that might just be that. It might be enough to sort of break the mentality of Vitality. I know that they're a strong mental team, but first game of the season, you don't want to be going down, and if you go down in that first map, then who's to say that second map couldn't possibly go your way as well there as Imperium. So, I don't know, a lot to play for, and that's the conversation that they're going to be having right now.
Yeah, it's the right moment to talk about things because they just know they're very close. They're close to what would be a great map, and they also know from what we heard from Penguin a little bit beforehand too, that one of Imperium's better maps this season or previous season, sorry, has been sub-base. So who knows what kind of pressure that could put on Vitality.
Is this a new facility for Vitality? I feel like we haven't seen them there before.
Think so. I mean, I think the behind horses kind of looks a little bit different. I agree with that. It's a new room in a similar area. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, but it looked a bit different to me. I'm just wondering if that's maybe one of the change-ups that they've got since they've joined the Vitality organization. I think last season a lot of them were playing from home at times as well, I thought. But anyway, that's conversation for perhaps later on as we're back in here, and to wait and see how this one ends up panning out. Imperium change up for them. There's going to be a stack over towards Pillars, and it is a bit 1-for-1 so far. But it's starting to falter as Snake gets himself a kill. Jaguar, though, steps up for 3, and Vitality somehow just cannot kill Jaguar, and you think that is going to be enough to get them onto map point here. Imperium, unless Slayer pulls off the goods, there's an opener. And without a chance, he's got a minute and a half to play with, so he certainly has time to make this happen.
Oh yeah, never give any Vitality player a crack of the door to allow themselves to push in, because they will always take it when it feels like you've got a game under wraps. Might not be the case. So trying to keep Vitality in with a chance of winning this game in regulation. Jaguar is in a good position, but of course he's very, very low. Slayer will push forward now. Can he react to Jaguar's position? He can. It's an easy kill on the side. Now, next on, a lot of pressure on you. You've been the star of the day. He's trying to play heads up aggressive in this 1v1, not allowing Slayer to get anywhere near that bomb. He knows how dangerous this is. Can Nexon add another clutch to his game? You can tell he's nervy as well. Now sidearm drawn. Slayer is baiting out the shots, but it's Nexon who's going to win it. That's the big one. Slayer's clutch is denied, and Imperium will get on to 9, and thoroughly deserved too.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, another clutch. Like, how many of these clutches can go the way of Imperium? I guess that's what you need to be able to beat a team like Vitality. And the clutches certainly have been on point today for Imperium. And, I mean, it's still the score is 9-7, so it's not over just yet, that's for sure. But looking very good for Imperium. All they need is one more. I'm just surprised that Vitality have not been able to convert on some of these rounds. It's very uncharacteristic, but, you know, again, that's kind of what we say. First game of the season, things can go wrong.
Yeah, well, an opportunity. Sub-base coming up next. Sure, it's a Vitality pick, but I have to see if they just start slow on that map too and things get out of hand a little bit. You never know. Bit of damage done to Snare early. Same to Jaguar, but a lot of props is obviously with Jaguar. I was mentioning how, like, last season this year he was a little bit poor when it comes to the lower ranked team. This one is not going to work out too well though. That was pure from Vitality in their mid take, and that's a total difference from what we saw from them earlier. That was all of them pushing in at once together. Can Damp pull off in a crazy play? He cannot. It's only one. So we have a chance for Vitality to drag this back into overtime.
Assuming they don't lose this round to Rizd, which doesn't look like they're going to. He's happy to take the opportunity to use this as a de facto timeout. Imperium having a chance to chat one more time about how they want to try and close this map out. My sense really is kind of that Vitality I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to do it tough, but I think they are going to do it. To get this to overtime, I very much believe that Vitality will close it out. So I think this last round here of regulation is the last chance that Imperium have got to win this map.
Yeah. Yeah, I can totally agree. Like, how often in all the seasons of CFWL we've done, obviously you're a lot more than me, have you seen the favoured team look a bit slow to start, but if they somehow get it to overtime, they always then activate to win then and there. The underdog team very rarely wins in OT. We've seen a very few examples of that. I think one or two last season when, I think it was that big comics game if I remember correctly. But yeah, we've seen very, very rare instances of that, especially in such a big mismatch here. Vitality win this round, I think they win the game. But, as you said, Imperium have this one chance where it feels like it's a bit more even. Only other rounds to play with for Vitality. Has to be here.
Yeah, Vitality taking it slow though, aren't they? They're recognizing that this would be a much bigger day at the office if they do drop this map. So don't want to drop it here when they've done the hard work to bring it back to at least an 8th round.
All right. Seems like Vitality might want to try and run it back and do a similar play to one of the previous rounds, just to burst middle with decent util. They knew that Imperium didn't hold it at all in that round they used it on before. They are going to pick through now. They've actually found quite a lot of progress. Riz is not in a great position anymore. That smoke's going to be helpful for Horus with pressure. And look how caught off he is. That's a great play from Vitality. They really understand what's up there. Bomb down already.
Yeah, nice take. I mean, 5 players to hold this side as well, and it's known to be one of the more difficult sites to try to retake, so I can imagine this is going to be a pretty tough ask ahead for Imperium. They're going to have to give it a crack though. Snare backing it up. Maybe here's a couple of footsteps, and happy to take that opening duel against Jaguar. Next one down as well, and this is the Vitality that we know. This is the one that we've been waiting for all this time. Surprised that it's taken this long to get here, but this is, I would say, almost the best looking round for Vitality so far, as they do finish it off and they do secure that 9. So we will indeed be finding ourselves in the OT.
Yeah, and I think you would think it would be a bit more straightforward now for Vitality from here. It's 2 rounds where it was obvious to me that, as we were always talking about, they just reactivate at the end out of nowhere. That one round where they go through middle and they kill 3, kill 3 Imperium players immediately. I think those entries were great, and their timings and how they went through that were great too. And that final round as well, with how they managed to just isolate Riz to perfection. Imperium guessed incorrectly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what can happen when you're playing up against one of the greats in this league. So near, but yet so far.
I mean, what do you think now about the chances of Imperium actually closing this out? Like I said at the end of that regulation, I sort of feel as though their opportunity was that one round, and now they've kind of let that slip. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, I'd say.
Alright, Imperium, I think most people wrote you off beforehand, and now we've got to overtime, we're definitely writing you off all over again, because now Vitality all of a sudden have rounds to play with.
Yeah, harsh,
so prove us wrong.
I mean, I suppose that's the mentality that you have to take into it. I think everyone's going to be backing you out, but if you do sort of prove everyone wrong, then that's almost even a better feeling than being the team that everyone expects to win and does inevitably win, so how much Imperium really want this. I think they came in with a good game plan and they just definitely displayed that, but what's the depth of the ability for this team will be the all-important question. It started pretty well. Jaguar picking up Snare early on in the piece, so Imperium already starting to gain a little bit of that map control. Yeah,
and of course the first half wasn't great for Vitality, so with the side switch coming through. I'll find a way to fix that a little bit. We're opening from Jaguar. A couple of big moments today already. Good smoke from Snake, playing behind it now. Jaguar trying to make his way forward, but if you try and go through a smoke, the Snake will bite. There's a flank from Frapsy, but he only gets one. It could have been two. It really could. Snake will get one more from his round as well, which means Damp is all alone. He is caught. Bomb can be recovered, but will finally get grabbed by Totsin. And would you believe it, Vitality, it's taken a very long time, but they're in the lead.
Well, you know, normally we would say Vitality is inevitable, and it's kind of felt like that has been the case on this map as well. Slowly but surely pulling this game back. They were slow starters, certainly, in both the first half and the second half, but now that they've taken the lead, I wonder if it's going to be wrestled away from them again, or if Imperium are kind of out of ideas. This is a much more proactive defense from Vitality as well, isn't it? We saw in regulation, you know, commented on it right at the start of the game. They're not really up to a whole lot. They're just sort of chilling in a lot of these rounds, letting Imperium come to them. But in this case, trying to be a little bit more active in middle. Still, Horus is going to be timed on A-Long. But if Imperium cancel that A-Long push and go back into mid, they're walking into quite a number of Vitality players ready for them.
Yeah, it's been another example of Vitality having to wrestle around back from a man disadvantage. It's been not an easy run for them at all whenever they played the Global Risk side today. So needs to be ready. 2 would be great, but it's only 1. Damage on Nexlon. They're going to need another multi from somewhere to get back into this one.
Sort of half expecting Snake to push that smoke in middle, but he's opted not to. Which probably ends up being a good choice. Still, has to get some work done here. He's got multiple members. You'd have to say he needs one. Certainly would like more. And he gets neither. Information early there for Snare, but missed connection initially. And so the push is going to come in here from Imperium, and the trade is going to be comfortable. Totson trying to save the day, but shot in the back of the head by Nexlon. So a well put together round by Imperium. They just sort of slowly pick Vitality apart, and it's safe to say that Vitality are not, sorry, Imperium, I'd say, are not out of this one just yet.
Forward Snare, that's a big miss. Look how wide he swung for that kill. He's now pretty caught, and yeah, Damp will take advantage of him being caught there. Snare does get baited in from that fight though, and there is another player where that came from in Snake to fight, and that's exactly what's going to happen to Imperium. Just so many players in middle. In the end, Snare just kind of, in a way, sacrifices himself. I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to miss his shot, but sacrifices himself for that massive wide swing to give Imperium a thought that maybe there's an opening. There wasn't.
No, I mean, I think that's fine as far as he's concerned. As long as the job gets done, it doesn't matter who necessarily is going to be the one to do it. Vitality going to eke themselves out a lead again here. You're thinking about a minute and a half's time, but Damp and Jaguar are still looking to see if they can navigate anything here. Oh, and this re-aggression from Vitality is going to walk right into Jaguar. He's been good for some multis throughout this map. Not this time.
Damp is dead. Okay, Vitality again will just edge ever closer, bit by bit. Now a chance for them to get this one done in the second half of overtime, obviously. 11-10. They will edge that first half of OT. If they get to 12, they're going to have an immediate chance. If somehow we go 12-12, we'll play one round to decide it.
Yeah. Again, Vitality, maybe not super pleased to be in this position, but it is enough to kind of get them to do a little bit of work. Maybe not a bad thing early on in the season, just to sort of get the juices flowing once again. You know, it can be a little bit slow to sort of get back underway. And very much being forced to work here.
Aggression from Imperium off the backs in this second half of overtime, and I really love that call. Straight in, 3 players, no holds barred. They know they've got nothing to lose now they're behind in the game. They've won so many clutches to give themselves a chance in the game at all. So never push the boat out a little bit more and go for a play like that. And once again, it's an example of them getting an opening kill. How many times have we seen that in this map?
Couldn't necessarily count it, but it has certainly been, I think, above 50%, which is pretty impressive given the team that they're playing against. And so you'll definitely take it if you Imperium at this point. Whether or not they can actually use it to convert into a round or map victory is going to be the next question mark. I mean, series victory probably still a conversation to be had, assuming they're able to win this map, but I think we'll hold that thought for the moment and see what they can do here first. And they'll push their way into that A site vitality, and it's definitely not worked out. They've walked straight into a crossfire, and they have just been utterly decimated. So Imperium get themselves another round on the board, and they keep themselves in this contest.
Oh, guaranteed to see this opening map end in some way, shape or form, and it's classic Crossfire for me, coming in for a new season. What if we get a golden round off the bat? You know, go on, give it to us. Give it to us. Maybe we don't even need it. Maybe we can finish this game in overtime regulation, if that makes sense. Horus will entry back on damp immediately, though. That's a really important recovery kill, because very often when Imperium have found these opening kills in this game, it's lasted quite a while. Like, they've kept their 5v4 or 4v3 or whatever, most normally 5v4s. They've kept them for quite a long period of time. So, yeah, I am... Horus making that play was very important.
Still low HP on a number of these Vitality players. This is by no means going to be a comfortable round for them. I'm sure they're not necessarily loving it. There's the 2-for-1 as well. Horus trades Jaguar back, but they need somebody to get them back into this round somewhere. And it's just not quite going to happen easily. Horus gets himself at least that one. So that is something. Rizd finding himself alone. Horus has kind of taken matters into his own hands this round. 2-on-1. Imperium need another clutch. Can they pull another one out of the hat?
Plant will come through. Can Rizd pull off something crazy to get his team into a chance of winning the map once again? They'd have 2 map points if they're able to win this clutch. If had to win it, they've got 2. That's first for Riz. Horus will go down. It's a bit Novatoxin, you can tell. At the moment, I felt for sure that Riz was about to outplay him, but you can see a bit of a sigh of relief from the Vitality players. Toxin only just drags that one over the line. And now Vitality, as I said, have 2 chances.
Well, 2 is better than none, which is where Imperium are at the moment. Having to try and pull this one back when they were the ones that were in control for several times. They had their own map points a couple of times. Jaguar's going to hope to try to give them another one here, a double kill. Of course, if Imperium win this, it is down to that golden point. Rizd, has he been timed? No, he spots Totson out. And it might just go all the way. Full 25 rounds. This map, Nexlon gets the better of Snake, and yeah, the wheels have fallen off this round for Vitality, that's for sure.
Well, it felt like Destiny, didn't it? First map of the season, we go all the way. It would have been wrong if Vitality won it 13-11. Imperium will get their one shot. They had their one shot at, I believe, 9-8. Didn't get one since then to win the game. Now we've got another one. Horus will be dying soon. We've seen crazier clutches from him in the past, but this one feels impossible. And both teams having used their tack pause as well. I think, you know, even Horus staying alive for a little bit is good for them to talk about the next round. Good for both teams, to be fair. Imperium don't need to over-communicate in a 4v1. So Horus has got the C4, but he's looking for a fight to try and at least give himself a kill back and go for a clutch. Making a bit of noise now, though, so he's known about. And as you can see, that's already going to force Nexon to not peek at all, not give him any glance at it whatsoever. Now we hear the bomb going down, so all the rotations will come through. Okay, Horus, we got something crazy here. He's peeking aggressively for it, as he knows he has to. Trying to find a fight from somewhere, but just not being offered up anything right now. Finally, he's going to fall back all the way around. He's looked for every single angle and not seen a single player until now. There is one. Looking for a second. Riz playing the headshot angle. Lots of grenades coming toward his position. Nexon will jump in. There's a tap, though. Oh, I tell you what. We felt that for a second. Damp was tagged up as well as he could see, but in the end, Riz will get the bomb defused. And we do have the golden round.
Yeah, very, very tight there. Horus making it interesting. He was the type of player that could certainly get that done, given the right circumstances. If it was 3 instead of 4, I think he might have had it. But not the case this time around. Let's see whether or not Vitality are going to let this map slip against Imperium. This is, of course, Imperium's map pick, so, you know, it might be fair to say that it would be Imperium that would let it slip against Vitality. It was Imperium that were in the lead for the majority of this map and have certainly had more opportunities to close it out, but still not done yet on either side. And Vitality taking another reserved approach to start this round off.
On Imperium, I'm on your side here. I want a bit of an upset. Let's see what we can do. You played so well. You've played so well throughout the course of the game. Sure, you could argue they've been saved by clutches here and there, but Vitality didn't win them. Imperium did. So they fully deserve to be in this position. It's the least they deserve to get one more shot at winning the game. Sure, there's a long way to go with map 2 and 3. We shall see. First peek from Jaguar. Goes for his spam, gets good damage, then falls away, knowing you could get peeked from the window. Space does allow Vitality to push through, though. And if you remember, that's the thing that got them most success in a couple of those rounds earlier. Getting through into this position Horus is at now.
Yep. Can split the map in half. They can go mid to B. Got those smokes up already. Flash into GR spawn. Flash into the B site. They're going to push their way through, and now it's just a case of trying to clean it up. Trades are not effective. Riz is still alive. It's getting a bit messy here. Vitality get into the site. They only get themselves the 1-for-1, though, because perhaps he just backed off. Kind of left Riz for dead, but it does benefit the retake a little bit. Timing's all important, though, as Jaguar is wrapping in behind Totson, who's kind of just waiting, and he doesn't know that Fraps is on the other side as well. So Totson really has to get his timing right here, and it seems as though Jaguar might just catch him in the back. Wow. That is horrific timing, unfortunately, for Totson. He had so much time to walk in behind Frapsy, but he didn't do anything, and now all of a sudden, Vitality down, 3-on-4. Frapsy has been leading from the front, but in this case, it's the rest of the team doing the work. Snake for a double alongside Slayer and Snare. He needs to get it done here. 1v1. 10 seconds on the clock. He spots out Frapsy, just tries to buy the time, and Snare dancing around the pillars, doing what he can. There's a tap on the C4. And said, time is the question. I don't think he's got it. And that is Vitality that will close the map out. Oh, dearie me. It comes all the way down to 0 players alive in the final round. That's how close it was. Man, what can you really say about that map? Classic game of CFWL to start the season.
Bro, that is just so typical and so unfortunate, right? I mean, how has it come down to that? What was it, 0.7 left on that defuse? There was never any chance that, saying knew he played him correctly there, but still. That was Yeah, so close but yet so far for Imperium. As I said earlier, you could argue they shouldn't have even been there.
Yes.
With how they basically won every single clutch. Vitality just couldn't find a way to win any one of those in regulation to begin with. They've done really, really well. It's a fantastic map from them. They should look back on that and be very proud about it, because it's not just the clutches they won. How they started the game was very, very acceptable too. They started on the front foot very often. Yeah, I could go on about it, about how decent that was, but it's time for Sekio and Penguin to talk about it instead.
Thank you, Trav and Elfish, and what a way to kick off CFWL Season 2 of 2026, seeing like a team that barely made it out of promotion relegation. Season 1, they got only one win, and now they kick off versus Vitality with a 13-12 game that we all saw it. Not only Vitality fans, we have seen them performing, playing, making everything, like making the audience actually believe that they might get the first win. And what happens is Vitality secret, not secret, Vitality Circus.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about Vitality Circus and how things are going up and down, if you watch the first half, we've seen Vitality is not doing anything. Usually you're expecting Vitality not doing anything at the beginning of the game, and maybe at all the series, especially when you're playing versus Imperium, but we used to see Vitality's experience aim-wise, maybe tactical-wise, just close it earlier than that, but that's not the case, because we've seen a very good structured rounds coming out from Imperium. And I mentioned before starting this game that we've seen Imperium playing very good in some maps. We've seen them going, yes, some further with other teams, but we wanted to see them going even further and winning a map versus such teams. Not only a map, but winning a series. And I said that they need to top up this by playing better versus Vitality, playing with zero pressure, and try to go and win the first map and maybe even win the whole series. And that's what they did. We've seen a very good performance come out from them, especially on the global side, where Vitality struggled the most. In my opinion, what made this game look very close is that the weak side coming out from Vitality on the Blacklist side. We haven't seen those well-structured push come out from them. Usually we've seen Horus kind of still he's trying to get the entry frags for his teammates. However, the teammates are not there, and we've seen Horus multiple times taking the 1v1 duels in the big and mini room on compound. So that's the case for Vitality. The Blacklist side is not well structured, and this explains the guys were maybe on vacations, that they were taking some breaks, and now they're coming back. So you shouldn't expect them giving 100%. On other hands, you should see Imperium giving 100%, because this game means a lot for them.
Of course, it means a lot for Imperium, and it will mean a lot for Team Vitality. They almost lost their kickoff game, and of course, like, they got the first round. It felt like at the beginning, I would say, at the first two rounds, we will see like another Vitality classic of just like
destroying the enemy team,
smushing, of course, smushing Imperium. But the fact that Imperium pulled off this performance in the first game is something to be proud of, and it would have meant even more if they could have won the first game. But of course, that's Crossfire, how close it is, like a millisecond, like cooled their fate. Like almost like milliseconds, like some milliseconds just closed their fate with game number 1. And of course, that was just game number 1 versus Vitality. I hope that their mental is still solid. They have it for game number 2. You're gonna be playing in of course Sub-Base, the hometown of Vitality. But the question for me, will we see Vitality coming back from the vacation, getting ready, or we will see like another full episode of going back and forth and going to overtime? Maybe, I don't know, like another golden round. Like anything is possible between those two teams after what we have just witnessed in game number 1. And speaking of game number 1, I loved how Imperium were ambitious. Like they were ambitious into winning. Like they're going for the 1v1. They're taking the aim duels perfectly. They are securing it, and you see them using their strats. Like
Yeah.
there is no way that we're saving strats in round number 1 and the regular season, so they're just like going with their strats, going with heart, and executing a lot of poses, I would say, in game itself. Like when you're 1v4 in that situation, you'll just like, yeah, let's save the time, not rush in, and have a little bit of a talk that we can find a way to defeat Vitality, or like to open that door and step their foot in. And we've always seen that from teams and CFS and international stages, and to pull all of those stuff together from Imperium, I'm seeing that they might be one of the surprises in this season.
Yeah, well, if you mention as well, if you remember the first season, we've seen Vitality also playing New Compound versus Anubis. I guess it was on, it was definitely on phase 1, maybe third or fourth game, where Vitality lost versus Anubis as well on this map, on New Compound. So they usually start very slow on such maps, and it's the map that they are usually picking to practice. Yes, New Compound was picked by Imperium, and it's good practice for them. They pick Black Widow, they pick New Compound, they pick New Mexico. They want to be practicing more such maps, so that's what we've seen from them. And now they almost lost it versus Imperium. Also, we've seen Imperium doing very good as well versus Nemesis on New Compound, but yet they couldn't close it. I remember when Comics clutched multiple rounds versus them and just got the win. So Imperium, that's the casual thing that we used to see on New Compound. They have new strategies, they are trying to executing, and the guys aim-wise are on point. However, the experience coming out from Vitality, and still they know how to close the series and how to flip it upon versus you, and that's what they did versus Imperium. And we usually, as I said, we usually see them starting very slow on such maps. New Compound, Black Widow, New Mexico. But next map is going to be sub-base. I believe that Imperium also plays sub-base very good. I don't want to exclude them, but it's going to be a very good match.
Of course, them in sub-base, Imperium, of course, they had quite few interesting games in sub-base earlier on. Season 1, of course, we're not speaking about Season 2 since that's just like the first game of this season. And speaking of the first game of our season, we've seen almost 2 aces coming out from Imperium's side. We had 4 kills in the hands of Jaguar, and seeing that guy stepping up or being proactive in some rounds when we felt that Vitality are gonna own this round, they're definitely securing it. And you see, like, yeah guys, you forget about me. Like back in the days, I used to be the guy that clutches a lot, and of course he is bringing some of the memories. Of course, back in the years, he used to be one of the good players we had in Anubis. And I believe, like, yeah, Penguin is actually agreeing with me on that. Like, you've played versus him a lot of times. Of course. Seeing him lead the Imperium, reaching to this spot is pretty important. And what's more important is not to lose your mental in game number 2. If they lost it, you know that, like, a lot of the good stuff that they have been building across the first game, the practice that they've been doing in the off season, will go to a waste. You need to just clear your mind, be ready for game number 2.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, I'm talking about the ace, and we're talking about how Jaguar performed. One of the rounds, the Jaguar got 4K. I remember that it was 1v1 Slayer versus Riz. By the way, he got 4K,
exactly.
But and Slayer was 1v3. He killed 2 players, and it was only, and he killed Jaguar, and it was only him and Riz, him and Nextlon, I believe. Nextlon, yeah, Nextlon left on B side, but Nextlon got the better for him with the USP. So that shows how close the matchup is. Yes, Imperium, one guy can get 3K or 4K, but you find it 1v1. It's still like, if you didn't get if you got 3K and you find it 1 versus 1, it's fine. In Crossfire, it's fine. But if you get 4K and still 1v1, that's super weird. Because what should I do more? Should I kill the 5 players? Then why my teammates are playing with me then? So it was some over rounds. But yeah, but Slayer is still the clutch master. He couldn't do it. However, Imperium, I see them playing more as a team, way better than the stall that we've seen from them on season 1, because on season 1 they started really bad and they started really slow, and we expected this because it was a newly reformed team coming out from the open, mixing some players, getting Jaguar into the team. Jaguar didn't have time to build this team. Now Jaguar have the time.
True.
It's been like 5 months or 4 months since February. Yes, I remember that they said that from January to February they formed this team, so it's been 5 months. In my opinion, that's more than enough to see such good performance coming out from Imperium.
And of course, as we were talking about the highlights, the plays that we have seen, the players bringing to the table, and we will see some of it here now. Of course, Horus playing just a little bit aggressive here and there. I love to see that guy in action. Always a blessing seeing him, of course. And it feels like he still got the form. You can see him dropping multiple kills here and there, and on the other side you will see Jaguar dropping multiple times, like good kills, good performance, and good IGLing, I would say.
It's not only this. We've seen the rotation coming out from the play. Like Jaguar, yes, he's leading the team, but we've seen Frabzy doing also very good actions. I remember the round. It was the last round before the. Yeah, it was 8-9 in favor of Imperium, and then Team Vitality, they pushed to B side from mid, and Frabzy, he was holding B side from big and mini. He had to push all the way PC to mid to check the lurker and give his teammates the clearance that there is nobody lurking and we need to retake from both sides. And he did the exact same thing. Like, I watched the situation and it came in my mind that Frabzy needs to push now, and he did. He went in, he pushed, he checked, and he came back with his team. Yes, they lost this round, I believe, but still, it's like the good actions that gives you a size of relief that this team, yes, they can do something better this season. Yes, they understand Crossfire now. Yes, they're playing as a team, and someone is teaching them definitely.
And of course, understanding the fundamentals of competitive, how you can play, how can you survive the action in the pro leagues. That's what matters, since like, yeah, you're good in solo queues, you're good in some classic matches. That's something you will be just like, yeah, that doesn't really matter in competitive. What matters in competitive, how you communicate, how you move around the map, how you open shots for your teammates, and of course hold your positions, because sometimes like dropping 1 millisecond of like a bullet, or just like going one bad step to the right, to the left, can, like, I don't know, can set your destiny in this game. So that's something. Exactly, that's something you need to be focused on, and that's our summary. And of course you will see big performance coming out from Horus on the Vitality side, and on the other side Noxlin, Jaguar, of course we have been praising him a lot. Damp and Frobzy, they're all got like the positive KD, they had their moments, and the moments of like the clutch master, I would say, in this game was individually Noxlin and Jaguar, both did really good.
Yeah, and we've seen Everest when he is having 0.55 KD. We've seen him doing very good on the most important time, which was the overtime. He tried to push his teammates maybe when it's needed. He tried to push his teammates going into the overtime and winning the overtime before going to the golden round. I've seen him 4-1 or 5-2. I remember that he was doing very good. He was clutching. He was trying to help his teammates. So in my opinion, Imperium are all doing very good job. Also going Vitality as well, but we are not usually seeing Snare and Slayer on a negative KD, especially playing versus Imperium. So definitely they will step up. And I mentioned about Horus that he was the guy. I feel from his gameplay like he's the guy. He's talking in Crossfire plays. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna be your star hero. I'm gonna be your entry fragger. I'm gonna get you the round, and if we have a numbers disadvantage, I will be the guy going in, getting the kill, and maybe evening the number for you guys, so we have our chances still in the round. And that's what Horus did in such map, and he claims, of course, the MVP of this map, or maybe the key player of this map, because he's having 1.22 KD, and also talking about the movement and how good he moved his team, and that's what you need from him.
Of course, elite player like Horus knows how to act, how to perform when his teammates needs him, and of course that guy, like, I don't know, he got 6 titles under his name, maybe 7 titles, like he's been here forever. And speaking of Horus, you normally don't see him throwing a lot of punches since he's usually the entry fragger, like the guy who tries to open the space for his teammates. But in this game, like, yeah, he's doing it, he's doing the kills, and he's doing everything that he can deliver on his side. And of course that was for game number 1, and to be honest, for me it feels like a story being built for a team like Imperium. It feels like Arsenal project, like it needed some time, and then
Yes.
apparently
Yes.
it reached to a really good point. Yeah, it took some years for Arsenal, but for Imperium it's taking, like, I don't know, a season or 2 to start feel the pump in
It's
those
fine.
players.
Yeah, it's definitely completely fine for them to take the time, especially that they are not experienced it. Only maybe Jaguar. Yes, we've seen Damp substitute on Vitality and everything like this, but the guys playing together, they need time definitely. So honestly, they play very good, and I would love to see these guys going even more, and I would love to see them versus all the teams in the West League right now.
Me either. And for us to head to game number 2, we will not go to game number 2. Our caster will head to a small break and get back to you. So guys, don't forget to stay hydrated and bring your snacks. This show is gonna be a long and entertaining one. And we are back again on CFWL, of course. If you're just tuning in, this is our first game of first set of the day, and I would say the second game of today, of course. As we were talking about Imperium, about Vitality, we had a pretty good run in the first game, but I believe that we are about to head to game number 2. And for you, Penguin, what should we be waiting for from Vitality or Imperium in this game?
You just want a good game as we've seen. Maybe if you want to be going to set 3, then we need to see Imperium just revenging Vitality. They can do it. They play very good sub days. I believe in them. But I want to see a good Crossfire because this was a banger just starting this series. Or maybe the season was 13-12. So they need to step up also for the second map.
Of course, that's a way to kick off your season with this game between Imperium and Vitality. I believe we all thought that it's gonna be one-sided to Vitality. We thought like, yeah, they're gonna have the best out of Imperium, and at the end, just like, yeah guys, thank you for the practice run, but it looks like Imperium are here and they're grabbing their notebook, having a lot of stuff been written down in the playoffs, sorry, not in the playoffs, and between the season, and they have been studying, playing, and getting ready. And of course, I don't want to make it any more longer for you guys, and now we're heading to Trav and Elfish. Take it, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. Obviously, a lot to be said in the break there, and quite a break as well. I think much necessary, to be fair, for Vitality after that last map to try and reset off the back of that one. I mean, again, we obviously have so much higher expectations for them, Trav, and we'll see whether or not that's going to be realized here for map 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is always a situation, right? I mentioned it before that if Imperium somehow found a way to win that map, Vitality would usually sweep the map 2 and 3 anyway. The fact now they haven't, recovering from that is difficult. And I understand there'll be some. I think they'll probably be taking map 1 there as a big positive, Imperium, and I think they should with how closely they fought Vitality. But it did rely on 4 clutches even. So. Yeah, that's not something that's sustainable or replicable, I feel like. So if this is not a 2-0, I will be even more surprised than I was at how good Imperium were on map 1.
Yeah, let's find out and see whether or not we're going to have another more interesting map, or if it's going to be a little bit more run-of-the-mill. To have Vitality's map pick here of sub-base as we roll in. Immediately, Horus taken down over there on the A site, kind of solo holding. Will be traded out by Snake, and there's a lot of players here in the window that are going to try and hold on to the side. It's not going to happen. Imperium are already across, and they're going to be able to plant that bomb early on in the piece. So very fast out the gates here. Imperium trying to unsettle Vitality.
Yeah, trying to cause issues. And the retake will not be comfortable in any way, shape or form. And you've got that backside control and the smoke is up here. Usually it goes in favour of Imperium in these situations, and you get exactly what happens. So they will start well on Blacklist. Damp with a couple of kills to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a byproduct of Horus kind of getting run over on that A site as the anchor so early on in the piece in that round. Your entire round, the entire plan in the round is kind of gone once that happens. So hopefully not going to be something that will be replicated, at least on the behalf of Vitality. Certainly something that Imperium would be quite happy to see happening again.
Lots of noise being made early round here, but no damage done yet, other than a tiny bit on Frapsy. Flash forward, next on slightly nervous that there could be a push in that position, but Horus is the only man here. Now he sees what's coming. Snare hopefully will be baited in, but Horus can't hold on for even one. Now Snare has a lot to do. He's still alive somehow in this round, as I see it in the kill feed and on the map, but will eventually get traded, and now Totsin needs a clutch. There is one. Is it Vitality's turn to win all the clutches in this game? He sees where Nexon is, but actually grabs the kill Nexon before Toxin hops over to the other side. So, again, Nexon is keeping up where he started today.
I was going to say it would be probably the worst player to be going up against in this series at the moment in a clutch. Nexon has been really, really on point, so no shame in losing to him. 2-0 the lead already for Imperium. They have certainly come into this series ready to rumble. And they are kind of rumbling Vitality a little bit, so more recovery going to be required. They're taking machine room. They're looking to try and work their way into lockers as well. Not much of a defense prompted here from Vitality so far.
Flash forward. Perhaps he's getting a little bit of control and a little bit of a feel there towards the position. But Slayer now realizes he's throwing util and wants to try and push. He will, but this is there as well. So, big catch. And somehow Toxin's still alive up on the rafters. Snake tries to pick to help out, but that pick does not go well. And then with Toxin 1 HP, it's a freebie. So, again, timings here aren't great for Vitality early map.
Hang on, Horus. Oh, the
Flank.
whiff. Almost a bit of scary, but he does get there in the end and brings it back to 2-on-2. Was not quite the C4 dropped, which would have been the ideal scenario for Vitality, but it still certainly throws this round into a bit of a question mark. There's a tag again onto Nexon. 2 very low HP players. Horus got to step up here and try and find that elusive clutch that Vitality have really struggled with throughout this series.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. It feels like they barely won a single one of these. Horus now going to try and push forward, but it's an immediate hold of the defuse, and that ain't going to work when there are 2 players about to swing you. So, couldn't angle his body in a safe position. 3-0 start for Imperium.
I mean, 3-0 start is not necessarily a reason to be too concerned just yet for Vitality, but if it continues in this fashion and it doesn't slow down, well, then things are going to be starting to get a bit worrisome. So, they're going to have to find themselves around shortly. But we did see that GR side be a bit more of a struggle for them over on New Compound as well. So we'll see if maybe when they get on the BL side, things are a little bit more comfy here and there. But realistically speaking, it's not been the dominant Vitality that we are used to seeing in CFWL.
Exchanges of utility. Not much else happening at the moment. Horus waiting on the stairs. Wants to play a little bit closer this time while that smoke is still up. And it works out for a 1-for-1. Snake will find Jaguar, however. Snare doing that little fallback move away from the vent. Thankfully for him, he flicks back up both. So Vitality on the board, off the mark, and Snare is the main man.
It might be a sigh of relief for them to finally have one on the board. So you can say it's not been a complete disaster in this first half, but they've still got a lot more work to do to rebuild where they've kind of let themselves down a little bit. And that'll hopefully be coming sooner rather than later, but at this stage it might be later given the slow pace that Imperium are bringing in this round. Work their way in through wood. Met with a bunch of utility, so slowed down quite substantially here, Imperium. Once again, going to be on the back foot, just having to wait things out, and a lot of map control still possessed here by Vitality.
Snake again is going to try and play a bit closer with the contact Horus behind him. A cheeky angle, which players don't necessarily check immediately, as you can see. Snake will hold on. Totson again gets caught though. Just not expect this from Vitality's players to get caught in this sort of manner.
Double kill.
Snake will make sure to answer back though, and that is incredibly clean. How fast was that? Wow. Pistol out, immediately getting 2 headshots as they fall down. And that is what Snare's all about. Vitality immediately back within 1.
Doesn't take very long, does it? Those faster plays tend to always be a facet of the Vitality game. When they are feeling it, when they are playing well, you typically do expect to see things moving pretty quickly on the Vitality side. So I don't know if we've necessarily woken that up just yet today, but at some point maybe we'll get to see it. Things are going well here on map 2. And also presuming that they move over onto that BL side as well. So at the moment, they're not really the ones that are kind of deciding where this goes. It's really up to Imperium at this stage. And they're pushing their way towards A, which is again where Horus is going to be tasked with the defense. He's kind of been solo holding A and not having a great time of it. He again will fall, and that is going to bring Vitality across, but they just don't have control of the site at the moment. Snare obviously with 1, but it's not enough to dissuade Imperium at all. Slayer on the flank here will have to prove pivotal. He checks Jaguar, gets the better of him, and actually gets a chance here at the fight against Nexlon as well. It wasn't a favorable one. He will fall. A bit of space over to Snake and Totson to try to push their way through that smoke, but it's not going to happen, and Vitality are not able to equalize.
Yeah, it was really nice to Imperium again. I mean, once they realise that Horus is kind of not a free kill. He's never been a free kill in his career, but just in that position, it's had the best of times so far on that A-bomb site. Getting caught on multiple occasions, and that's another example of it. When they cross back on the box, not expecting the contact play from Imperium to play so brash and so bold. That is what Imperium have been doing very well today to make Vitality uncomfortable.
Ooh, an attempt there from Snare. Usually very good at connecting those through the doors, but no connection this time around. Substance actually occurring until that moment where Snare connects onto Damp, so an opening pick for the first time in a while. And Vitality are going to want to use this to convert another round and start to pull this half back. Otherwise, again, I think you get the sense that this is going to be a really, really close map.
Snare in the right position. The player creeps toward him. Could be probably the easiest shot of his entire career, and this time Horus steps up. A little bit more of a spacing there for Nexon and Frapsy, and that's what catches them off guard. Vitality do well, and Horus as well. So again, close the gap to 1.
It's going to be a bit more of a Vitality-esque round, isn't it? A push straight on out. If it really worked, Imperium were waiting. Totson striking for the double. He might even need this triple to recover the round, and he gets it, of course. It will be Riz to fall. That was just one too many bodies to handle, apparently, for Imperium. It looked like it was going to be a great start, but then it turned into anything but. Now the round, quite the awkward one for them, as it relies on Nexlon, who, to be fair, is probably the guy that you would want to see in this position. But not this time around. Snake will finish it off, so Vitality get themselves up to 4.
Riz is going to force his way forward quickly here. Flash through, try and kill Totson immediately, and it works very, very well again. Just very bold with how they're going about their opening fights, Imperium. Back. So they'll respond, still with that old-fashioned AK. That makes it work.
4-on-4. Very winnable round on both sides. Territory is looking okay for Vitality here with the push out in wood from Horus. He's going to get some advance warning if Imperium decide that they want to go towards A. He hasn't spotted anything just yet, and so the majority of the forces for Vitality congregated over towards B. Transition coming through, though, for Imperium, and Horus backing up on that timing. Smoke faded. He's not comfortable there anymore. Just going to play the buddy system. Vitality doubling up on top of one another. A lot resting on the shoulders of Snare to hit this shot. Which, of course, he does, and then he ducks back out to safety. So, advantage for Vitality in this round. Snare nearly makes it 2 and will convert on his own damage there. Whips the pistol out, gets himself 3. This is a Snare round through and through. And Vitality get themselves, you'd think, the 5th of this half, so they'll have at least a lead at half-time to show for the efforts that they've put on this GR side.
Yeah, deservedly so. I think this is a better half for Vitality, obviously, but Imperium have been, again, very solid. I think keep themselves in the conversation. I do expect Vitality to streak a bit further clear now, but you never know now they're on the BL side.
They're going to go fast here, Vitality. Pretty quick into wood.
Wow, look at the damage.
Yeah, I think that will dissuade you from doing anything too quickly here. I'd imagine Vitality are not feeling too good about how this round is playing out at the moment.
Forward piece of util from Snare, and in these situations when you've been on low HP for such a long time, it's a case of what decision do you want to make. Do you want to throw a low HP player in for information, try and get an extra flash or something like this, or almost a big lineup from Nexlon, or do you want to try and take one of your healthier players to take the fight because they've got more of a chance of winning it? And there it was a bit of both in a weird way, with how they pushed him toward the control room. And they've got an afterplant in a 4v2, but the damage is so crazy. It's actually winnable for Damp and Jaguar for sure.
I mean, how much do they know how much damage they've done, though? It certainly changes the situation when you're trying to make this retake, if you know there's all this damage done, or if you're not aware. And given the fact that Damp was leading with the TRG there, I thought maybe he's not aware. Gets a couple of quick kills, but he's still got to find 2 more in 14 seconds. I don't know that it's going to happen. And it won't. Snare will finish it off, securing, again, the lead a little further for Vitality. It seems that in map 2, Vitality are going to be leading from the front rather than trailing from behind. So, a bit of catching up to be done here from Imperium. Otherwise, we will be seeing the end of this series shortly.
Early confirmed damage this time onto Snare pushing forward. Got 16 kills in the game has Snare. It was the Nexlon show on map 1. Even in a defeat, this one is a little bit different. Snare is playing like we know he can. And this baiting might mean they don't expect Snare so close. Now with the utility drawn, Jaguar will see it and fall back immediately. So that's what those shots at range are meant to do. Make them think there's a player further back rather than 2 up that close. But 5v5 is retained.
Not for long. Nexlon peeks his way forward. That's the better of Horus. Slayer also just walking his way through that smoke. Okay, Jaguar for the double. Imperium are not done yet. They're gonna, if they're gonna go down, they're gonna go down swinging, it would seem. This round not going to be too much of an issue for them. Obviously, having found themselves quite a significant advantage. It's just Totson underneath him. Ooh, will not be a problem. Totson here on for the 1v5, actually. There's low HP. We talked about that in one of the previous rounds. Vitality didn't have the HP. Imperium could not get through that round, but maybe Totson here in with a chance of showing them how it's done. 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to find a plant, and he is going to try and attempt that early on. The issue is that's going to allow time for the flank, so he's snapped in some very sharp shots here, and it's just a bit too much to ask. Another one kill there, and it might have gotten interesting, but not to be. And so Imperium get themselves a 5th.
Yeah, and I feel like over the course of the game, the Imperium lead of 3-0 in this map probably has been one of the biggest leads we've seen in the entire game. Vitality fought back to get 2-1 into their own, but again we're back to 1. Neither one of these two teams can really seem to streak clear. Riz was definitely about to be caught there, considering that they were tripping over each other a bit in that control room, and Horus in the end will punish both. Riz will eventually go down, next one taken first, Jaguar is now isolated, that's a very sharp duel 1, and even the spinner ran to find Damp as well. Wow, look how quickly the rounds can spiral. That's going to be 7-5, pretty much immediately.
Well, it's a good response as any from Vitality to losing their first round of the second half. Immediately building that advantage back up to 2 rounds. And so that'll be in the back of Imperium's minds. Vitality again taking that space so quickly. I mean, look at how fast that player is at stairs with the C4. It's Slayer. Does not take very long to get there. Keen to slow down though. Interesting that they sort of exit wood, right? Like they had wood, they exit wood, and now they've been punished for it. Imperium re-aggressing and taking that space and kind of catching Vitality off guard. There's a nice entry from Horus. C4 can actually make its way into A, and meanwhile there's a flank from Totson over towards B. So a lot of layers in this round for Imperium to navigate.
Good kill from Jaguar. Totson caught without really having a chance. Now the retake is on. 2v4. Bomb planted A. It's an opportunity to stretch their lead to 3, but Horus needs to go crazy and he's hard cleared. No threat there whatsoever. Slayer was trying to peek up with him to play off his contact, but the first kill came quicker than he was ready for. So again, the gap is 1. Again, Vitality just can't get away.
Not yet. But still maintaining the lead, and I suppose that's the important factor. Because as long as they keep themselves in the lead, inevitably they will win this map, they will win this series 2-0. It's the point at which Imperium are able to find a couple in a row here that might start to concern Vitality, and that could be this round, a 2-for-1. So far, Imperium holding on to the player advantage in this round, and 3 on the board for Vitality. Need to get it done with 1:50 on the clock. I mean, they've got time, definitely, and Snare's got quite a bit of space here, but he needs to find a duel, and he needs to win that duel. Actually, Totson that does get sent forward, crosses onto the site, and he had the C4 as well, so he'll be able to plant.
How do they not give up a kill? That's the awkward part, because they know in a 3v4 they're going to be wandering around a little bit, trying to make something happen. Look where Snake is. He's obviously in a very weird position.
Oh, he's
late
going to get
into the
something
round.
done.
And it could be 2. Oh my goodness, it wasn't even almost 1 there for a moment. But it distracts him quite a lot. That sets up Snare, and Totson holds the line on the spray down. Shows you what the out position can do. That was really, really nice. And sure, it was at a disadvantage. They took losses to get that positioning, but it paid off.
Yeah, once again, Imperium can't manage to find a way to snag a couple in a row, and that's been their big problem. Trade should come through here for Vitality, and hasn't. Horus is going to go down the middle again. I mean, we just continue, by the looks of things, to trade 1-for-1. This should surely be another Imperium round. I don't know. It means 3 not going to happen. So let's see if Vitality will claim yet another, as has typically been the case. 1-1-1-1-1-1, and it would be now Vitality's turn to pick a round up and put us onto map point, also series point.
We'll see if the pattern continues. If the pattern does continue, Vitality win this round and keep their gap at 2 again. Just at finger's length in this game. Jaguar's gonna hold. Snake will get taken down. Frapsy seen by Snare, though that's a far shot. And this extra battle for doors is something that Vitality wants to fight for. They're trying to force their way through. Imperium continue to keep holding on, and Snare, I mean, they might have lost Riz in the end to Slayer, but you know, he's low. Ooh, it's going to be a nice catch for Damp, and that is the big one. Snare is very capable of winning these clutches even when he's this low, but he's going to have to find it to prevent an even game again.
I don't know how easy that's going to be. He's going to have to be pristine with these shots. The one benefit is that his opponents are isolated at the moment. If they make a mistake, he might be able to capitalize on it. Flash is going to go through, doesn't really dissuade him, and there's the connection, and he's got to be aware. Surely Jaguar coming from behind. The time certainly still there for Jaguar. And so Imperium have finally found that equalizing round that they have been hunting for all half long. Where it gets interesting, because this could be once again another OT, and Imperium could do to Vitality what was done to them on the first map. Get a little bit of revenge. See if Vitality's gonna let that happen.
Hard to know. Hard to know. Vitality have been very unpredictable today. They show up when they need to in some of those site holds, and they're on the when they've been on A a couple of times. But again, just many examples in this series of Vitality just struggling to get clean openings, and when they try and fight for positions, Imperium usually and invariably come out on top. They always seem to get an opening, whether it's a 2-for-1 or it's just a 1. It's actually pretty insane. And, they'll be delighted that that's how they've been playing, but that is an insane entry from Slayer. That was not textbook, put it that way.
No, Nexlon is going to try and recover it, but he has to be careful fighting on his own like that. Getting a bit of help from Rizd, and double kill from Rizd. Hang on, this might still fall apart for Vitality. It could be Imperium that are on a map point after this. It's down to 2, and the C4 is recovered, but cost of Snare's life. Slayer's going to fall as well. Rizd has come up with a huge round, 4 kills in it, and Vitality are staring down the barrel of defeat on map 2.
It makes zero sense, really. I can't lie. I mean, you can see the look on Damp's face right now. I mean, he's even a little bit surprised, it feels like. They were just out of the game. It was Vitality keeping them at arm's length the entirety of the second half. Every single time that Imperium got within 1, they made it 2. And now, it's felt so comfortable for so long that they didn't even use a timeout earlier. So they're having to use it at the very last gasp here to keep themselves up on sub base. We said that Imperium have a pretty good sub base. Penguin said it. But yeah, I didn't think once Vitality got themselves into a bit more of an assertive position that they would actually see success for Imperium again. And guess what? It is happening again.
Yeah, I think this will be, again, a little bit of a surprise for Team Vitality. But, you know, if you want to be the top team in the league, you're going to have to do something about it. right? I mean, there's a reason we hold them in high regard, and I suppose this is the time to find out. Seconds for Stray to impart some kind of wisdom, and I mean, they were pretty good off the back of the timeout on New Compound, but
this
is a bit more of a recovery again required, which is just, it's so surprising. It's been so lackadaisical really from Vitality. Got to give credit, of course, to Imperium. They have played a good game of Crossfire today. I mean, I think I don't know almost what's worse, going down and losing these two maps in close fashion, or winning this second map and thinking, man, we could have 2-0'd Vitality today if we would have won map 1, which we had every opportunity to do.
I actually think that is worse, low-key. Like, as you say, like, the first map was so damn close, which they had multiple opportunities to win. The fact that they could be thinking themselves that it could have been a 2-0 is actually insane. We never thought that would be a reality. But as I said, like, you know, Imperium have been winning all the clutches, the close rounds. I mean, there's been a couple that Vitality have obviously won in the second half, where they've gotten control of the A-bomb site, and it's been all fine and dandy, but yeah. Pace as well. I'm going to try and change it up a little bit, and you know what? Oh, I'm going to say if Snare hits that shot, he's going to feel fine, but look at the damage that's come through already. This is the speediest end to this map, possibly. That nade won't do anything yet, because they're delaying their push onto the site. Snare is literally 1 HP from his fight that he won indoors. And Snake is not exactly healthy either. That's why Nexon and Jaguar are playing super aggressive. Great tag from Snare, even though he's 1 HP though, and somehow he finds one more kill. No. How do Vitality do it? Every single time they're up against it, whether it's health, whether it's numbers, whatever number you look at, players alive, HP, they find a way.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Look at Damp.
Yeah,
he was one.
They were basically dead. They were basically dead. I don't know how they've managed to swindle that one. I mean, look, again, it's just Vitality, really, isn't it? That's all you've got to say. But, my goodness, that was a little bit scary for Vitality. Still, you know, again, do we have to have that conversation around the fact that if this team gets into the overtime, you know, and staves off that map win, is it now over for Imperium? Have they kind of dropped that one opportunity that had been given to them by Vitality, right? You don't get that opportunity every time. But it would seem as though they've dropped it again, and, well, they need to recover from it one more time, but I'm not sure how easy that is going to be necessarily.
Well, I'll have to see if they can reset again in overtime. They've got a second shot at it. But yeah, all these map points going and begging is actually incredible. Hopefully your players get back in the server quickly. Obviously a little bit of a reset when you get to overtime. Wouldn't take too long. Still got 2 more series to come after this, obviously.
Yeah.
We get to see TEC for the first time as an org. Not as a team, but as an org in CFWL.
Yeah, again, I mean, another team that I think had a pretty good opening season to the year, and we'll be looking to try to jump into some of the EWC and CFS events if they can. Certainly will be a contender to make it to those events. It's a good pick up as far as an organization is concerned.
And here we go. Another attempt at overtime for Imperium. And for Vitality. Immediate fight, a very aggressive fight. Straight through doors without any hesitation. And they've won that a couple of times with Imperium, so they're going back to what has been Old Faithful as such. Toxin will get one back pretty impressively. When Damp has that line, Snare is not going to get anything done. And perhaps he will find Toxin 2 on the quick trade. So the speed really working out there. And Imperium, again, no holds barred once they get Vitality this close.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bit of a change-up, obviously, from map 1, where Vitality were able to win that opening round of the OT. So Vitality on the back foot, and on the back foot again, as Snare will drop that opening duel against Damp. It's going to be a little bit concerning for Vitality if they go down 2 rounds here in the overtime. Of course, 5v4 is not unwinnable.
Again, the push forward. Toxin jiggling with it. Bye-bye. See you next round. Next round, they're being left in the map for Vitality. They're all over them. Beautiful fade away tap from Riz. And this one is done, and it couldn't have been more simple. So this time, there's a 2-round gap for Imperium in an overtime. Before, it was only the 1-1-1 back and forth. And it was a 2-1 half. If they get all 3, that could really be a possible comeback for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a few in a row here to restore some faith for Vitality, that's for sure. Big setup over towards the B side, just waiting for Jaguar to get into position here. Got the 2 defenders, Toxin. Maybe getting that early info. Slayer's been spotted out as well. The pre-fire is good. Snake's good as well for the trade, but Jaguar somehow gets 2. He is doing so much work here for Imperium. And I have to say, Trav, I'm kind of getting the sentiment that this is going to be heading to a map 3.
So, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why do these teams just not play well in the first game of the season? I know there is logical reasons to it. I understand there are explanations as to why this is the case, but I don't understand why Vitality can't activate. They're in a comfortable position. It was 8-7. It was, I believe, 7-5 as well. We know that Imperium caused teams issues on their map, but Stray, you need to stop yawning, mate. You need to get your team activated, get your team pumped up. It might be a later night for you than you're hoping for.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is for him, wherever he is. But yeah, like, I mean, obviously early days in the season, but this is, by the way, the team that got... Did Imperium get 1 map win or 2 map wins last season? Let me have a quick look here. Imperium got 1 map win in the last season. Yeah, they had 1 map win, and Vitality won the entire season. They only dropped 2 maps in the regular season. Obviously, they got knocked down to the lower bracket in playoffs, but they went on to win the grand final 3-1 against Nemesis. So you've got the top team in the league against the bottom team in the league that didn't even like instantly re-qualify. They had to play to re-qualify to get back into this stage. And the game is as competitive as it is really, really surprising. You have to understand why we're so sort of incredulous at this result at the moment.
It's that stat that I think really hits home. The fact it's 1 map. And they could have won both these maps. They haven't won either yet, but they could have just 2-0'd Vitality, which is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they're going to at least get themselves a map here. Saving off 3 map points seems like a pretty tough ask here as Vitality. They've just not looked confident enough on subbase to me to sort of say that that's going to happen. I mean, that obviously, I guess in the end, actually have to save off 4, because realistically, Imperium are going to get 4 opportunities here. So 4 rounds in a row is what Imperium have to drop for Vitality to close this series out 2-0, and that just seems like it's a little bit of a bridge too far for me at the moment.
Under a bit of pressure. It has to happen now for Vitality to have any answer back. Snake and Horus will make it happen for now. And team up. That one's a little bit more comfortable in terms of how their spacing is. There's going to be no way back in for Riz, Nexon or Jaguar here. It's a nice tap. Not the first shot from Nexon we've seen over the course of the day, where he looks that clean. But yeah, this one's pretty much done. But now it's a little double digits at least, that's good.
Well, not without a bit of effort in finding that last kill, but get there in the end. So 3 more for Vitality, 1 more for Imperium. Still quite the job to do on either side, I think it's fair to say. Another A hit maybe brewing here for Vitality. Just waiting to see if they're going to get any aggression out of Imperium so far. In middle, nothing to be seen.
I wouldn't be surprised if they run it back, low-key. Like, just a different timing, different variation on when they go for it. I think that's one of the safer moves you can make to at least assume site control in a plant. That's what's worked for them multiple times in this one already. Are we... Go on.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem like they're going to run it back. It seems like they're just trying to probe towards B a little bit. Now having a little bit of a look towards A. I think the B hit's probably a better shout at this stage, just because you've got Riz a little bit more concerned about what's happening towards the A side of the map rather than B. I mean, Totten and Snake are doing a pretty good job of faking out towards B, keeping those players honest. Now the rotation coming through, and Vitality, I mean, what has happened? They just look like a completely different team. They are absolutely rolling over Imperial now. They're going to get themselves another plant, and more than likely another round here to bring that gap back to 1. Imperium are just going to be saying to themselves, guys, all it takes is 1. Now we're down to 2 chances. We had 4, we've still got 2 chances. All we need is 1. But these last 2 rounds have looked sublime for Vitality.
Who's put a bet on for double golden round then? I want to know.
Yeah. I wish it was me.
Oh dear. What can you say? Let's see if Vitality can actually get it back there again. Imperium, this is the most chances they've had to close a map in a row in the entire series. So there's always been this odd round here and there. It was 9-8 on map 1, and I think they got a 12-11-2 before Vitality pulled it back. This one was 12-9, so 12-9, 12-10. This one 12-11, and they're going to have 1 more in the golden round if they lose it. 4 in a row. If you can't win when you've been given those opportunities, then maybe it was never meant to be, even though you've played so well against the best team in the league. When, as you rightly pointed out, they only won 1 map in the entirety of Season 1 this year, which is just ridiculous. Let's see.
I mean, especially considering they had a couple of map points on that first map as well, and they let that slip as well, so if we would count up all of the map points over the course of this series, I think Imperium have certainly had their fair share of them, more than Vitality have had, and yet they have not taken advantage of them, which is going to be the concern. So far, so good for Vitality in yet another round. They've got it down to a player advantage with a significant health advantage as well. Snare, not about to give that up. Headshot onto Jaguar. Frapsy walks right into the crosshair of Horus. And like I said, it just feels like a completely different team now. So Vitality are on the warpath, and they are really looking to close this series out. They need one more round. I mean, what a painful one it would be to lose right here, but still possible. For both of these two teams, Imperium, it would be painful because they've had all the opportunities to get it done. And for Vitality, because they've worked hard to pull it back. And they might just pull it back with that opener from Snake. They've got to check the Raptors' position. They haven't, but the trade still comes through. Nexlon down at the hands of Horus. Jaguar under pressure in the vents. He gets himself one. Slayer wants that frag. He gets it. A player advantage. For how long? Vitality got to slow things down. They've got the wrap in. They didn't need to push. It's Snake that was the X factor that couldn't come into play just yet. Imperium, 2-on-2.
This is the closest they've been by quite a long way in these last 4 rounds. They've actually got it into a 2v2. Vitality have just absolutely swept them in the previous 3. And Snake, obviously, you can tell how nervous he is pushing down to the site and wants to get control before he takes a proper fight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Frapsy will go down, and it looks like Vitality, unless Damp can do something crazy, may have found a way. Let's see, 1v2, it's still very doable. Seen many a round like this go awry, but it's Snake and Slayer together. There's the information, and there's the pick. Okay, it's all down to this. Snake behind the box, Damp pushing forward. He knows where he's pushing from. He's going to go for the straight-up hold. He's going to go for the hold, but no. He picks up at exactly the right time. And of course, Vitality, you wouldn't have it any other way, would you? They win both bloody maps in the start of Season 2 in 2026 in a golden round, and in such crazy fashion in that final round as well. I hope that we get an explanation from Penguin, like what the bloody hell did they do to switch that around? I know the mentality changes, I get it, like they had nothing to lose and Imperium have everything to lose, but it's like, are they just testing themselves for fun, for shits and giggles? I think that's what they're doing.
I really don't know, to be honest, Trav. I mean, you say you wouldn't have it any other way. I think I certainly would have it another way, and I think Vitality might have it another way as well. But that's enough from us. We will hand it back over to the analyst desk to have a bit of a chat about that before we get back into our second series.
Thank you guys for this amazing performance, and as always, Crossfire find a way to surprise us. 2 games goes to golden round, 2 games goes to the full distance, and you see how Vitality been close to lose. Like, I wouldn't say this game, I would say this one, the previous one, and I don't know like how they can pull it off, but they found a way to win this game, to win the 2 sets, and to win sub-base versus Imperium. And man, I would say Imperium, you pulled off a show. You guys should be proud of yourself, and I can't wait Imperium playing in the next game. Like, I know that's not Vitality's full potential, like full gas on and trying to do something, but man, Imperium looked pretty good. And Penguin, for you, like, man, break it down to me. I just can't.
Well, as we mentioned, how Vitality is playing the maps, it's quite obvious. If you watch Vitality, you know that they will struggle on every Blacklist map. Blacklist side, their global side is quite basic. They are doing what's needed. Everybody who's holding the side is just to get the kills. We've seen a very slow start coming out from them. It was 4-1 in favor of Imperium. Then they started playing a bit aggressive. We started seeing Snake playing to play a bit aggressive and also trying to get some picks, and he was successful. And then they made it 4-4 and then 5-4. Actually, they got 4 rounds in a row, flipping the half and winning 5-4 on global side on sub base. That should be map done and dusted for Vitality. However, we mentioned that they struggled on the Blacklist side on new compound. The same occurred and happened. Now they struggled so hard on the Blacklist side when they switched. We've seen the A side pushes for them was so shaky. We've seen Horus like trying to go multiple angles, and there is no cover coming from them. The trades were not going well in favor of Vitality, so that's why they kind of struggled on the Blacklist side. However, if you look at the Imperium, they play very good. They play consistent, by the way, on all the map. But every time when it comes to let's say the closing the map or closing map points for them, because it was 9-7 I believe for them, and it went 9-9. It went overtime. They took
True.
3 rounds on the Blacklist side, and then when Vitality went on the Blacklist side, they won 4 in a row. So they are struggling on closing round. They are always in a hurry. They're always just trying to close the game by an individual gameplay. I mean individual highlight, because we've seen Jaguar playing aggressive
course.
from the quad boxes. He started pushing from the quad boxes 2 times, trying to finish the game, but he couldn't. That's not the way you play versus Vitality. So what made it very close is that Vitality Blacklist side is just a complete disaster in my opinion.
It truly does feel a bit off from Vitality, and also it felt like Imperium. Okay, I will just say it like that. Like, I was checking the cams after they got to round number 12. I saw some smiles. I know, yeah, those guys are out of their focus. They're not gonna give it 100% in the upcoming round, and it felt like that. After that, they just lost back-to-back rounds, and it felt like, guys, you need to just find a way to close this game. But let's just like stop talking about Imperium and talk more about, of course, Team Vitality with I would say shaky performance, but at the same time they did the job done. They got the 2-0 and they're going back home with the win.
Well, it's not only, I mean, because Trav was mentioning what happened, what made Vitality go back like this. It's kind of Imperium, they slowed down their pace. We've seen Imperium, they slowed down their pace a bit, because it was like, okay guys, we need 1 round, let's not do any mistakes. But if you play like this versus Vitality, and I mentioned this before even starting the series, I said that if Imperium just leave everything to Vitality and just to play passive, trying not to take the fight, try to play behind the defensive lines, definitely Vitality gonna be punishing them. And we've seen the complete opposite for in the regular game, where it was global aside. We've seen them trying to go for picks, Risk doing mind games in events, for example, and we've seen also Frabzy pushing multiple times from his side. Yes, it worked 1-2 times, but failed other 2 times. At least it worked. At least he was doing something for his teammate. But when it came to 12-9, I don't think Vitality is like testing themselves or anything. They are doing their best because they are struggling so hard playing these rounds versus them. And this was one of the rounds that, how did Vitality win this round? They were both 1 HP, but still, Imperium, they were so in a hurry. Like, you know that the 2 players are 1 HP. You just let them plant, let 10-15 seconds of the clock just run, doing nothing. Vitality players will start doing mistakes 100%. Why? Because they need to play aggressive. If they plant the C4 and they are both 1 HP and nothing happened for 10 seconds, everything is going to be going in their minds now. Okay, they might be going from woods. Oh, they might be they might be splitting. They might be coming 2 from vents. They might be coming 2 from A top. So at this moment, one of them will do a mistake, and then you, at this moment, you punish. But this experience is nowhere to be found on Imperium. They were so in a hurry. Okay, they're both low HP, low, let's push it down, and everybody push it down, and suddenly they just got destroyed and struggled versus them. 2 players very low HP, and she's just clutched it around.
Of course, they actually clutched around, and we saw the players putting effort, sweat in the game, trying to find a way to break it even from Vitality or Imperium to close the game, and all of that went, I won't say went to a waste from Imperium, but at this point I would say that they are starting to have something to be pointed at. Like, Imperium won't be like that underdog team that you know that they're just gonna lose the games. You will see them compete in the upcoming stages, in the upcoming weeks, versus tough opponents. And after what they did versus Vitality, like, everyone is watching and eyes are on Imperium after this game, even though the winner is Vitality. But like, the team that did the most efficient work in the preseason, the team that we'll have our eyes on will be Imperium. Yeah, Vitality is the top dog. Vitality, you can't like defeat Vitality, snatch that title out of them, but at least competing against them is pretty big for Imperium, and as we can see here on the screen, you'll see like the shuffling between rounds between those teams. You take some, I take some, and it just went south at the end. From Imperium losing 4 rounds to lose the entire game was quite a shocker for them, and at 21 rounds, or like I would say, I don't know, at 47 rounds through the day, they were just tired.
Yeah, Vitality going back to back golden rounds. It's an experience for Imperium. If you look at the bright side, it's an experience for Imperium. It's a good experience for Imperium. Going with Vitality, 2 games back to back golden rounds. That means that only 2 rounds could have made you a set winner versus Vitality. However, the experience closed it, and I explained how the experience played a vital role, especially going into the overtime. In this map in Sub Bay, where 2 players from Vitality were very low HP. However, Imperium, definitely they will be like trying to adapt and improve next games, and that's what we need. That's what we need to see from them, and that's what they proved for us.
And of course, they proved the point, and they got it from Imperium. They will take the experience, they will take the time, they will take the effort that they put into the game, and start focusing on their next game. I believe it won't be easy, but you would expect them to have some really good results after what happened today. Like I believe their next game will be versus 3BL Galaxy, which they actually had quite a few roster changes, so that's something will be interesting between both teams. But for now, Imperium Vitality, 2-0 for Vitality, and now we need to set the base for Vitality, and we need to close the circus for Vitality. Like, we're always gonna say that early season Vitality, it's always a circus.
In regular season, phase 1, especially talking about phase 1, yes, it's a regular circus, but this is not a circus from Vitality. This is Vitality's performance today. I mean, yes, it's not the Vitality performance that we used to see, but I'm saying today, that's their performance. Maybe if they play tomorrow, they will be better, but because if it was an off map, okay, I would say that new compound 13 to 12, sub-base 10 to 5, 10 to 6 for Vitality. Let's go. That was an off map for them. But now, that's an off day for Vitality, because the blacklist side from Vitality is a complete disaster, in my opinion, because we haven't seen anything creative for them, and definitely you don't need to do any new strategies versus Imperium, especially that Imperium was 8th place in last season. However, sometimes you need to be creative in map, on the floor. Well, like, it's not a thing that you practiced before. It's a thing that comes in your mind while you're playing the game. We haven't seen this, so Vitality, they will improve by time. They will just get back to the game. Maybe the guys were just resting a bit, but that's not the case for today. They won their games. They were going to be looking into the replay, and they're going to be improving. And of course, Snare, this guy is our match MVP, and we're going to be having him soon on the interview.
Yeah, of course, this is Snare, the match MVP, and of course, we always say if int broke, don't fix it. But this time, I would say, like, yeah, it's kinda broke, so you need to have a little bit of plumbing. Like, you need to change some stuff for Vitality, but it did the job done for this day. So we'll just close this chapter and move forward with the other games that we have. Imperium, that was a huge lesson for us to stay focused, stay ready, and put 100% of our potential, like what we can show, of course, in the regular season, since you need to handle a lot of strats and for the playoffs, for the finals, to make sure that you can keep doing the same stuff. So I believe that's it for Vitality and Imperium for today, and of course it was 2-0, 2 golden rounds, and I believe that we are gonna see one of the really important games for here today. We have, of course, Team Titan playing versus Swamp Gaming, the second game of the night, And yeah, that's gonna be a little bit interesting. What do you think about that, Penguin?
Well, I want to see Titan in the reformed way. The guys didn't change any roster, but they changed the organization, and I'm pretty sure they changed a lot of things. I have also my insights that they changed their play style, and I've seen some plays for them that they changed it the way how to play. So I'm really excited to see such gameplays from coming out from them.
Of course, that's something we would love to watch, but I believe we will head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this? The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. The diving in. It's pretty low. Got that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. We just witnessed a banger of a series between Imperium and Team Vitality, and now we are heading to the second game of tonight, and of course we have Titan playing versus Swamp Gaming, and those two teams, they have a lot of history between each other, but it's always Titan, of course, like formerly known as LCK, always been like the team that always run the place in those kind of games or series. What do you think, Penguin?
Well, of course, LCK or formerly LCK, because they usually met as an LCK. Titan, they usually have the upper hand versus Swamp Gaming, and Swamp Gaming is, let's say that they have brotherhood with Imperium, that they are both struggling on the West League. Yes, they destroy the open leagues, they deny any of the other teams of joining into the West League or going into the West League and staying in the West League for themselves. So this is also a good sign for them. However, I believe that there is a small change that happened in Swamp Gaming. I think that Imagine is now playing instead of LSN, which is kind of question marks for me. I'm not sure if this is confirmed. We're going to be seeing soon the lineup that's going to start. But yes, definitely. Titan, they have the upper hand, and they are always reforming. I've heard that this changed their play style. They are kind of working with their coach because they are so upset of what happened last season. And we've seen Flex talking that he normally didn't struggle. He normally didn't struggle versus weaker teams than him. But he started struggling, so he started doing extra work and he started doing extra effort. And he promised next season that big news coming, which is Titan Esports acquiring them. And he said that complete change in the gameplay, more aggressive gameplay, or maybe more a good sightseeing gameplay, because for you would love to see them going in, killing everybody, because that's how LCK used to play, going as 5 and killing.
Of course, LCK been known about that, and here we will head to the roster changes, and of course Titan Esports, they didn't change the roster, they changed the org, so the core 5 players will be sitting ready for the series, and we'll head to Swamp Gaming, which I believe also they didn't have a lot of changes. Of course, you'll see the guys in the camera here from Titan Esports. Spox is just like, hey guys, look at me, I'm on the camera. I'm just kidding. And like, yeah, they're getting ready for the games, hearing the coach and paying attention to each and every word that he's saying.
Yeah, also Kiko. I like Kiko. I want to see this guy. This guy is just Like, I feel sorry from him. I believe that everybody's like saying, oh, Titan Esports, once they acquired Kiku from Nemesis, they start falling. Kiku doesn't fit for them. No, it was a complete downfall for the whole team. Lion Claw was not performing at his best. Flex was not doing his thing. Spoxy was only holding himself at the best, and also sometimes we've seen him falling hard. Zane was not in a good shape. He was performing better than his teammate, yes, but he's not the Zane that we used to see. So it was a complete downfall for the team. So how we want to be judging Kiko in such a downfall? You would judge Kiko if the team is, all of them are performing and he's down performing every single game. That's how much Kiko. So now we want to see how Kiko's gonna be improving. At least this is the second season, so there's no excuses for him.
Yeah, and of course it's all on Kiku, just kidding. And here you'll see the changes that I believe they just changed the core when it comes to substitute. We have 2 new players, and hopefully we can see some of them in action, since it felt like Swamp Gaming, that's one of the teams that was pretty close into staying in the top 6, going to playoffs, but they barely lost their spot. And now on season 2 we should be waiting to see something, and of course here we will see if they actually changed some of the starting order. It looks like they might have done that.
Yeah, it's Imagine is instead of LSN. That's not LSN, that's Imagine who's starting. I mentioned that Imagine is going to be starting. I knew that Imagine is going to be starting, but I wanted the confirmation, and here's a confirmation. This guy's sitting here, and he's hyped up to start. I feel sorry for LSN. I don't know what's the consequences. Maybe he has things to do. Maybe he's not only playing this game. Maybe he's not going to be playing this season. I don't know. The inner talks that happened in Strong Gaming, but I know for a good fact that I played with Imagine when I was 20 years old. That's 10 years before now. I played versus this guy. So you're talking about a guy who has maybe double of my experience. He's playing Crossfire since 2010, I believe. He started with Sims, by the way. He played with Steam for a while. He played with Zotic for a while. He played with Skies for a while, because Skies started with Goz in the North American server. So it's all sips and talks about how good was this guy when he was on his peak. Now, I don't know. I would love to see this guy. I want to see this guy. He was a monster when he used to play on the North American server, especially at his peak when Famous was playing good, Zotic was playing good, Guys was playing good, and everybody was just hyping up and playing together.
Of course, he's one of the veterans that's coming back to CFWL, like of course playing on high ping, going through all the circumstances. It won't be an easy task for them, and of course seeing those changes, it gives you the nostalgia, the feeling like, yeah, it's not only Uncle Famous here, we have a lot of unks in CFWL, and that makes it even more fun. Like that brings the old days home. And now we're watching those teams getting ready for the games. I would be waiting for the map veto, the picks, the bans, and what comes in between. Like, it feels like you're playing a game of chess. You open some, you close some, and you're trying to use your advantages right, since phase 1 is pretty important to all teams, since that's the place to collect points to make sure that you step foot in the elite group and secure your place in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, and we've seen a very good start for Titan Esports last season, formerly LCK. They had 6-1. Yeah, 6-1 on the first phase. They only lost to Vitality, and it was a game that if they played this game maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 times again, they would have won it, because I remember it was also it was the same like Vitality today. It was 12-9 in New Mexico for Titan Esports, and yet Vitality just flipped it 13-12. It was 9-6 in Black Widow. Vitality came back 9-9 and win the overtime in Black Widow. So it was a disaster for them. But talking about the V2, we've seen Swamp Gaming picking Black Widow last time they played versus Titan, and we've seen Titan usually they pick Eagle Eye, and we've seen it also on the playoffs. They picked Eagle Eye even though they lost it versus Anubis, they lost it versus 3BL twice, but yet they keep picking Eagle Eye, and now we're gonna see what changes they made, because they normally banned new compound. I would love to see, because even if you look at Titan is what's the bans. They banned Ankara and they banned Subbase. Sorry, I was talking about they always ban Subbase. So now they need to play Subbase. They need to play, because the V2 without Subbase is just so biased around the enemy team. And the other hand, Swamp Gaming, they usually ban any new map. New Mexico, new Subbase, New Mexico, new compound. If you put new Subbase, they're gonna ban it. If you put new Black Widow, they're gonna ban it. You just play.
Yeah,
ban the
we
new
need
map.
to
Why?
change a little bit in Subbase.
Yeah, there might be a big change coming out to Subbase. If it went to new Subbase, that's a whole different map. But why is Swamp Gaming are banning the new maps? Because you're talking about Kai's. He's playing since 2010. The casual Mexico, the casual compound. So why to play the new Mexico and the new compound? Imagine as well just step in. Jin has the same amount of experience, but in EU.
True.
Also maybe have double of them. And looking at all of the players, of course they hate the new maps. They want to play the basic maps that they understand how to play versus them.
It's always the classic maps, the things that we grow up playing, watching, and enjoying. That what hits the most, and that's where we grow up. So I believe that those guys just wanna make sure that they get their muscle memory working. Since like you can have a lot of it in the older maps, and the newer ones you'll need to practice it a lot of time, and I believe that's not what's they're approaching in this game, or like at least currently. So we'll be looking for the more casual maps for them. And speaking of Subbase, been always one of Team Titan's good
map.
suit, I would say. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, one of their best maps at some point before Vitality just took this crown and put them on their head. So on team like Titan, after what happened on season 1, they need to just roll the tape back, change everything, and get this title run, or at least be the runner-up. That's the only thing that can help them, or like make them use it, or like help them in, of course, international stages.
Well, yeah, and good to mention also, because I forgot to mention this point to Trav and Elfish, because yeah, the guys were asking or talking about the last series, how Vitality is just throwing these rounds. This was the first official game for Vitality after the new meta shift, because the meta now shifts and completely changed. How the meta shifts? That there is no killer cam. We used in Crossfire for 12 competitive years to have a killer cam. Well, that means that when you die, you have a 3 seconds of a killer cam that you see who killed you, where and what is he doing. Now you die instantly, you go to your teammate. So there is no killer cam. And who was the best in grabbing the information? It was Vitality. They usually, sometimes they sacrifice one body to spot the killer cam on one angle in order for them to act on the other angle. What I mean by that, that if you die, for example, in new compound on A main, and you still have a killer cam that they crossed into mid, so instantly Vitality, what they're gonna be doing, they're gonna be rotating instantly. Same for the enemy team as well. So now there is no killer cam. So it's a complete new meta, just like the smokes shift that happened last year, I believe. And the maps shift that happened last year as well. So now Vitality, they are trying to adapt for this meta before going on the international stage, because usually on the international stage, by the way, since maybe 10 years before, it had no killer cam. Like I played for my my West League, I had a killer cam in my West League, in my region. I go in the international stage, I have no killer cam. So it's a completely different gameplay. I play a game here, I play a game there, another game there. So now they're both aligned. So it's a good, well, practice for them. And that's why we've seen Vitality struggling. Probably when they go on the international stage as well, with no killer cam, they struggle because of that. But now they have time to improve. Not only Vitality, but I'm talking to Vitality, Nemesis, and Untitled. That's 4 teams that they have chances of going into the EWC and the CFS.
And of course that will help them a lot into reaching now their peak in international stages. We have seen them perform a lot back in the years, doing some really wonderful runs back in the summer of 2024, and otherwise we've seen multiple teams compete from, of course, our region. So now CFWL will be part of the, I would say, the things that you see locally, you're gonna have it internationally, which is gonna
Finally,
be
yeah.
pretty important. Yeah, exactly, finally, which is the most important thing on practicing. And here you'll see the guys are just chilling, but I believe that's the time to see the map Vito.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, the map Vito is going to be quite exciting. I would love to see. Oh, okay, this is so new. Titan Esports, the pick Eagle Eye. Tell me how many times you've seen this. Probably 15 times right now. And Swamp Gaming also picked Black Widow. It's the same maps that we've seen. Last time they faced each other on phase 1. But it's flipped, like we started with Black Widow and then ended with Eagle Eye. Now we are starting with Eagle Eye and we're gonna be ending on Black Widow or Ankara, which is gonna be the decider. So it's completely same map V2 for both teams.
It feels like we're rolling the tape again and we're just playing this same old thing. Are we back in season 1? Those teams, we have just like changes in logos, maybe body cams, t-shirts. Like back in the days we were still in the winter, but now we know we need to wear like normal t-shirts or stuff. So that might, okay, actually that might be a huge difference, like since when you play with long sleeves or something like that, that might just trap you or like make you uncomfortable. But also at the same time it adds some weight, like those few grams might matter, like trust me, those few grams on your sleeve might matter. But of course I'm totally serious in this point. So now we're back in the summer, we're back into the action. We'll have Swamp Gaming play versus, of course, team Titan Esports for their first game in Crossfire West League Season 2. Of course, if you just joined the stream, Game 1 we went full distant in both maps, overtime, and like yeah, we had full show 50 rounds of Crossfire, and I believe right now we're getting ready to set foot in the game number 2. So Penguin, any last words?
Well, I would love to see a good matchups coming out from Swamp Gaming, just the same as we've seen from Imperium.
That's the go-to, and of course that's what we all wish for. So I believe that Elfish and Traven are ready, so we'll head to them and go to game number 2 of our evening. Oh, night.
Thank you, guys. Well, evening, night, doesn't really matter. As far as I'm concerned, it's actually the morning. But hey, we are here for match number 2 of the day. Titan and Swamp, and we'll have to see how things do pan out. I don't know if I'm envisioning quite as close of an affair as what we saw in that first matchup. Trav, obviously, that one kind of blew us away. Actually, what I thought when I saw the matches for today was like, oh, that's going to be 3 one-sided matches, right? We've got the top 3 teams basically playing some of the weaker teams in the league. There should be 3 pretty cut and dry matches. We didn't get that for our first series. Now it's kind of up to Titan to ensure that that will come back to a bit more normalcy for today in terms of having a decent matchup here against Swamp. But Swamp is one of those kind of plucky teams that seems to find themselves a good map or 2 here and there every now and then. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and maybe the thing that Penguin mentioned, the death cam, maybe that's a massive leveler for this season, right? I mean, we don't know. It's only one game that Vitality may have been able to scrape through, but that's really good information to figure out exactly maybe why we're seeing some messy games with some of the favourites. We'll have to see if the same thing comes through here for TEC. But yeah, I think that's really interesting that they obviously don't have the kill cam anymore to get the information post-death for a couple of seconds. That's obviously a big factor for teams who've been used to that playing for over a decade in Crossfire. So yeah, that's going to be very curious to see how that works out long term. Let's see if TC can do what they usually tend to do in these sort of games, and that is win on Eagle Eye. They pick it like it's their bread and butter.
Yeah, Josh immediately on the entry. Find ourselves a couple of openers there for Swamp. Imagine the new kid on the block, so to speak, the new player in the team, finding some success there as well. But Flex under a bit of pressure here. don't know if he's aware of Jin coming to try to find that trade. Seems like he is trying to get out of dodge, but cannot manage to survive. And so down to just Zane and Spoxy to try and recover this round.
Yeah, not going to be easy. And they got these sort of crossfires to work their way by, but I thought they might be checking awesome in the corner. They don't. But now it's a 1v1. Spoxy, unfortunately for him, though, he's in a clutch king in CFWL, and always something we mentioned. 4 HP, no hesitation, never imagine. Just goes straight into it. And yeah, cool to see him playing again. Obviously, been spoken a bit about on desk with Penguin and Sekio, talking about how he's been around for a very, very long time. See him playing again with some of the boys. Obviously, all that experience could very much come into play today. You never know. Already, he's technically won a clutch in round number 1.
Yeah, it's a good start. Can't really be too mad about that. Same position as last round, and this time a different result. Gets himself the double kill. And a much cleaner round. Wow, that's exactly what Titan was looking for in the first round, actually. But a nice swift one to get themselves underway here for Season 2 of CFWL 2026. And I mean, again, this is a team that realistically you look at and say could be a title contender. Maybe dropped off the pace a little bit last season, so looking to try and recover that. And get off to a good start here in Season 2.
Good kill from Dezane. Big forward from Kiko will work out. Awesome and Jimbo. See recoveries, and Kaiser's going to launch himself in toward that window position and find Kiko. So 2v2, blink your eye, and we've lost 6 players already. Look how far the rotation's coming all the way around here for Flex and for Lion Claw. That's not something that Penguin mentioned too, just Lion Claw, but be a little bit underperforming last season. Would be nice to see him improve again.
Well, it's an opportunity to do it here. Plant not yet going down for Swamp. Very tentative about this, actually, wondering if Titan are going to try to connect anything on that plan. And Lion Claw's even harassing them a little bit. I think there was a little bit more damage going through there. So it seems like Titan are pretty aware of what the setup is for Swamp at the moment. Plant's down now. 30 seconds on the clock. Got the flash over the top, the smoke over the top as well. Flex and Lion Claw have the health advantage here. Kai's been spotted out. Awesome also seen.
Nice.
And so Flex starts it nicely. Lion Claw, as I said, has a pretty good idea of where Kai's is and will be able to finish that one off as well. So a comfy 2v2 taken by Titan.
Yeah, very easy. Fire in the hole as the nades get stacked up on top of each other at the same time. If there's one thing you can rely on, it's Flex playing in this position. Intending to get good work done. That's the one thing that is the issue with it, though, for Flex, after years of playing in this league. It's very predictable playing that position for him, so we'll see how he deals with that.
Well, Solid City wins the race is apparently the name of the game right here for Swamp. Tried a couple of more pacey rounds at the start of this map, but maybe feeling a bit of that pressure from Titan. So slowing things down, but it's not worked out at all. Flex connecting on one, Lion Claw the other. The start is a good one for Titan once again. It is as, well, just one after another, really. You kind of just see shot after shot connecting for Titan, and Spoxy will finish off awesome. This is starting to become a little bit of a dropping. So, hey, you talk about a meta change affecting Vitality. At the moment, I'm not seeing it affecting Titan coming into this season.
True. Obviously, it can differ from matchup to matchup, which is totally understandable. But yeah, I think the main issue is that, you know, as Penguin told us, like, it's something that's been requested for years. So yeah, finally being implemented. We'll see how it changes things, changing the habits of some of these players, right? There are some teams and compositions of players that will just be playing as if it's nothing, playing as if it's no change at all, still be feeling giga comfortable. So it just depends on the matchup on the day and how players are playing. Maybe it's confirmation bias to see how Vitality played earlier. It's only one game, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, early days, obviously, you can't read into it too much, but I don't know, I'm kind of liking the way Titan is looking at the moment. They're hitting their shots. This double sniper setup seems to be working pretty well. Obviously, they're on Eagle Eye. It's super comfortable with. They are very much proving exactly why they pick into this map. They are kind of running rings around Swamp at the moment.
He gets his information. Jin removed at the click of a finger. The Zane will get it as well. Jin will jump into it. C4 in the open. No way back in. And the Zane will jump his way through Kai's as well. So Swamp Gaming already feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Game could be getting away from them relatively quickly, and at some point Swamp will have to throw an attack.
Well, it's not going to happen just yet. I'll try and pressure towards Hotel at the start of this round. But again, they've got to be so terrified, this double sniper setup. Or it could be anywhere. Flex is 5-1 at the moment. He has been really frying, and then obviously you know Spoxy what he can do. So whichever angle you peek, you kind of feel like you're having to invest a flash for that, and there's only so many that you've got available. Spoxy gets the better of Kai's. Titan will lose a player, but you've still got to get past Flex. He's happy to just get aggressive underneath bridge, and that's going to be his undoing as Imagine will check. So a round potentially brewing here for Swamp. Zane is going to have a bit of a look from on top of bridge. Doesn't quite manage to get the fight that he wants.
Good kill though onto Josh. Kiko with the pre-fire. Very quick. Also managed to peek forward and probably needs both. And it's very, very tight. Whiffy coming through. The pistol has to be drawn, and finally Kiko just commits to the fight. And that couldn't have been more messy if it tried, but in the end, what matters for Swamp is that they are going to find this round here. Spoxy will go down. Imagine with the quick frag to make it 2 on the board for Swamp. And one of the things I do tend to remember is that Swamp, like, even if they don't, if this is TAC's map pick, it always has been. They've always loved playing Eagle Eye. I've always remember Swamp playing it pretty well as well. I remember Swamp having so many leads on this map historically, and then struggling to close them out when they get onto the second half. So let's see if today is any different. So far they've got a bit of a catch-up to play. TEC looking for at least a lead on the half.
They're going to be looking for a bit more than just a slight lead, given the start that they've had. They'd want to have a pretty strong display on this map, and they're well on their way to doing that. Another bit more of a reserved approach for Swamp. push their way in through middle. It's being spotted by Kiko, who's got quite a bit of work to do. He's actually got to watch A long as well, so if he gets his timing wrong, he could potentially get picked. What happened so far, the fight will ensue, and Kiko will be involved for a double, so gets his timing right. Needs a bit of help from his teammates, and eventually things are going to start to dislodge a little. Flex pulling one back, does keep it at 2-on-2, but this is a round that very much could go the way of Swamp. They've got to try and retrieve that C4 though, which is going to be easier said than done. The long flank coming through from both Flex and maybe even Kai is here as well. Keep things interesting. This round is hanging in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, Bond player low on both too. And getting to that C4 is awkward. Step made by Kais. Chance that has been heard, but is one step forward to find Flex is beautiful. Risk taken. And rewarded for it. And now Lionclaw being this low HP, probably an impossible clutch, unfortunately. And there you go, Kais will swing onto him. So Swamp are starting to read TEC a little bit better, and they're getting some progress. And hopefully, an opportunity to work their way back into the game a bit more.
You're going to get an attack timeout here from Swamp anyway. So, this is still feeling like they need to have a bit of time to chat. Coach has certainly got a lot of words for the team. I mean, you do have to sort of temper your expectations a little bit when you're going up against Titan on a map like Eagle Eye. So I think the fact that they're sort of going toe for toe, it's not a particularly shabby performance as far as I'm concerned. Quite happy with what we're getting actually out of Swamp so far today, especially given the start that we saw. So again, I mean, it's a little bit too early to tell, but this could be another pretty close matchup, even though on paper you would have looked at it and sort of said, yeah, that's a fairly one-sided one. Should be a quick 2-0. Seems like Swamp happy to get stuck in early in this season.
Yeah, I think they can be pretty happy with how it started, even though they got dominated in the early rounds. I think when they got a new player, obviously, playing. I say new player. It's a new player on the team, obviously, but not a new player in terms of Crossfire player. Been around for a very, very long time. But yeah, it still obviously takes a little while to integrate them in officials. You could practice all you want, but it doesn't match up with playing official games. So yeah, that should be a difference maker. And they've done well to start off pretty okay.
I mean, the irony when it comes to Crossfire players, they're often not a new player in that sense. It's a fairly old game. It's got a lot of years behind it, so an opportunity for people to have, spent certainly a solid amount of time playing the game. No one comes in as a complete rookie these days, or at least not, from these western regions in particular. It's been a pretty good day at the office so far for Imagine. We'll see if that's going to continue, or if we go back to domination from Titan as we had sort of expected coming into today.
Be very happy with their recovery though, and they'll be happy with that grenade as well. That's a lot of damage on Flex for him in that position. Fall back here for Kais. And they're just trying to figure out how to dislodge Flex from this position, and so very often when Flex plays here, he's got Lionclaw to help him out. So let's see if they're perfect to his contact well. Lionclaw will get baited in around about now. 2 kills would be nice. He actually gets a lot down to the first, but only gets 1 on the second player. Kais is walking wounded for the rest of the round now. Flex is going to go very aggressive because he knows his confirmed damage. You actually can't hear him putting on the flank right now. He's going to get both like it's nothing. That's a move we see from Flex very often, and it tends to work out. GK will go down, but they need to find a quick recovery on a second frag, and it's not going to happen. Zane will find that quick kill onto Awesome to bring it back into double man advantage. And Kaius, the player who is tagged up for all that time, is not even on the right side of the map as the bomb. So this round's going to be over.
How long is it going to take before it's over? Because there's 40 seconds here for him to try to work and see if he can manage anything. He immediately spotted out by Spoxy, so doesn't actually take too long in the end to get it done. Back again. Move a little bit quicker again, straight into Kiko. He's been so good on this line. I don't know how he manages to keep getting away with two, but that is hugely problematic. Lion Claw now swinging as well from a closer angle. They were not prepared for that at all. So immediately out of the gates in that round, we have a very dominant one from Titan. And at the end of the half, I think they'll be very pleased with the proceedings there.
Yeah, and the switch will come through now. A little bit of a change up in pace. Loons looks like he's seen a ghost. I hope he's all right. Some of those rounds look like he's shocked by them. But all good. That's one thing I can guarantee is that whenever we get TC/LCK back on the cams, we will have the Lion Claw forehead cam for the rest of the season. It's been a guarantee. Kiko's got a fan out. He looks very, very warm right now. To be fair, I totally understand that handheld fan.
You know, ironically, we sort of turn the tables because it's quite cold here in Australia, where I am. 2 a.m. in the morning. Actually, it's 5:30 in the morning now. So when the show starts at 2 a.m. I'm all wrapped up. I've got the room closed up. You know, PC keeps the room nice and warm, so that's all good. Can't complain about that.
Yeah, actually, fair enough. It's always funny when it's the opposite, right? My casting duo in the other jobs that I do is from South Africa, so when it's cool for him, it's like 15 degrees or whatever. I'm like, well, yeah, that's pretty normal over here.
Yeah.
In the UK, it's been very hot lately, though, up to like 30 degrees sometimes. So, gonna get more like that again over the next few months. Can TC stay warm on the server? That is the question. 6-3 the lead, going over to their blacklist side. Let's see how it goes.
I suspect they can. They've been looking very, very good so far. This has been, I mean, I guess the cleanest map of Crossfire that we've seen so far today, which I don't know if it's necessarily saying a lot, because those first two maps between Vitality were a little bit messy, let's just say. But a little slower of an approach here, and again, that's probably what you do come to expect from this Titan roster. They are often a little bit of a slower paced team. They like to use the time that is available to them.
Minute to go now. There's the push for TC. Very nice instant trade there for Spoxy, not letting Kais do more. Basically, what's in that position is there something that's usually going to work out for you. You can drop down and get a second, very clean. Jinsen then on site to help out. No problem. Spoxy forced back by Awesome, and even he's willing to push very aggressively for that final kill. Good start to the second half.
Yeah, that's a little bit of something from Swamp. If they can put together a half like that, then yeah, it's going to be quite the contest for Titan, but I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. So wait and see if that's going to be something that's going to be replicable or not. And again, whether or not Titan are going to play as slow as that for the entire half and allow that kind of thing to happen still remains to be seen as well. We've got a little bit of space. I mean, C4's already progressed quite a long way in through middle.
First tag on to Spoxy. And again, Jin's very willing to push forward here. Once the smoke is up, he can try and just pin Spoxy back. And it's a much surprised peak. Well, a very surprising peak for Spoxy, I meant to say. So yeah, that's going to catch him off guard immediately. 4v5 off the bat.
No Jin's here.
Let him go.
Trying to take him down. Oh, okay, Jin. Where's that come from?
See ya.
Yeah, out of nowhere. All of a sudden, he's going to start struggling on this attack. Lionclaw will find a couple of recovering frags, but he needs a 1v5. And I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the easiest of tasks for him to put together alone.
Yeah, 3 to 5. Lovely clear on the first. That gives him all the space in the world all of a sudden. Obviously, Imagine's going to go up top to try and catch him from the long range to see if he's planting in the open. Or holding from the open. He's picked up the bomb, but he hasn't started planting yet. And clearly can see both sides from here. He knows how all that works for all the years he's been playing the game. The Lionclaw will get his plant down, and then we'll play a bit more aggressively to move forward off the bomb side rather than holding down, but that is a great opening clear. So now it's all down to Josh. He has an inkling about where he could be coming from, but he's somewhat in the open. Now he's been spotted, so Josh now has all the information. And one bullet on Lionclaw as he drops down. It forces the fight. It forces him into the open. And that's 2 in a row. I say 2 in a row, 3 in a row from the Swamp Gaming to start the second half.
Such a shame that he's not actually able to put that one together, because that would have been a really, really nice clutch. It's not often that you get to see something like that, and unfortunately it will be not this case either. But a good effort, that is for sure. Just need to get a little bit more of that impact a little bit earlier on in the round. You're right though, these rounds that Swamp are starting to put together, I'm sure are starting to concern a little bit. Josh just gets deleted at the start of this round, and so to Imagine, so that's going to be a nice little recovery as Titan are not too eager to lose their advantage, lose their lead. They run into Jin, who is ragging up a Storm at the moment. He's got himself another double, one with a nade, one with a rifle. As well, does not quite dislodge Jin and Awesome, and they are holding down at the fort. Flex is fighting a million battles right now. Spoxy comes in to clean up. Oh, the Observer's gotten excited as well. As Kai's has finally finished it off.
Wow. Okay, that was a kerfuffle, I think we call that. Definitely one of the words of all time for it. That was insane. That was a crazy back and forth. That nade almost like having a big impact into making that clutch a reality. That was crazy. But Kais will hold on. I don't think the scoreboard is updated yet. I believe it is 7-6, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, insane. Swamp flawless on this second half so far. Maybe not this time. That's going to be a good timing catch here for Kiko. For the A side of the map. Zane will get one, and that's when they remove Awesome. Okay, right. No problem.
Well, that's a little bit of revenge there from Titan, who probably weren't too pleased with how that last round ended. It should have, I think, been there given the start, the 5v3 that they had, but they didn't convert it properly. Well, they've made sure that they don't make that same mistake twice. And,
am I going crazy? Should it be 7-7 right now?
I think you're going crazy. I think so.
Okay.
I think this is the correct score.
Okay, because when I saw it was the other round, it was like 6-6 before the defuse came in. I was convinced that was like only because they switched the number before it happened. I was confused.
Look, you might be right, but I've stopped questioning it at this point. I just go off of what's on the screen, and then
I know, valid.
If what's on the screen is wrong, it's not my fault.
So true, bestie.
Yeah.
3v2. And look at Austin. He's so far forward. He knows he needs to make a play like this, and that second kill is beautiful. Spotsy pre-fired out of the round.
Well, you don't want to lose another one of these rounds. I mean, Titan have been in a position where they probably should have won a few rounds more in this second half, and this was another instance of it where they were up 3-on-2, and they do lose that round, and so another equalizing round for Swamp. So we're getting another very close map.
Yeah, and as I said, like, it just feels like in general, maybe some of these small changes that have been made with the death cam and stuff that Penguin was talking about, like, maybe it's just a big leveler. Early in the season, a leveler, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's going to continue this way throughout the entire season 2 here, but when teams have new things to get used to. Remember when the HK came back and it was godly and Famous was just tapping everyone?
Yeah.
When it was that balance update with the weapons, like that leveled the playing field for a lot of teams for like 2 game weeks, 3 game weeks or so. So yeah, that sort of thing can just have that effect of evening up the teams at this level.
Yeah, I think any kind of change is certainly going to be something that everyone does kind of have to get used to a little bit. You do expect the better teams should be doing that a little quicker. Either way, this round, a 1-for-1 so far. A bit of damage done on either side. Titan look like they're going to be able to walk into a relatively open B side here, particularly if they were to contact it. They do in the end decide to throw a couple of pieces of util over the top, so that will not be the case, but either way, they get the entry in onto Imagine, and that will be enough for them to take the site and get the plan.
Yeah, Kai's awesome and Jin. This is not an easy one to recover. Kiko's got this good angle as well, which is just very, very difficult to clear. Bobbing back and forth. There's the one. There's the second. And Kai's takes a lot of effort for him to push forward and trade that. So Dezane will easily be able to take him down. And now the gap is 1 once again. TEC keeping up fingers length.
Yeah, it's quite reminiscent of the previous game, isn't it? Where we were sort of just watching Vitality on one map try to stave off their opponent, and on one map try to catch up. I mean, it's kind of the same thing here. It feels like TeamZ are just sort of trying to stave off their opponent here. And you've got a 2-player setup that's worked out really nicely. They were not expecting Imagine that close. So again, TEC should be able to close this map out in the fashion that they were expecting to with that first half lead. So this is going to be another equalizing round, you'd think.
Shots!
Kiko has other ideas, and he has been pretty good on this map so far. So I will not put it past him to potentially close this one out.
Jin is incubating the bomb at the moment, not wanting to let it out of his sight.
Well,
and there's the kill.
it's rough, obviously, for Jin. Sorry, Kiko being so low there. Doesn't really give him the best of opportunities to close it out.
Big round. 8-8. Who gets the first map point of this series? Oh, first chance at a pick not coming through though.
There's one. Swoxy stepping up when it is required of him. Tends to be that guy for the team. Flex is going to grab himself one half off. So the answer to your question might be TEC, though they have dropped rounds from a position such as this one before, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. Jin, often the reason why. Only gets a 1-for-1 this time. And they're aware of Kaiser's position as well, so they're going to start dumping flashes onto his head, and there's really nothing that he can do about it. It will be indeed TEC that get the first map point. We'll see whether or not we get another overtime out of today's matches. This will be the third in as many maps.
This time I believe. I'm choosing to believe because last time I didn't believe at all because I was cynical after how many games I've seen go to all the rounds. Let's see if I'm cynical this time. Good trade from Kiko. I'm going to choose to believe. Is it going to work? Imagine's here, getting caught for a little bit. Still gets one and he gets two. I shouldn't have believed. Imagine will get himself two. Finally traded by Spoxy. Look at the damage he's taken to get that kill as well. Surely not enough.
Hasn't been able to pick up that C4 either, which is going to be the big concern, obviously, for TEC here and trying to clutch this one out. You'd have to say you're going to have to be the one to do it. And he does bring it at least back to the 2-on-2. Hang on a minute.
Oh my god.
Are you a believer once again, Trav? Is the question I have to ask.
Okay, so the reason for this is because I turned my light back on. Or turned my light back off, sorry. So that's my jinx. My caster light. So that's all my doing. Whenever I turn the light on, the game goes on forever, and I have to turn it back off again. Whenever I turn the light off to go back into game, the game finishes. So it's all my fault. But it's not finished yet. Kais can still clutch it. Can he clutch it? He's got very advantageous duels, and he's still got the bomb. But not anymore. What a peek from Flex. Oh, he was peeking forward to try and catch him off guard. He knew where that bomb was from earlier on in the round, but he couldn't get it done. And this time, TEC will prevent an overtime.
Yeah, well, I will say I was a believer. I had my light turned back on, and it stayed back on, and that's all you really need to know. But yeah, TEC, I mean, I don't know. Can you say that was a clean game from them? I think it was a pretty good first half. It wasn't exactly the greatest second half. They got pushed, certainly, to close that map out. So I think, you know, going into Swamp's map pick of Black Widow, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that being the case again as well for map 2. But as it stands, we've got the expected victor on the map that they're expected to win on. So I guess there's not too much for us to necessarily comment on. I'm sure the Death, though, has quite a bit to say. So let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Elfish and Trav, and as always, we have just witnessed a lot of action coming out of course, the team that kept growing and kept having his usual... Oh, Penguin, oh, okay, alright. We're doing some poses here and there, but of course, Titan Esports, they just showed what they're made of. Of course, they had a little bit of hiccups across the game, like we had to wait for a long time to see them fully finish the game. And yeah, I believe that my co-caster, my co-paneler here, Penguin, is just having some small stuff here. And yeah, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Which is nice energy. Yeah, Samir, I was letting you just do the intro and I will just come and analyze.
Of course.
Yeah, so, well...
Yeah, you're just giving me my time. Yeah, I get it. Like, you want to give me a little bit of the show. I know that you're just like, let me freeze a bit. Like, we used to do that back in the theater days. I used to, like, act and like we say, just like, stop or like catchphrase, like, you just stop like that. Something like that.
Yeah,
so
well...
you can't count on this.
Yeah, so well, regarding Titan Esports and Swamp Gaming, how good Titan started, and actually I've seen how Titan changed their play style. It's all around flex. I didn't want to mention that the play style is going to be all around flex because I knew for a fact that Flex is going to be trying to change his gameplay. He didn't completely change his gameplay, but we've seen him more aggressive. And the classic way of Titan Esports of closing the games is usually when they play very fast. We've seen them 6-3 in the first half, then losing the first 3 rounds. One of them was a clutch by Josh. They were doing very good from gaming. They were so hyped up. We've seen Imagine also was hyped up. And then suddenly, again and then again and again, we've seen Titan Esports, they are insisting on pushing onto sites very fast. And we've seen Flex grabbing the EBR, going into B side. It was unsuccessful. Then grabbing the EBR, going onto A side and just killing everybody and winning the round. And then still, at this moment, he didn't slow the pace at all. We've seen him always going forward, always pushing fast, and that's the change that I needed on Titan Esports, and that's the change they asked, the fans asked for it, and they got it because the way they played first season was kind of very slow, and it usually was biased around Spoxy. Spoxy was the guy who's leading everything. They go into side, he tries to get the kill, he tries also to be the fragger for the team. Now it's not. Now the entry fraggers are doing their job. We've seen Flex is doing his job, grabbing the EBR more than the TRG on the Blacklist side. That means more firepower for Titan. That means more round on the Blacklist side. And I still see that Titan Esports are struggling a bit because of new things that we've talked about, the killer cam and everything. And this is going to be the case for the first week, by the way, because it changed yesterday, I believe, and nobody practiced on it. So everybody's just practicing on client right now. So nobody's kind of have experience on that on our region. I'm talking about, if you're talking about Titan Esports, they played multiple times on LAN, and they had this.
Yeah, of course.
Also Vitality. Yeah.
I would say this is gonna be the talk of this season, not the first week, since we won't have like the full commitment to it. Still, a lot of players will need more time into adapting, since like you've been doing things for more than a decade, and now it just like it faded out. So you need to adapt, change play style, and of course, I believe that all of us, the audience, everyone here, will just be like, yeah, that's gonna be pretty important for our region internationally, like to practice, to get ready, and to feel that there is no changes between locally and internationally. Once you have both aligned, you have the time to practice, play scrims, play official, have everything aligned. That's gonna be the case that you are looking for. And of course, speaking of that, we will head to the highlight shortly after we discuss what happened between those teams. And I love the fact that you mentioned that it's all around Flex. We have seen the change in the play style, but seeing how it went through the execution in the game, that what matters the most for, of course, team Titan Esports.
Because what else are you gonna change? Because you're gonna put Spoxy on rifle? That's definitely not gonna happen. You're gonna put Kiko as a lurker? It's not also gonna happen because Flex is one of the best lurkers in the league. You're gonna put maybe Dizane as backup? Then who's gonna entry for you? It's only Kiko. So nothing to change. If I'm coaching these guys, there is nothing to change than to use this guy, to use Flex, because Flex, he's flexing everything. I want the double sniper, I'm just gonna ask Flex to do it. If I want the double lurk setup, so I would ask Flex to do it. If I want Flex to entry and trade, then he will do it. So that's the only guy that can do anything for you. I know that the others can also do it, but you will lose a lot of your firepower. Like if you let the Zane, for example, lurk, then you lost your firepower in the entries. If you let Spoxy, for example, sometimes use his rifle as a flex, then you lost one of the best. He's the best sniper in the West League. So it's all around Flex. Flex, sometimes he uses rifles when it's needed. He uses sniper when it's needed, and he flexes them. But now we need more of his rifles. Due to the meta change, the meta shifts, the game needs to be played fast. This guy understands that this meta needs only a fast-paced games. No more slow gameplays. There is no more killer cam, because the killer cam, usually you kill, you wait for the killer cam 3 to 4 seconds, and then you start acting. Now there is no killer cam, so you kill, you act instantly, and that's what the Titans do.
Yeah, and of course that limits the resources that you get, the information through like dying and having those few seconds, critical ones that helped you a lot. And of course here you'll see like the scoreboard or what happened through the game. It felt like Titan Esports, they wanna bring it back home and grab the win, trying to flip things, but once they entered the second phase, like they fell short on the first 3 rounds. After that, it went back and forth between those teams like a ping pong, and it ended on Titans Esports side. You have 10-8 on the scoreboard, and it looks like the Titan Esports are acquiring new players. Ah, here it is. Like no more Jaguar, it's Kiko with 1.58 KD.
Well, yeah, as we mentioned, Kiku did a very good job, and they said that if we need to judge on Kiku, then that needs to be done this season, not the season before, because the season before we've seen a huge downfall from all the members of Titan Esports. Formerly, we're talking about LCK. So you cannot blame Kiku coming into the team and seeing Dizane underperforming, or Flex is completely underperforming the whole season. Maybe Spox is sometimes inconsistent, which the guy that you usually have seen inconsistent throughout the entire year, or maybe the entire years that he played with the team. So why would you blame Kiku on that? So now, when things are going well for them, I've seen a better performance coming out from the guys, and I've seen a better performance coming out from Kiku. And also, I mentioned Flex multiple times. This is the guy that's going to be changing the whole gameplay of Titan Esports. The game now cannot be played on a slow-paced game. It's just cannot.
I mean, I can like argue about that. Basically, what happened at the first set like says different story. Like I would say between Imperium and Vitality, but otherwise, yeah, I believe that CF is all going to a fast-paced scenario, fast-paced play style, and for that part, you'll see that we have Kiku as our first match MVP, and of course I would say Flex got 2-point-ish KD is pretty important, but Kiku, it feels like it's giving him based on the stats that he have, KR, and of course you'll see his rating is 100. Okay, he's just like an immortal, I guess.
Well, 1.50 KD is not also is not only the KD that shows the MVP, because we've seen Kiku also, he was the key player, he clutched multiple times. Clutch doesn't mean that he needs to stay 1v1. Sometimes he's just going into the side, killing 2 players, he clutched around for his teammates. He was playing very well. His movement, I said that Kiku is one of the best players that can just move in a fast-paced stretches and also aim. Like he knows how to move and aim on the same time. It's not everybody can do this. Sometimes people crouch, some they stop, sometimes they just want to jump and try to headshot you mid-air, but Kiko is just the guy that he's just casually walking, killing you. I love to see his gameplay, and I always love to see how good he's adapting versus his opponents. And also good to mention the Flex. I loved the grabbing EBR and pushing into sides from him. It's just an insane, and no way to stop that. Otherwise, you need to be stacking at the beginning of the round, because he just instantly hits the side.
Yes, and I believe we will grab a short break and get back to you with the second game of our second set for tonight. So stay tuned and stick to your chairs. We are having a wonderful night.
Rightio, welcome back on in. We're moments away from getting into map number 2. Trav,
Hopefully.
you've, yeah, hopefully we'll see. You've heard from the desk. What are your thoughts? Is this a convincing enough result from Titan to say this should be a win for them, or do you still want to see a little bit more before you can sort of throw your hat in the ring with them?
I mean, it's still pretty tight, isn't it? Like, that was not the most comfortable first map in the world. I still think that I would favour them, but overall, throughout the majority of 2026 Season 1, it has been not the best of results, not the best of eye tests watching TEC, which was then LCK, play. Like, they were a team for me that, you know, have the ability on their day to be the main contender to Vitality. And I felt like there were so many times we just hadn't seen that you know, over the course of over the course of the previous season and this one. So, yeah, that game again wasn't entirely convincing, with the factor of the death cam being changed and everything, it being a change for every single team in the league, and feeling just like, as I said, it could be a great leveler for every single team at this level. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all if it continues to be close maps throughout in the evening, as we get used to this meta bit by bit. But I still do think TEC will win the map, even though it's not their pick.
What do you remember? What the second map was? Yeah.
I should, because it was just on my screen, but I've been doing this for a long time now, and I'm tired.
Yeah, I always forget.
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I think what I can tell you is that usually Swamp, they don't go down that easily. They tend to be quite a difficult team to you know, to put away comfortably, as you saw in map 1. So it wouldn't surprise me here at all if that's the case. Unfortunately, I don't even have it updated on Liquipedia, so I can't check yet. But there we are. We'll have to look again in a second.
That's all right. It will be a special surprise for when we get into the map. What else would we possibly want? We'll see.
We love surprises.
Yeah. No, I think today Jin's been really good. I thought Imagine his entry into CFWL has been pretty impressive as well. So I think you've had a couple of positive spots for this this Swamp roster that you could look at and say, you know, they've done quite well. So if they can manage to fire up here for map 2, which is their map pick as well, I know that much. I think, you know, you can expect some pretty good stuff, hopefully.
There's a player that's going to take a while to get in the server and get ready. So I'm going to take the initiative and just stop talking for a split second while we get underway.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty guys, welcome back on in. Sounds like we are getting back underway with the game in just a second here. Swamp looking keen and eager to get into their map pick. I'm eager as well. We, no doubt, hoping that they're going to be able to pick this map up and see if they can really cause a bit of a ruckus actually up against TEC today. It was a very close affair on map 1. Nearly went all the way to OT. Didn't quite manage to make it. Can they do it here on Black Widow? That is the question that we will have to answer. And, well, that's a good way to answer it. Good start from Kai's. It's going to cause a bit more of an issue for TEC.
Good grab from Flex to kick off the game. In the recovery. To make sure it's still a 4v4 to start this first round of Black Widow. Already we're looking to try and make some progress up long. You've got Kiko there just waiting to see if a player goes aggressive. And maybe he'll creep up while the split comes up middle. But as you can see, Swamp Gaming are pretty well adjusted to the A player if necessary. First fight for Awesome. The Flex creeps forward. Missed the timing though. Could get caught in the side if he comes back at the right time. Thankfully Flex is caught looking at every single other angle. But Lion Claw, that's a great double entry.
It's not a bad shout at all to try and turn this round back on its head. It was looking a bit awkward at TEC. Lion Claw gets himself a third. So he's just single-handedly taken this round into his own hands and said, yeah, we're going to win it. Now Kiko's turn. Over on long. One tap headshot. Onto Awesome. You love to see it. And TEC are underway nicely.
Kai's will start the following. And again, like picks like that, going aggressive early round and starting the round cleanly. Obviously, we saw Imperium do that a lot earlier against Vitality. This would be more examples of Swamp needing to make moves like that here. So good job from Kais to get his one done and completed. And fall back with it this time, getting called by Flex immediately on the recovery. And I think also did just see a pixel of Flex into a box room, so bit of intel there.
Yeah, another one of these rounds that opens with a pick from Kai's. If he can keep doing that, it's going to be a real headache, obviously, for TEC. They're still going to give it a bit of a crack here in towards B. Info being gathered by Jin as well over toward A. I don't imagine we're going to be seeing these B guys rotate off at all. It's going to be a bit of a test, I think it's fair to say, for TEC. They're not left on the clock though. They elect not to push their way into B. And so they're going to go and head over towards middle, have a little bit of an exploration in that direction, see if they can maybe find a pick over toward A.
Jin is going to creep forward. Spock's on the other side of the smoke. And yeah, that was always going to be a favourable one for Jin, it felt like, on that corner. The push back in now for TC because they've got to go. There's only 19 seconds on the clock. Good run out of Imagine there. They've gotten 2 kills back immediately. And Lion Claw is looking sharp. Really sharp.
Yeah, this shouldn't really be a doable round. But if they get the plant down, it certainly will be. And they've got down on numbers. And now they've got the plant and they've got the numbers on the side. It's a tough one for Kais and Jin to retake. This is a failure of the B defense for Swamp. They had the forces where they needed them, and they were not able to deliver with that. And now they're being punished for it. This should be very much a second. Will be for TEC confirmed. So they're kind of flexing their muscles a little bit at the start of this second map, and in similar fashion to what we saw from them on map 1.
Lots of damage as they try and work their way out long. Look at the amount that's just come through there onto the Zane.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko looking a bit worse for wear as well. Doesn't mean it's an unwinnable round, though, for TEC, particularly if Flex finds this entry. Oh, if Imagine would go down. And he does, but it comes a little bit too late to actually convert the site for TEC. That's the timing window that was kind of missed there. They get that opener off the first shot. Flex is already in the site, but now it's a bit of a brawl to try to make their way in. Still TEC happy with the proceedings. Got themselves a 3v3, which was, I mean, a little better than what it looked like it could have been, and they're finding a way to recover a lot of these rounds. Kai's just a quick attempt at another pick, but won't find it. That goes down, and again, it is fair to say it's advantage TEC now with that plant.
They're wrestling these ones back all the time. Kais wants to try and clear Kiko quickly. He's aware that he's probably on the window. It's a good flick round. Lioneclaw then jumps in to try and trade quickly, but it doesn't work out. Now, Spoxy, you know how good you are in the clutch, but you're being forced further and further back, and he just can't collect a single bullet. He's now way too far away to stop Kais from going for the defuse, and Jin will hold on. So, very guilty there, I feel like, TEC, of being, firstly, over-aggressive, and then secondly, not aggressive enough with Spoxy.
Yeah, fair to say. I mean, I don't know if they should have ever really been in a position to actually get anything done there anyway, personally, but nice recovery from Swamp. TEC trying something a little bit different. Maybe this time, or is it Swamp that are going to try and force the issue with this push up through short? It's not something that we haven't seen from them.
Kill from Spoxy to open. Awesome is going to get his one, but then get run down by Dezane. And that is a good notice for TC and Dezane that they had time to be able to do that. Najin is still worried a little bit about middle, and right now they are kind of giving up the B-bomb site because they know there's so many players there. Looking to try and get a flank kill instead. There's a chance I could catch Spoxy in transition. He is looking for this. But not really over-peaking too much. Now he knows the information. Tries to hit the leg and does hit the leg. As Kai is now having to limp his way back against this round. We're going to try and go through the door smoke. That doesn't work either. Lioneclaw and Zane will hold on. Kai's will eventually get his kill, a little revenge. He says, I want my leg back. He's not going to get it. He's dead.
Yeah, way too big of a crossfire established there for TEC. Thanks for an easy one. A little bit of a speed bump on the way, but realistically speaking, this is all the way of TEC at the moment. Making it look really quite easy. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Swamp kind of change anything up here. It'd be nice to see them get a little bit more aggressive maybe somewhere. Try and have an influence on the round early, but in saying that, how influential has that even been? You know, you've had 2 or 3 opening picks from Kai's at the early stages of these rounds, and those rounds have largely not been converted. So in a lot of cases, TEC are even playing 4v5 and still winning these rounds, which I think has to be a really bad sign for Swamp, because at some point you're not going to get those opening picks. They're going to start going the other way. So if you're not winning the rounds where you are getting them, just imagine how easy it's going to be when TEC actually start getting advantages at the start of the rounds. But this will not be one of those. You see quite a number of frags coming through for Swamp.
You can see they're looking for, is it Kai's in the window there? I didn't see, I think it is. They're looking for him as they try and peek forward, but a little bit of an over peek there from Flex, and that could mean that they have a chance to get back into this one. Zane will drop down looking for one more kill, but now can play back on the headshot angle with boxes and get back onto bridge. Looks away from the flash, awesome. Oh, and a chance to catch him, but now Zane's trying to make a play. Super unpredictable. Jin decides to chase him for some reason. I'm not sure why. Zane does have the C4 and all that madness too. Maybe that is why, but still, it gave up a kill for free. Either way, Flex is now relatively low on long, having to hold the angle. He'll finally miss his shot, and Kai's will dribble peek him out. So, messy, but second one on the board.
That was a good effort at a recovery, though. It has to be said. Doesn't quite get brought back in the end. This time it'll be a faster play from both times, but even this time I should say. TEC working their way out onto long has not panned out necessarily, especially with Jin having found that extra kill on the back end. Also another one, it's a bit of a game of scissors paper rock there that doesn't really go the way of TEC. They decided to go fast at long, and that's exactly where Swamp had set their forces up, so that's a pretty good read from Swamp.
Let's rock and roll.
Foxy is very quickly up here, and that is a lot faster than Awesome and Kaiser are ready for. He is making the reface immediately, feeling very confident that he got that first, but Awesome is still tapping away. He finds himself 2, does a good job. 2v3 at 3-all.
They've still got a cross though. Flex is now starting to come in to reinforce that effort. Smoke's down as well to obscure the vision, and so TEC have managed to get themselves out onto the site. The push though from Jin might be well timed, or it might not. Kiko was ready and waiting for it. Leave Imagine solo, and that's a pretty easy pickup in the end. So TEC still holding on to the lead. Having to sort of work for these wins, definitely, but a win nonetheless, and keeping themselves with their noses in front is just going to be the icing on the cake for them.
Nice pick from Imagine. Double TRG setup, obviously. Can do a little damage if in the right positions. Spoxy will again realise he has space to bound his way up.
Shots.
Oh, and a beautiful jiggle shot on Kai's there. He's going to have no chance whatsoever. But once again, he's picked off by the second player. And Imagine's having himself a pretty good round here, playing time as well for his teammates' rotations. They get all going to choose to drop down off the bridge, however. Doesn't matter to Imagine, he still finds one more. Damage on Kiko too in the process. He'll be killed by Josh in the end. And Dezane 1v3 with not much space to maneuver with Awesome as well. And he'll get caught.
Well, so I'm very happy with that, keeping themselves in the conversation. That, though, is going to be a bit of a headache. Normally it has been Kai's that's been finding the opening pick. This time, TEC get themselves one. Nicely timed push as well from Kiko. He has taken the whole site. This contact play is going to work out. A beautiful call from TEC, just completely bamboozling Swamp. C4 yet to be planted is a little bit of a surprise. Probably could have got that one down a little quicker here, TEC. Put a bit of that time pressure on Swamp, but should still be okay. This may be Dezane. If Dezane drops this fight, then we're in with a bit of a question mark. He does. Oh,
Shots.
good recovery from Lion Claw, but I don't know if it'll be enough here. You need Kiko to get involved, and Awesome is going to fall. So too will Imagine. It's all down to Josh in the 1v1. He just doesn't have the HP to keep that fight going. So in the end, 5-4 will be the lead, favouring TEC heading into the second half. But it was a hard-fought half, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think Lion Claw, I'm pretty sure out of his 9 kills, I reckon 5 or 6 of them, maybe more, but really like imperative ones as well. Like they're really like early round kills or late round ones that just confirmed rounds. So yeah, I'm very happy with how he's playing, and I'll go on to the defense to try and get this game won in 2 maps. But it's working out pretty well. They've been gifted a couple of easy fights, and that is a sweep that they'll love to see. More of that, they'll be saying.
keeps the noses in front. Again, like I said, same sort of story as Eagle Eye. At the moment, you see they're not necessarily dominating, but they are doing enough to sort of lean this in the direction of a 2-0. Kaiser's working hard on these opening picks to try and give his team every possibility of winning these rounds. So far, they're not really rewarding him. This one, I think, is going to be a tough one to let slip.
Yeah, that's a promising sign we're able to get one like that done as cleanly as that after what just happened. Very quick start to the second half. Very speedy indeed. Oh, what a track there from Kais. Awesome tracking. Uncle's a bit worried about awesome close middle. Rightly so. But the preparation here for Swamp is most certainly around B. Maybe not anymore though, they're falling back.
Sloan said he wins the race. Swamp just going to contact play their way on to Kiko's position, and that is going to catch him off guard. Spoxy and Lionclaw will be a different story, though. Oof. Spoxy does eventually fall, so it's all onto Flex. And he's tucked in the box. Kais could be making a big mistake here if he doesn't clear that. He's going to smoke it off. Flex, every possibility of peeking this on the timing, and if he gets it when Kais is not watching, and it is going to be bad news in this 2v1. Kais has been found in the back. Flex hesitates for a second, but gets that kill eventually. Now into the 1v1, and Awesome needs to finish it off for his team. Two very experienced players in this engagement. There's 40 seconds left, so not too big of an issue time-wise at the moment for Awesome. But he actually has got no idea where Flex has gone.
And he is gambling on the rotation straight away. Of course, but the fact that he doesn't know where Flex has gone means that Flex could have outgamed him here and could just be hiding on the B bomb site. But he's going to gamble that he hasn't done that. So Flex will now have to play full retake. Awesome will go back through the window, looking to try and take a fight quickly, wanting information early. Flex is now making his way through, holding the line for a second to see if Awesome does get a bit antsy and push his way out. All about timing. And Flex still holding to see if he's crossed. And I don't mind that, because now logically on the right side. And his timing here is very good. How is Awesome still alive? Can he get back into a box room? Oh my goodness, he can. Flash is great, but a spin back to avoid it and spin round on a swivel. Flex is able to clutch it out either way. So we got the drop on him and eventually got it done, despite how close it was.
Yeah, that was maybe a little bit too close for comfort, actually, as far as Flex was concerned. But as you say, he got it done. So another round on the board for TEC, up 7-5. It's not a huge lead necessarily, but it is enough to make them feel comfortable for now.
Yeah, make them feel a little bit more comfortable. I think, to be fair, after all the damage that Flex did, it was played pretty well, considering that little drop flash as he tried to back away into the box room. It was a good ploy. Flex with too much damage done straight away. Okay, in comes the play toward bridge again here. Bomb is going to be in tow, so Flex is going to wait for the information as he sees the leg stomping through the gaps in the flanks. Ooh. There's one. Great spin around, almost going to get a second as well, but with Kiko and Spoxy set up, he'll be able to lay it in for Lionclaw 2. Bit whiffy, but he gets it over the line now. Imagine's all alone. He finally got his flank kill on Spoxy, and he is allowed a bomb plant, but Is he going to be given 1v1s? He might be, you know. Very aggressive from Dezane. Actually, Lineclaw's now right next to him, so it's going to be no issue, and there we go. So, 3 rounds of the lead now. They're 2 away from getting this one sorted out.
It's slowly coming together for TEC. It's been a little bit of a spotty day here and there, but it hasn't been too bad. 8-5, if they can close this one out. Quick and clean 10-5. I think that'll be a good start to the season as far as they are concerned. Fight over long, about to brew, and imagine. Nice shot onto line for us. Flex alone. He's happy to stick around for the fight. He knows he's got Kiko covering his back over towards the A site. That's a nice double from Josh. We're down to a 2v2. So the resources that were invested there from TEC, I think they might have liked to have traded that a little cleaner than they ended up doing.
Kiko gets some information. Bomb will be planted for Imagine. It's got Josh right next to him to help out. Zane will now advance his angle. He does get his one. It baits in Kiko for that quick trade. It's a little bit better, bit by bit here, TEC, as we get into the nitty-gritty win of the game. It's been tight, it's been close rounds, but unlike we saw from Imperium earlier, they're not clutching them to stay involved.
Yeah, a 10-5 is starting to look more and more likely. As we head into what might be the last round of the map, and if Flex gets that kill onto Awesome, it would certainly go a long way in securing it. He will eventually chase him down. Kiko doing the same. It's an aggressive round out of TEC. They just want to get it over and done with, and it seems as though they will be very successful in that mission. A 4v1 now for Kais. They've just got to find him. And Flex is about to. Doesn't quite manage to get the kill himself. Finish it off. He doesn't. The rest of the team pushing their way through, and that will be the end of that. So Kais goes down, and TEC find themselves a pretty quick and pretty clean 2-0 with that second map in mind. Obviously, map 1 was a little bit more of a question mark there, I think it's fair to say. But at the end of the day, look, 2-0, and it never really felt like the second map was under any real threat there. So a bit of a cleaner day to kind of start the season there for TEC than what we saw from Vitality. Whether or not that speaks to anything, I guess, for the rest of the season, I guess we'll have to still wait and see.
Yeah, I think that what's very nice about that for TEC is, firstly, that was very clean after map 1. Secondly, that's obviously their debut in the league with their new organisation, right? So starting cleanly to show the new org, look, this is what we're made of. We're going to be a strong team this season. That's always an important factor because sometimes, even though nothing's changed with the team, the air of expectation can change when you change your organisation, and it can change how you perform. Simple as that. So they've done quite well, and I'm glad to see it. So we're going to throw it over to Sekio and Penguin to talk about that clean victory.
Thank you, Trav and Elfish, and of course, that was a clean win. 2-0 goes to our newcomers. Just kidding, speaking about the org, of course. Titans Esports 10-5 in the second game, 10-8 into the first one, and of course, as Trav said, it's a lot cleaner than what Vitality brought to the table, so I like it. Let's not put some like thoughts in our minds like still that's only the first day, you don't know what's gonna happen from Vitality. They always do those stuff, and for Titans I feel happy for them that they are making a really good step into the new meta, and it looks like they are well prepared for the changes. And for you, Penguin, like I will leave you all the analytical points. I know that you love to talk about those stuff.
Well, it's nothing to talk about here that much as the last game, because the game before, because the game before was 10-8 and it was back and forth game right now. But now, that's not the case. We've seen a very good half coming out from Swamp Gaming, and then suddenly they vanish versus Titan Esports in the second half. Their blacklist side wasn't that much successful. Let's talk about first. Let's talk about Strong Gaming. the Blacklist side was not that much successful. We haven't seen them committing into one side at this point, because we usually, when LSN was playing, we've seen how good how good Storm Gaming was playing the game. They let LSN try to get a pick, or maybe Kais try to get a pick, so we have the numbers advantage, and then we can end on this side, or maybe we can try to finish on this side. But right now, we're not having this kind of pushes, because they usually go 5v5, and when you go 5v5 versus the teams like Titan Esports, it's just so hard for you to find these picks. And also we've seen Kiko doing very good, because Kiko was kinda multi-fragging every time. And I mentioned as well that Kiko, he will do better if his team is doing better, and this is not a new thing for us on the FPS games, because you can't ask a player who freshly joined you, maybe a newcomer to your team, to just carry your whole team, talking about the 4 players, and put them into the same level that they used to be. This is not gonna happen, because that's the scenarios on the first season. But right now, we are seeing Flex is doing very good job. Flex is just completely changing his how he plays the game. He's playing way more aggressive with rifle more than the sniper, especially on the Blacklist side, and that's what we asked him to do, and he delivers. And also we've seen Spoxy doing his usual thing, and line close clutching. We've seen him clutching also the last round on the first half. So that's Titan Esports that we're looking for. That's the changes that we've been looking for, and they delivered it. Kiko's doing a very good job. He's carrying his team right now, and that's what we asked him.
So,
And also with Flex help as well.
of course, that's the case, and that's what we just saw in game number 2 on the second set of today, and it felt like they are bonding like season 1, I would say, of 2026. I don't know, it felt like the playstyle itself felt a bit off. It felt like they're taking a lot of time to find a way, or like find a loophole to catch a round, or like finish a game. We were always like, yeah guys, we have LCK, we know that it's gonna be always last minute executions, and with those last minute executions, sometimes it goes into a fiestas. And also, like, I remember we had quite a few of those, like from 3BL and other teams, like they always go for the late
Anubis,
executions. But yeah, of course, in Anubis, that's not the case with the meta. Meta now, it just goes around playing fast, and of course playing with all what you got in the first, I don't know, half a minute, or like 19 seconds. And here you'll see the, of course, highlights, which proves how important it is to play aggressive, and you will see it. And also playing through the bridge and having multi-way controlling over the site.
It's not only this as well. If we watch it, how Titan played the global side, which was one of the best sides, because they won the game on the global side, and they actually destroyed Strong Gaming on the global side. We've seen them doing the forced control. We call it the forced control. Like they force a control on every side on the map. Like we've seen them forcing controls in Elong. They sometimes go barracks with 2, and we've seen him very successful on that. This is one of them, by the way. But guys, this time he denied it, and this was the only round, by the way, they won it. We're talking about Strong Gaming. And they also forced the controls on B bridge, and we've seen the game ended on B bridge, where they forced the control. They went in, they got the kills. Kiko got the triple kill, and he also secured the round for his teammates. So they force the controls, they want to fight, they don't leave you an inch in the map. And that's how LCK used to play before, and we didn't see it on season 1. It was completely changed. And yeah, this is round I'm talking about, where Kiko just forced the bridge control into the side and leaving Strong Gaming no space to move on the map, and suddenly everything just vanished from Strong Gaming. So that's how good they play. That's the vitality gameplay that we used to talk about. That's the top tier gameplay. You don't get your enemy team to play the game. You just put the rules and follow it.
Yeah, of course. You set the rules and you make the enemy struggle following it, or just like playing in your own, I would say, like playing in your own style. Since if you can like show your dominance in the map and the rotation on the plays, that's what any team should be looking for. And of course, for that, I believe that Titan made it clear. I mean, like loud and clear in this game. That they are here to control no more playing slow, no more giving those stuff, and their executions been always the same. Like, I wouldn't say like they had a lot of changes when it comes to execution through their play style, but the base itself, like the tempo, like they're moving fast on the map, their rotations are better, their macro decisions are a lot better more than before, and like the aim duels, what's really mattering is the aim duels. Like, you get the aim duels, you get the round. It's just like that. If you got the right angle, right muzzle angle to collect some heads, well, that's it. And of course, we'll see here what happened through the game. And for Black Widow, I believe that one of the players that we need to highlight, as you've mentioned, Kiku, I would like to mention Dezane, and of course, like, I will just put Flex on another side, like, since Flex is always, like, he's a titan, he's a guy that always shows up after, of course, the changes that we're doing. But Kiku, that guy is just insane.
Yeah, Kiku is just so good lately. I've seen him improving on the last matches that he played with formerly LCK, of course, on Season 1. And I said that on Season 2 this guy's gonna be different. But I said that even though if Kiku is going to be different, but Flex is not going with the kind of the rifles that puts the firepower for his teammates and just shifts it into their favor, it's gonna be tough for them. But he changed it, he delivered, and he's the MVP in my opinion for the match. Not this match, the set, I guess, because he's always the guy that he's making the plays, in my opinion. So maybe the set MVP gonna be someone else with more KD or more kills, but I think that Flex is the guy that is setting the tone of the map. He's the IGL, he's fragging, and he's just going no fear versus anybody.
Of course, that's a really important factor, and of course we are seeing here the MVP, and it goes to Lineclaw. Like, we didn't talk much about him, but like, he's been always one of the really good players, like across the years, of course. And for this game, he will take the MVP, I believe. I'm kinda disagreeing with that, but of course, like, he deserves to be one of the top performing players on this game, especially with the stats and everything. That will give him the MVP. And moving forward, we saw the result. We have seen what's happening from those teams. Swamp Gaming, Titan Esports. It's about to be an explosion in the league after what Titan made.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as a statement, I guess Titan is more convenient for me than Vitality, at least for now. Yes, I know that Vitality is just the first game. We cannot just judge that Vitality's season is going to be rough because of the first game they played versus Imperium and they struggled a bit. No, I'm saying that Titan, they changed something in their gameplay. That means that they agreed or accepted that there is something wrong that we need to change, because the last season results was not good for them. They almost got knocked out twice. They played versus Anubis, then they played versus Triple Galaxy, then they barely won versus Triple Galaxy 3-2. They went versus Untitled 3-1, and they lost 3-0 versus Vitality, leaving the season with the third place. So they need a statement. They need to secure the EWC. That means that they need to be on top 3 for sure, and maybe on top 2 better in order for them to go to the EWC.
Of course, competing internationally is what matters the most, and that's for, of course, we'll see Titans, Vitality, and of course we'll talk about Team Nemesis, but for this time we'll head to Dezane being the match MVP. Congrats, like, he showed up some strikes, I would say, but I believe that the team is still the same. We have just like a few changes in the play style, and I would say we had a major change in the organization. No more LCK, we're into Titans Esports, but I believe while we're talking here, we might have a small interview in a matter of seconds, but waiting for the interview to be broadcasted. I don't know, like it felt like they're doing uh, this on the perfect way, at least for the first game.
Yeah, perfectly good. Maybe better than the last season. And I said more convenient for me from Vitality, but we are not just here to judge Vitality or TS at the first two games. I mean, of course, first game for every team, but in my opinion, that they changed. That means that they are better. Yeah.
And of course, and speaking of that, I believe that we have an interview with Flex with us in few seconds. And man, like I love to talk with Flex. He's a really humble guy, and like you always find a lot of insightful things out of Flex. So Flex, pop on the screen. Now? Oh, okay. Hello Flex, marhaba, how are you doing?
Hello guys, how are you doing? I'm doing fine, well thank you.
Of course, thank you, of course, for being here. And for the interview, I have like small questions, of course. Congrats on the changes, of course, like going to Titan Esports. Hopefully, we can see a lot of good stuff internationally. Like we have high hopes and faith for you and your teammates.
Thank you. We also have the same hopes for ourselves, and yeah, we'll do our best.
Of course. So, like, I have a small question. First of all, like, how did it feel when you saw Swamp Gaming almost find a way to reverse sweep across game number 1, and what was the strategy to complete a comeback?
Yeah, I think the first few rounds on the second half, we were just trying to figure out how they were playing, because we had almost no idea with their change, and after we kind of figured out how they played and what they were doing, it was much easier to start getting the rounds, and it was easy for me to call the threats. I knew which like fast threats would work against their setup, and yeah, that's basically how we did things in the first map.
Of course, like another one for you, Flex. It felt like we are seeing a whole new roster. Like after the changes you made in the play style, felt like that's the old LCK like back in 2025. It felt like you're playing with much aggression. You're playing more proactive. Like where that come from, and why did you change your play style?
Well, obviously we weren't happy with the results we had in season 1. We had a lot of time to reflect, a lot of time to work on things, and we are trying to be better every time. So that's what you're seeing.
Of course.
I have a last question, Flex. Yeah, have you noticed the change that happened to the killer cam?
Yeah, the kill cam is very short.
Yeah.
I think it benefits the
fast games.
It benefits the fast threats, and it also benefits the teams good at giving the infos, so I think it's kind of closing the skill gap a bit. I think the longer cam it's better for like higher skill gap. Now you just have to guess instead of relying on your teammates' info, but I think it's a good change. It's nice to have changes in the meta, and nice to have changes in the game. It feels like refreshing right now, and it's good, I think.
Yeah, internationally as well, it's gonna be good because you usually when you go on international stage and when you die, the screen just goes off. So it's good. I actually like that because I've seen you Flex like on Eagle Eye. You play it very fast because I knew that they can't keep the pace when they say the information based on the nuclear cam with you, and that's how you did. So I just wanted to take your opinion on this, and thank you, Flex. Congratulations once again on this win, and of course on having Titan on your shoulders.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flex. Any last words would you love to say to your fans, Turkish fans, and of course the fans that follow you from Titan Esports?
Thank all of them, and yeah, we will do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Flex, and of course thank you for your time. Always a pleasure seeing you.
Great.
See you.
See ya. Bye.
He mentioned a good point. That's why we've seen Imperium very close to Vitality. It's because the point that Flex said. He said it benefits the teams that they don't give the full information, or maybe the good quality of information. That's how we call it.
True.
More than the teams that gives you the information that you need. These teams are maybe Nemesis, maybe we can say Galaxy and Knights, a bit. And Knights maybe they don't have that much because they are still not practicing that much because this information comes from practice, of course, Vitality. Other than that, I see that the other teams just gonna be benefited from this because, as you mentioned, the camps just instantly, it's not instantly, like 1 second and switches to your teammate, so you don't have time to get information. Yeah, or also guess what's gonna going to happen. But it's better for the international tournaments and stages because it makes you practice more into such matchups.
Yeah, of course, it gives you a lot of, like, it gives you short time to adapt to it, and of course once we go through the season we'll see a lot of teams picking up the pace and doing all of those good stuff, and of course that's gonna be pretty good and important for our region. But for now we had two really good games. Of course we had a full distant game between Imperium and Team Vitality, and the reason is what Flix actually brought to us here. And after game number 2 we have seen 2-0, also another one goes to Team Titan Esports, and now we're heading to the Egyptian derby between, actually that's not an Egyptian derby, but like I will consider it an Egyptian derby between Team Nemesis and Team CFW. So we'll head to a small break and get back to you guys. Stick to your chairs.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in, and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this? The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
Pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will second it.
Welcome back to CFWL, as we are here and we're kicking off our main event between two of the best teams in this league. I would say, in my opinion, we had a really strong run coming out from 3BL Galaxy, and they are playing versus Nemesis, the runner-up of 2026 Season 1. Of course, they have a long history, but this one might have a slight bit of some changes after we have seen some of the changes that happened onto 3BL Galaxy roster. What do you think, Bingo?
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, it's a quite good matchup between two teams that historically they are very good. Talking about 3BL historically, 2024, 2023, and then they struggled a bit in 2025. They couldn't make it into the West League, and now they're back on 2026. They played very good on Season 1. We've seen them starting very, very, very slow, which is not the case. I want to be highlighting this because I want to be talking about more about this more. So now they're going to be playing versus Nemesis, the team that only 3BL Galaxy couldn't do their basic job versus them. Like, if you watch it, how 3BL Galaxy versus the Anubis, 3BL Galaxy played their A game and played their game, and they did the strategies and they did everything and they won the game. If you watch how they played versus LCK in both games that they played, one they beat them 3-0, they were just completely destroying LCK, and then when they lost 3-2, they still played their game. But if you talk about the matchup, them versus Unnights and 3BL Galaxy versus Nemesis, those are the two games that I've seen 3BL Galaxy is not the team that we used to see. So now we need to see these changes coming out from 3BL Galaxy, because the guys now, they have some roster changes. Monty's out, Dizzy's out, and they are replaced with Losha as a main player and Lanar as the substitute for 3BL Galaxy Esports, which should give these guys and I call them the future of West League. This should give them a huge momentum boost coming into this matchup. So, how they played the season 1, they started very slow on the first game. It was on nights, I remember. But now they should be playing way better. As we can see, all guys are gathered into the gaming house. The 5 players are there. They just want to be hyping. We've seen Losha. This is his first appearance as well. We would love to talk to him about him more. And Siask, of course, the coach and the brain of Triple Galaxy that done a very good job. So Triple Galaxy, a lot to talk about. However, Nemesis, nothing's changed. We need to see how Nemesis is going to be keeping their playstyle and pace the same. They are, as you said, Sekio, they are the runners-up. So we would love to see the runners-up performance.
Of course, we would love to see them get back on track, and of course, through the course of this season, see them improve little by little. It's been shown that they still got a lot of room for improvement on Season 1 earlier on this year, and for the second split, I believe it will head to a place it's either a rock bottom or a place that they can just try and get back again into the finals. And of course, being part of the final game will be pretty important for roster like Team Nemesis. But speaking of Team Nemesis roster, we will see now, and I believe there is no changes whatsoever coming up from those players. But like, I would love to see Big Comics back in action. That guy definitely deserves like a round of applause from each and every one.
Yeah, this guy just came out of nowhere, killed Vitality on the upper bracket final and just disappeared instantly, and then his team struggled after that. So yeah, as you mentioned, but I guess the thing is, I don't think Beck and Raffin joined Dipsy Comics and Alucard on the gaming house yet, so they maybe are not fully playing as we time together as a team, because it was the first meet for all of the players, and it was the first gathering. The team was just shuffling, and Kevin wanted to gather the team together so for them to practice. Right now, I guess they have the fundamentals to do it. They have everything to do it. Their playstyle is very good. They are changing. Dips is doing very good. Comics is doing his thing. He's just killing everybody when it comes to his crosshair. Alucard is the best trader on Crossfire. I mentioned this before because he's the guy always he's trading. When you are pushing the side, he's always on the backside trading you. And if you need one trade, he will get it. If you need two, he will aggressively go and get two and leave. So he's very smart,
And,
one of the veterans, and he has also multiple championships on his shoulders. So that's what you should be seeing from him.
I love that you mentioned that. Like, he is like one of the greatest players that we have ever seen in CF West League. Of course, he had a lot of years into his name, and as you have mentioned, a lot of titles being brought by him, but that was a long time ago. And it's always lovely to see veterans get back into the being part of the focal lengths, or like the plays that you will be waiting for them. At least for season 1, they were playing in the final. They're the runner-up, and of course we have the head-to-head Beck versus Hunt, which is pretty interesting to see. IGL's head-to-head when it comes to KD, both they're kinda close to each other. Headshots are a lot high with Hunt, even though that he plays a sniper. And actually, you know what, like, Hunt is that guy who plays like
Everything.
Exactly, yeah, he's like the flexible, he's the octopus of the team. Like, you need him on a rifle, of course, sniper, gotcha, EBR, got you up, like, he just name it and he's gonna do it. He's just like that flexible guy who fills any role, any place that you would ever need him to be part of.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Hunt, then all eyes definitely is on Hunt and Beck, especially Beck, because he's the IGL as well. He's the guy that I said he's the best movement in Crossfire. What I mean by the best movement, he's the guy that he knows how to reposition. He knows how to go aggressively and get the kill while he's just playing aggressive, and then he goes back. He knows how to throw the numbers disadvantage back to their favor. So he's the guy that he's the element that Team Nemesis, if he's not playing very well, they are missing something that we do not know. So back, if he's
I got
having his best
something.
days, yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah.
a tough day for TBL. And if Hunt is playing very good, it's gonna be tough days for Nemesis.
Yeah, something about back, like we were just like talking about IGLing, talking about what happens into the game, but at the same time, the killer camera is gone, so like he should be waiting for those information that he usually gets from his teammates, but it's not gonna be around, so that's something you gotta consider. That's a huge update for the upper bracket team, or like for the elite teams, so that's something we need to give it a talk. And of course we had our talk before the games, and for our predictions, I believe that we're all kinda going on the same foot here, but like the predictions will pop off in a few seconds. Of course, we're all going with Nemesis, which is like, hear me out, it's just like, yeah, that's fair. Like, if you like the underdog story, sure, you will go for 3BL, but like if you're being realistic, Nemesis, they got the better part.
Well, I said that I want to mention something about 3BL Galaxy. They always start slow. Here, why I picked Nemesis, because usually I see 3BL starting slow. What I mean by starting slow, like they don't get into the atmosphere of going into the West League instantly. Especially that they have Losha as well now. He's the guy that he's playing his first West League game. He played Open and he won Open with Mapugo, as I mentioned. But now it's West League. It's completely different. You're playing on a title. You're playing on a CFS points. You're playing on EWC points. You can qualify WC. You can go to the teams. You can also play on any of the other teams if you are playing very well. So he's definitely having some pressure. So he needs to release this pressure. How he's going to be releasing this pressure? Just by playing more games. So playing more games mean that the first 2-3 games, maybe, I'm not talking about maps, games, maybe for 3BL going to be slow. What I mean by slow, yeah, they might lose some rounds, they might do some stupid things, they might do some mistakes, they might be shaky, they might look shaky versus Nemesis, but definitely they will pop off in the end, and I'm pretty sure. And that's what we've seen from Season 1. It was the same case with Dizzy, but maybe Lucia now can level up the gameplay for 3BL Galaxy, especially that the guys now are together for a while. And we've seen when Imperium were together for a while, what they did, when the killer cam changed, what they did versus Vitality. So we would love to see 3BL Galaxy doing the same versus Nemesis.
Yeah, we always would love to see the underdogs perform, and speaking of performing, those guys been doing a lot of hard work, heavy lifting in the off season. You can see them having a bit of a laugh. That's something you'll always love to see in a gaming house. You don't want to have the tension, the attention that some of the players might brought in, and of course, when you're having the gaming house buff, you always needed to have like this positive mentality, having fun with your teammates, and not getting into those bad fights. Those just like destroy the whole atmosphere, rhythm, and everything in between. And for 3BL Galaxy, I would say like that's the first time I would see Hunt play in the gaming house. Normally he plays from home, so that's something we gotta put on. Like, I remember last split he said like he didn't feel that he's a lot of comfort playing outside of his comfort zone, of course his home. So that's something we should put into consideration and see what they can bring us after that.
Yeah, he said that he was improving and he was learning how to IGL. So he said I don't wanna distract myself into learning IGLing, playing with the team and adapting to the new metas, and as well adapting to a new atmosphere, adapting to a new table, new chair. He said it's gonna be too much for me. The guy is just 20 years old and everything, and he's doing everything in Crossfire since then. So he tried to release some of the pressure. So one of the pressures was the gaming house. I believe that now he doesn't have that much pressure of IGLing because he already finished the first season IGLing, surpassing most of the IGLs and doing very good job versus IGLs. That's been here for a while. If you're talking about the new IGLs, it was him and Dirty. I believe him and Dirty maybe Jaguar was historically one of the best IGLs in Crossfire. I believe that Hunt definitely surpassed Dirty in the IGLs in the IGLing, especially that both they are both new to IGLing. So now it's no matter how to prove this again, because Anubis they changed the IGL, and we're gonna be talking about Anubis when we see them coming here into the matchups.
Yeah, of course, watching Anubis play is something for another day, but for today, we have Team 3BL playing versus Team Nemesis, and now I believe the game is ready, and we'll head to our lovely casters to close out the night. Actually, we still have another game to close the night, but of course, the closing set will head to Trav and Elfish. Back to you guys.
Indeed, final match of the day, Trav, and we're about to head into what could be a good one. It could be a reasonably quick one. We'll have to kind of wait and see. I think, jury's kind of out a little bit based on what we've seen so far today. My read is actually that Nemesis is quite a dedicated team, quite a solid team. I think they really came into last season with quite a bit of emphasis on really trying to be as best as they possibly can. They weren't necessarily messing about. And that got them top 2, which is, a little bit surprising, obviously, considering that's typically been a position that's been held by the LCK core. They maybe even were in a position where they looked like they might be the team to take the grand final because they were able to beat Vitality in that upper bracket as well. So I think this is a team that has shown a lot of improvement. They've definitely hit the mark, I thought, in Season 1. And I imagine they're going to be coming into Season 2 with that sort of vigor remaining. Same can kind of be said for 3BL. I think they were kind of on the rise. 3BL was an organization that for a long time we kind of said, yeah, they're not really an org that we expect a whole lot out of. After that initial 3BL lineup went over to Rock Esports and then became Vitality in the end, and they picked up TBI, which was a team that we were kind of like, where are these guys are going to be like last or second last? But actually, TBI / now new 3BL. Had a pretty good season last season. Made top 5, didn't quite manage to make it into the top 4, which is kind of like, I think, the goal for all of those teams sitting towards the bottom of the standings. But I think both of these teams last season showed quite a significant amount of improvement, and it's just a question of how dedicated they've been in the off season here for me as to which team is going to be able to walk away with anything to really show for themselves today to start off season 2.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously we've got a couple of small changes as well to the rosters for 3BL with Losher in. So yeah, definitely a little bit of an unknown coming into this game, but one I'm not unhappy about at all. I think this is actually going to be relatively fun. And yeah, I think Nemesis for me, as you say, I think they're taking it very seriously. I think they know how much progress they made last season that they can actually punch up and possibly find something special this season after get running that deep. So we'll see if they truly believe in themselves when it comes to that. Alucard and Beck will already start the game very cleanly, and a 4v2 has happened off the rip.
Yeah, Beck happy to, again, get underway nice and early on in the piece. It's going to be Comics that'll finish that, and that's exactly what you have hoped to see, I think, from Nemesis coming into the day really nice and strong. A little bit of a golf clap there from the coach, Kevin, too. So he's happy with the proceedings so far. Dipsy, early start into round number 2 there onto Sad. And, immediately you're kind of getting the idea maybe that Nemesis are on a bit of a different level here. But we'll hold that until we get to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll see how the update with the death cam and stuff affects these two teams, because I think, Flex kind of, as a player, an active player, right, kind of confirming our suspicions and saying, like, it's a bit of a leveler, right, like, for all the teams at this level. But until we get teams getting used to it, as I was kind of talking about earlier, we could see some unexpectedly close games that we already saw with Vitality. So we'll see if that's the case or not. But yeah, thankfully for TEC, they got their game won pretty cleanly, so they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Nemesis. A lot of toing and throwing happening in middle. You do have Raffin around the back that's going to, I suppose, sort of force the issue a little bit. Just kind of corralling 3BL into that forward position over towards B. Alucard maybe not quite getting the memo. It's going to leave Dipsy solo on that side, so Raffin's actually going to have to pick the pace up a little bit here. His timing looks fantastic, and Dipsy's hit one. Raffin will get the other in the back, and that's exactly how you'd like to see that round panning out if you are a fan of Nemesis. 2-0, a really solid start.
Yeah, great recovery there. That one didn't look possible for a second. So well for 3BL, but Nemesis have been holding on cleanly to begin.
Bit of an opener this time for 3BL. Dipsy goes hunting, and this time Sad will find the opening kill. There's going to be another aggressive move from Nemesis this round, starting to get away from them as they're just trying to scramble to get some control of it. Alucard also falling. It's really only Comics to have struck in this instance, and for 3BL it does look like they'll probably be getting their first round on the board here.
Headshots. Double kill.
Nothing much to be said for both Raffin and Comics in that round either, and so in the end, 3BL underway nice and early as well.
Yeah, important to get asserted early. Just to see how many quicker plays they will try and go for. Business end of the game. And fighting for the wood position, of course, as well, very aggressively. We often see teams do on sub-base. Good kill from Noxin to find Dipsy, and that will assert themselves into a 4v3 very quickly. No push back forward for Nemesis to try and recover a kill off the back of it. To try and recover when you are at a disadvantage. It tends to be the way you have to go and play things, to look for information. That's what 3BL are waiting for. They're thinking that Nemesis might go looking. But they're going to stay put right now.
Raffin with a big job to do. I would say probably not going to be able to hold on to this A side himself. Luckily for him, he might not have to, as 3BL are kind of headed in the direction of B, which, you know, even still is going to be a favorable position for them to go into. But Alucard set up on the line here with the TRG. He's usually going to be good for one, and he is, but can't get away. So in the end, 1-for-1, probably not what was needed. He needed to get one and then back off. In the end, leave it onto the shoulders of Beck, who is going to try and hold on to this B side as long as he possibly can. Again, 1-for-1, probably not enough, but we'll see what Raffin has to say about it. Maybe he can cause a bit of a ruckus here. He's got the first one nicely. Plant's not gone down either. Sad's going to speed up, get that plant on the floor, just so that he gets the time working in his favor. Raffin doesn't quite get it right on that rotation. In the end, just runs into Sad. So gets it close, but close enough is not good enough in this instance, and 3BL equalize.
Yeah, I think I like the way they're piecing these together at the moment, 3BL, early. Of course, it is their map pick after all. We'll kind of get information on the first push coming through, and that miss actually causes issues for him because he's got to worry about the push in toward lockers as well. That doesn't work out all too well, but he's still got the one to save alive. But now, of course, Hunter's in the action. He's put himself in the middle of everything, pretty much. And yeah, this is working out pretty well for 3BL. Alucard gets one on the exit, but no more than that. He has to leave. Try and go around the world to look for something, but he won't be allowed too much, I don't think, with Noxon in this position. Starts fade, and it does. That'll be a freebie for Noxon. So there we go. Good lead to work with. And yeah, I think you mentioned these seasons, they are like talking about taking it very seriously. In fact, they're nearly always in their team houses and stuff like that. I think these are definitely two of the teams that don't necessarily win the league, but they're very serious about trying to make something happen and progress upward.
I mean, I think the interesting thing about it is that Nemesis would consider themselves to be a team that could win the league, and I don't see any reason why you would want to disagree with that necessarily. They made the final. They made the final as the first seed, right? And if you can make the final, if you can beat Vitality in the upper bracket final, then yeah, you can certainly beat them. It's just a case of beating them when it matters the most. That's going to be a little bit harder, but I think they've already shown the ability to make something happen in CFWL. Trying to put together another round here. Raffin found himself a double. It's a nice hold on the A side so far. Lucia, again, the new addition to 3BL, putting in some good work to at least pull one back, but the numbers are very, very healthy for Nemesis at the moment. And will remain the case at the end of the round as well. So 3-3 on sub base, which is 3BL's map pick.
Oh, very quick play. This is sometimes you do see this every now and then. When you get into the round quickly over toward that side of the map. See all the X's on the mini map right now. And it works out in 3BL's fashion. Good brawl, good fight. Only lose one player despite all that madness. It's a very good job. They now know where Alucard is. One quick reface, but flip round from Sad, giving him no chance to do anything else. Good job. SVBL back into the slight lead once again.
Big test here for the B site, maybe. Seems to be where 3BL are keen to default back to. Taking a bit of space in towards locker rooms now, but not actually making their push just yet. Have to get past Alucard, who typically had been, I think, one of the standout players on this lineup. And that is exactly why. A nice double kill from him. Just completely locking it down. Nemesis looking very good to close out a fourth of their own. Do another round. Keep themselves in the race here, but, you know, again, a very, very close match. Got to be some credit given over to 3BL. It's so easy to come into this series and look at it and say, yeah, it should be Nemesis pretty clean, but not necessarily the case.
Noxon will get the quick opening again. That now forces way back forward, but Sad under a lot of pressure. Flick shot miss, thankfully hitting the headshot with the pistol. That wasn't actually that easy, and he's done quite well. Russia now pushing back up, is going to completely catch Alucard off guard with that timing. And even doubling down to Dipsy too. So very simple for 3BL in this one. They're actually going to win it with all 5 up. And they will just about creep into the lead at half.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that necessarily means, 5-4. We obviously have to wait and see how this second half starts to play out. It feels as though it's matchup that could really go any which way. That's a really good start, though, from 3BL. Hunt and Omega combining in Machine Room and just kind of dislodging Nemesis with no problem at all.
Shot.
Yes, in general, this game has been played very speedily, which is nice as well. I said that at the beginning of the Imperium Vitality game. Yeah, it's DBL not wanting to let Nemesis do much, it feels like, in terms of playing time and making things uncomfortable. Nice shot.
That's good.
From Dipsy.
Yeah.
Be pushed forward in the end by Noxin, though. So again, these rounds are just... They're on the knife edge at the sort of midpoint every single time. And it just tends to be recently 3BLA just grabbing them by the scruff of the neck once we get to this sort of position. As you can see, there's not really any position to take a bomb site yet. It's kind of a 50-50 at the moment as to which one they're going to go to. Does seem like the bomb is waiting outside B, really, while the... position of Beck and Comics go searching. Only Noxin over toward A at the moment on the stairs, and maybe he wants intel by pushing up slowly now.
Split the difference here. Nemesis is going to go through the middle of the map. The C4's on the other side. It's an interesting choice from them. Noxin obviously under pressure, but now the Raps can come in there in the sandwich. I mean, I think this really comes down to Beck and Alucard. Sorry, Beck and Comics fragging out. Alucard's on his way through. There's no kills as of yet. I mean, Alucard cannot walk into this site with that bomb. Comics finally gets himself one, but he did lose his teammate for his trouble. So 2-on-2, but looks like the plant might go down. It's starting to come together for Nemesis until Comics will fall. So Alucard's going to have to rush the plant and see what he can get done from here. Out to that M14, which hasn't done him any favors so far. Push it down early, but sad in there for the trade, and 3BL have themselves another. And I have to say, I think 3BL are on their way to winning this map.
Yeah, looking very comfortable at the moment, and yeah, I'm quite impressed. I think, you know, we looked at how 3BL played last season. Seeing what they were able to do, maybe outperforming expectations slightly. I think so far, maybe looking to, especially with the meta change that we've been talking about, which could be a great leveler between all the teams in this league, like some of the teams in this league. You know, I think there's a good shot for me that 3BL could be one of those teams who are able to push up and punch up ever further.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. Because
They're
they're still young. All these guys are young, aren't they? So, like, there's definitely they're being proactive with the changes they've made as well. I think they could be a significant danger.
They've definitely, you know, done enough to trouble Nemesis here. Certainly enough to trouble Nemesis into a tactical timeout. It was such a good, clean start from Nemesis. This looked like it was going to be a bit of a foregone conclusion. Remember those first two rounds, we're sort of saying, yeah, this is looking pretty easy. They're feeling pretty comfortable. And not the case. 3BL have actually, I have to say, looked the better team so far on this map. Beck's getting a bit sweaty. It's time for Nemesis to step up, right? Like, prove why were you the team that got to make it to the grand final last season? We, you know, said the same thing about Vitality. They obviously did end up closing out both of the maps. It was a really, really rough series from Vitality, but when they needed to, they were able to close things out. So is Nemesis going to be a good enough team to do the same?
Yeah, that's the question. I'm having a bit of a nightmare right now, Jordan. As we're in a little bit of a break here, I'm going to have to tell you what's going on.
Okay.
There are moths. I've told you about this before on broadcast, I'm pretty sure. There are moths flying about my room right now.
Yep.
Like, they're carpet moths. And I swear to God, during this cast, you might have been able to tell I've been a little bit disconnected from it. I've had to kill like 5 of them. It's been really, really awkward and really making me lose concentration. I'm just staring about my room like every 5 seconds. I always need to just go and like nab, because obviously they're carpet moths or whatever, so they eat the carpet or whatever it is. They like dust and everything.
Yeah.
And like, without being too crude, dead skin and all that sort of thing. So yeah, right now I'm getting stun locked by things flying around my room that shouldn't. I'm upset about it. So apologies for the slight distraction. I am trying my best.
You got to be careful with those. I had them one time in a place I used to live, and I was overseas because I was working like overseas for a while. And at some point, some carpet moths had come and taken up residence underneath my bed in the carpet. And obviously, you don't go under your bed very often. I don't know about you, but I certainly did not go under my bed very often. And then when I went to vacuum under my bed on any particular day, which probably hadn't happened in a couple of months, there was a big hole in my carpet, and so that was not fun. So if they are actually carpet moths, you got to keep an eye on that. That's a pro tip for everyone at home.
I think they are. I've literally just killed one during this conversation that you've just had in that one sentence. It was like, thankfully, wireless headset, thank God. I can like still focus on what you're saying to bounce off what you're saying and still watch the game because my monitor's right in front of me. It's not like a big room in any way, shape or form. But yeah, it's making things quite uncomfortable right now. And I've just messaged my mother and said, we need to do something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's actually crazy. We have these like pheromone traps and like a spray and everything, but it hasn't kept them at bay, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they are. Once they get in, they're a bit of a hassle to get rid of. So I would definitely call the pest man, so to speak. And we're back. So enough pest discussion. Let's see if Nemesis can be a bit of a pest for 3BL here in actually trying to close this map out already. The next round starting, I would say, a little poorer for Nemesis again. Rappen very nearly getting taken down. So 3BL definitely causing some problems for them today.
Yeah, hopefully this little tech that we had is not ruined momentum for 3BL, who probably would have been feeling this is a great opportunity to get a 2-0 done. Getting the map done here and then maybe getting a 2-0 done once and for all, because I know they do play Eagle Eye every now and then, and they actually look pretty good in it historically when I've watched them last season. So there's always a possibility. There's always a possibility. We're going to concentrate on finishing this one first.
Yeah, I think 3BL will be very keen to close this out nice and easy. Set themselves up for success in their first game of the season. I mean, they're a team that was kind of on the rise last season, and a win versus Nemesis in the very first game of their season here for Season 2 would really prove that they're continuing to be on the rise.
Double kill.
So that is a fantastic asset to this team when he's hitting shots like that. Goes for another one. A little bit of a duel with Dipsy. Of course he'll win it. An engagement like that is always going to favor the sniper, and 3BL continuing to kind of pound Nemesis into the dirt at the moment. This is looking like a map that's kind of a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing at the moment. This is a great performance. going to try and continue to play on the front foot, and that's something that Beck's not ready for. Another example of just what they're showing right now, and there's just no way that Nemesis are breaking through. It's going to be 9-4, and I thought seeing Raffin do something crazy. Now it's only Raffin. He is destroyed and confused, and now low HP. He should be done for. Very assertive from 3BL, and as soon as I saw them make a little bit of a comeback at the beginning of the map, I was like, okay, I see where you're going with this, and I don't expect teams to keep it up all the time, but you know what, 3BL, they actually have.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to continue that to finish the map off in a really, really clean fashion as well. I mean, a 10-4, they're actually kind of destroying Nemesis right here. There's not much more to say about it. Like, this is a really cut and dry map, and I mean, Sad has been hitting some belters after the pause. He is 7-0. There's really not much more to say about this. This has been an utter demolition, and 3BL going to be really, really happy with that first map.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive, and I think the main thing as well is that they were very, very dynamic with the way they went about things. They were willing to play aggressive, they were willing to play slow and defensive too. They just were very unpredictable, and there was no way that Nemesis had any answer for that at all. It's actually, just thinking about it, it is the most convincing map of the entire day we've seen so far. So, yeah, that's a statement. It's a mini statement there. It's only one map. There's a long way to go in the day as well as the season. So, but still, I think they can be very proud of that one for a starter.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that I agree was probably the cleanest map of the day so far. It's surprising to me that that's going to be the case, obviously, because we have teams like Vitality coming before them, but, you know, it is what it is sometimes. Certainly a lot to touch on that one, so we'll hand it over to the desk, not waste any time, and see what they have to say about map 1.
Thank you, guys, and yeah, I will add my voice to yours. It feels like this is the first map that we've seen like an actual game, or like you would feel that yeah, 3BL are doing something, and it looks quite frankly good. I would love to mention that Hunt also played APR, played a sniper. He was just a super flexible guy. At the same time, after the pause, we saw that I don't know, man, like
Good flashed.
8 kills. Oh, you flashed us. Well, like, it's fine. Like, we get used to it, and like you just run in, get back into the scene, those stuff. Like, you're keeping it energetic, which is pretty important to feel the action that we're seeing here. And of course, 3BL winning 10-4 in the first map on our main event for tonight, the last match. And man, you love to see it.
Well, yeah, 3BL, they played very good in the game, and we watched how they played. I watched the whole game. I just enjoy watching 3BL honestly lately. How they started the first round, I remember the first round it was a B split, a fast B split. Didn't work out very well for them. I guess they got only 1 kill or 2 kills, and they lost. Beck just destroyed them on B top, and this did not break their momentum. They yet went in Woods next round, and they still lost it. So it's 2-0 for Nemesis now. What did 3BL do for them in order to win this half? They are down 0-2, and they need to win the rounds because they're starting with the blacklist side. So they need to have more rounds than the globalists. Of course, talking about the blacklist side on sub base is casually 70-30 blacklist sided. So what did 3BL change, or what did they do in order for them to win or to continue dominating sub base that we used to see? The answer is nothing. They continue playing their A game. They just played fast again. So they lost 1 round, they lost 2 rounds, and they went in fast again. They won, then they lose, they win, lose, win. So they kept playing fast, they kept playing the control game, they kept taking Woods control, shifting the rotation, just stretching the map and go back to quad boxes, and they don't do any clowny plays or maybe just fishy plays around quad. If we go on quad, we just end on quad. And we mentioned the new information of the killer cam. It just benefits the teams like, yeah, it benefits the teams like 3BL because they play very fast. So that's how they do it. If you are talking about Nemesis, they had a good, in my opinion, Nemesis had a good first half because it's 5-4. They got 4 rounds on the global side. They switched,
of course.
I'm pretty sure I know these guys, bro. So I know these guys. I watch them. I sometimes play with them casual games. These guys did nothing on global side. So this is what's like maybe yeah, Trav mentioned or Elfish mentioned that they played aggressive and they played defensive, but the thing is they didn't even play their strategic A game. They just played it chaotically versus Nemesis. I believe even though if they play Nemesis again the same chaotic way, I don't think they're gonna have the same outcome. The guys just feeling themselves and they're doing anything that comes in mind. Pushing BC mid or late round. Pushing machine, just sneaking machine. Pushing machine actually 2-3 rounds versus Nemesis. So these things usually doesn't work always. So that's why I'm saying they are just pushing, rushing, chaotically playing the map, and it's working out very well for them. It's not normally it's gonna happen usually or more often, but
So,
for now it happened in this map.
Basically, you're saying that they're pushing their limits, like they're testing stuff, trying to do more chaotic play style on the second half, and that was pretty clear at a certain points. And I would love to go back into some points that you have mentioned earlier, that there is no hesitation in the execution. Like they're just not like committing to be said, and then mid the round is just like, nah, we don't like it. We'll shift gears and go other side. There's just like putting full foot in the gas. You're going in, you're taking your shots, and you're playing in a way that it should be remembered. And of course, I would love to mention that Sad, after the boss, he got 8 kills in 2 rounds, so he basically got double quad. So that's something we need to highlight. Like that guy's just popped off out of the blue, 3.33 KD. That's how crazy he went. He was just not having fun with them. He just went into the action, and like, guys, that's my moment. That's the place that we need to be part of. We do.
Yeah, and talking about Lush as well as the first appearance in the CFW West League, and he's still having the second best KD after Sad, which is Sad's KD is unreal for me to have 3.33 KD. That's unreal. That's not a KD that you usually get or casually get on every day. So maybe that's 60% of the win for 3BL Galaxy is Sad, only Sad. This guy with his the pushes, with his information, the way he plays, he's just a super chilled guy that actually benefits his teammates. So what played by him, and also Noxian and Losha, they had a very good game. What I also wanted to mention that I meant that 3BL, they played the map how Hunt wanted to play it. He followed Hunt in any single call he said without even thinking, is this call is actually gonna win us the game, or is this call actually gonna win us the round? Is it the right call? Maybe it's not. We pushed machine 3 rounds. You want to push 4s? Just go. Okay, let's go. So that's why I'm saying they played the map how Hunt wanted to play it, and that's a very good job. In my opinion, if they played the same again versus Nemesis, I don't think they're gonna have the same success, because it's a chaotic play style. What I mean by chaotic play style, it's 50-50, either for you or your own team. But today, it's for TBA Galaxy. Well played by them. Nemesis, they're definitely gonna bounce back.
Probably they will bounce back, of course, as you have mentioned, but at the same time, we would love to give them, give 3BL Galaxy their, I don't know how to say, but like, you need to give them some respect over what they have done over the first map. You'll see Sad just killing everyone in all the places.
Yeah.
And of course, he was just like, he was everywhere. That guy is just magnificent, and I'm not sure this is pretty right, but like, those players been practicing, try-harding in the entire year, so they deserve to be recognized after what happened on Season 1. On what's happening now in the first game in Season 2, they're just popping off, and I hope that they keep the momentum. And of course, guys, like, yeah, I don't want to jump into conclusions. We still got game number 2, we still have game number 3, so those stuff will show whether 3BL Galaxy, they just had a one-game wonder, or this series, this season will be a different one. But of course, to hit to this, guys, we will go to a small break and go back to you with game number 2. Hello guys and welcome back again into our main event. We still got two of the craziest teams that they're popping off in the West League. On, of course, our main event for tonight, we still got Team Nemesis playing versus Team 3BL Galaxy, and trust me, those guys are about to get it done. And Penguin, any last words you would love to say or see from those teams?
Well, it's Eagle Eye. Historically, it's maybe the second best map for 3BL. So if they can't close it now, it's gonna be very tough for them to close the series. So 3BL, you have a golden chance to close the series 2-0. Otherwise, I'm gonna say that they're gonna lose 2-1. That's gonna be tougher than Eagle Eye because they play Eagle Eye very good. They have Losha now on Eagle Eye. He's going to be a very good anchor. And they have Hunt flexing the sniper. So they will have double sniper setup on the global side. Sad will be on one side. Hunt will be on the other side. They will start picking. Hunt will start going crazy. Picking everybody from bridge. So it's a good comfort map for them. So good chances means that you need to close it. If you miss your chances, that means that you will have to go through the hard way. Which I believe if you let Nemesis just an inch of going into this hard way, he will just crumble and get the win.
Yeah, of course, you don't want to give any room for a team like Nemesis to catch up on you and, of course, make you go to map number 3. And I believe that our teams are ready, our casters are ready, and it's just about time to witness the second game between Team Nemesis and Team 3BL Galaxy. And as you have mentioned, this is gonna be do or die for 3BL Galaxy. You don't want to stretch the series a little bit more. You don't want to get to game number 3, and of course you need to keep the momentum inside. He just like surprised us on his performance. He got 3.33 KD on the first. He's just like he went insane on map 1, and that's something you need to keep an eye on. If he if his gas in the tank just run out, you don't want to see that. You just need to keep him hydrated, keep the adrenaline in the flow, and start the game as fast as possible. And actually, that's something we need to talk about, that team like Nemesis, they need to slow down the pace. They need to stall a little bit to
Nemesis maybe
guy a time to cool down. I believe I just heard the production talk to me here like we need to slow down a bit.
Yeah, it's just like football, maybe. You've seen the team is attacking. Okay, I will just pretend that I have an injury. Let's slow it down, guys. And by the way, you mentioned a very good thing. CEST is doing very good, and we've seen him on sub is doing very good. And Eagle Eye, it's all, in my opinion, all the global.
It's his playground.
No. It's 70% or 80% of the global side is the sniper on the A side. So if CEST is doing the same on sub base, we're definitely going to be seeing 3BL Galaxy sweeping Nemesis today.
He got it, guys, from Penguin himself, the legend that's beside me, of course, in the analysis. And now I believe we will go to game number 2 of Team Nemesis playing versus 3BL Galaxy. And now we're going to, of course, our beautiful casters, Trav and Elfish. Take it away.
Yeah, let's find out whether or not this is going to end up being another one of those 2-0s. We've obviously had a few of them so far today, Trav, and I don't know, I feel as though that display from 3BL was probably the best map we've seen of any given team on the day so far. Does it make me think that they will close this series out 2-0, noting that Nemesis come in as a fairly heavy favorite? Jury's kind of out in that respect, but what I will say is if they continue to shoot that well, if they continue to play that well, then definitely they'll be getting the 2-0 today, because they look like they were on another level. It's just a question of whether or not they can maintain that over 2 maps.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that is a really just such a great sign from them. I was very happy with what I saw. I think they are clearly making progress. It's very hard to get, you can get a bit distracted and a little bit led astray by it being one map maybe at the beginning of the season, sure. But yeah, I think that they'll be very happy. And I do, as I said, I have seen them play pretty well on Eagle Eye historically as well, so you never know. But as you said, arguably, it should be a Nemesis recovery, and we should be seeing portals on the side, almost certainly. So let's see how it goes. Comics and Raffin will get a couple of kills here. That makes it a 4v2. And Hunt and Losha have to retake very quickly.
No, I don't think they know about Losha's position. They certainly don't. He's got so much information, but he's not going to do anything. He's not done anything with it. They're all facing away. I mean, this could be a massive Galaxy Brain move, or it could be an absolute throw. He's got the opportunity for multiple kills. He's got 2. Well, Hunt's got the second. Losha instantly dead to back. I wonder if maybe Losha should have pulled the trigger a little bit earlier there. You could tell he was trying to get multiple. He needed to get multiple, given it was a 2v4, but I think if he would have gone before the plant went down, that chaos maybe might have helped him out. Now it's on the shoulders of Hunt, who's hit back, but can't find Alucard. And so Nemesis off to a good start on map 2.
Yeah, I think seeing Losha play that position, you're always, when you play trigger discipline like that, just desperately hoping that you can find 2 or 3 from it. Element of Surprise was good, but yeah, I think actually recovering that round was always going to be difficult. Once they got the information that he was there, they had like an extra layer to come in and trade him, so it was always going to be okay, it felt like. If it was like only a one-man disadvantage, I maybe would have been a little bit more hopeful that I could have made a round win. Hunt's going to flex his muscles over toward Longner, so a good opening kill onto Beck.
Oh, that's what we want to see, a little bit more like that from 3BL. Comics does manage to find Hunt. So kind of back to square one. Yeah, in the 4-on-4. 3BL have kind of over-rotated in this round. They need to do something with it. I like the fact that they're pushing down A long. If they're going to have 4 players over on that side of the map, they need to make something happen and try to push their way in. Alucard's kind of waiting for them. Vega falling, Noxon falling, Alucard's falling, apparently dying. Losha also, but at the end of the day, it might not be enough to get 3BL back into this round as Sad is finished off, and so another 2-0 start for Nemesis.
Yeah, quick tech pause as well. Not sure what the reason is. We did see, I think, 1 player disconnect in round 1, but they were back in for round 2, obviously, so I'm not sure what the reason is.
I think Alucard might have disconnected, did he?
Maybe. Maybe. It's hard to tell from his POV when you see his player cam. It does look like we've got a bit of a longer delay to get one of the players back in the server, so we're going to throw to a break for a few minutes.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. from Omega. Getting himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Alrighty, welcome back on in. It's 3BL and Nemesis on map number 2 at this stage. Just getting back underway after a little bit of a tech issue there, but Nemesis starting themselves nicely with a couple of rounds, which is exactly how they started map 1, and then it felt like it did not matter in the slightest. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that ends up being the case again here on map 2.
Yeah, very true. I mean, that has been the main issue so far, hasn't it? That Nemesis started okay, but then they got destroyed pretty much on map 2 in the end, on map 1 in the end. So map 2, it's going to be interesting to see if they can stop that and try and look a bit more convincing, of course, of the runners-up of last season, trying to be as convincing as they were last season. As I said, like, it's actually important for both these two teams in terms of that sort of thought process, because they are both looking to try and get a bit closer to the top this season. Sad. Get himself an opening alongside Omega. They've started off in a 5v3, and hopefully, for 3BL's sake, they can keep hold of it and get their first runner on the board from here.
Yeah. Nemesis still looking to try to fight their way back into this round. They have picked up Hunt. He's the kind of player that likes to get aggressive. He is liable to sometimes, you know, give up player advantages, bite off a little bit more than he can chew. In this instance, the first player to drop out of the 5 available to 3BL, but sometimes all it takes is one domino. Comics quickly in the hotel, and Omega just completely baits him out, waits him out, and that is the C4 dropped. But yeah, still a bit of a tenuous round here. If Nemesis catch 1 or 2 of these 3BL players on the rotate, which there isn't going to be, they're just going to give up the C4, which kind of makes sense. It's just too hard to hold right here for 3BL, even though they've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they need to get an opening kill randomly from somewhere and hope for the best from then on in. That doesn't seem very likely, I'm afraid. Alucard is going to... we're going to peek over now, and actually will be allowed to punch the bomb in, so that's something. When Alucard's in the after plan, you always think there might be an opportunity. Good flick on the first, Beck in the corner, and there you go. Just like that, click your finger, blink your eye, it's turned around. Losher, one, there's Alucard's in the corner. It's a really nice control on the spray there with the pistol to get the second as well. That's a big 1v2 for 3BL. That did not look likely, and the new boy's already putting his name on the block.
Yeah, that's really what they needed. We're going to have a timeout. Surely we're not having a timeout after a tech pause. I feel like that's a bit unnecessary for 3BL, especially after they picked the round up, but I suppose they probably called it before they won the round, maybe under the assumption that they were going to go down 0-3. But yeah, Losher doing a really good job of proving why he ought to be in this team. So that's a nice round to pick up, but need to be seeing a little bit more confidence, I think, from 3BL on this map. They were so solid on map 1, and then, you know, here up 5-on-3, they almost lose the round. Can't be affording those kinds of mistakes against a team like Nemesis, otherwise they are going to punish you for it.
Yeah, and the most important thing for me about that is that gives Losher a lot of confidence, right? I mean, obviously, you know, new boy on the block as such, it's not like giga inexperienced, if that makes any sense, but that'll make you feel very, very good that you've managed to 1v2 the team that finished runner-up last season. And I think, yeah, it wasn't an easy one either. The tracking on the second kill onto Alucard was the most difficult part of it. Not many bullets in that one clip of the USP. And, yeah, it was actually made to look pretty easy in the end.
Yeah, I'm surprised 3BL are having a bit of a chat here. I mean, it obviously means they don't have a timeout available to them for the rest of this map.
Yeah.
I think they probably could have had a little bit more value out of this in the past. Or rather, I suppose in the future, let's just say.
In the future.
Yeah. The brain's not really working too well.
That's fine, mate. Same here. I'm just so distracted by having to kill wildlife, you know, in the most humane way possible. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not an easy broadcast tonight. When it's things out in real life are out of control. But anyway, Beck and all the players on Nemesis are going to have to relock in here because TVL might be on one of their streaks again. Let's see. Force forward. That's a great kill. Maxim was trying to make a bit of a timing happen there. Didn't work out for him. Quick 5v4 off the bat, and Beck 1 HP from that fight off the bat too. Kind of crazy that he survives that one. That's why Hunt is looking to go maybe a bit more aggressive in to get a recovery kill. And he's going to say it's totally clear. So great information here for Hunt.
Yeah, but
even if he doesn't get a kill.
Like I said before, how far does he push it? He's the kind of guy that will keep going, and he has. He's got the 1-for-1 at the very least, so you can't really fault him too much for that. But I wonder if it's a bit of false information, because Nemesis are not really committing to anything just yet. They're not too concerned. They know they've got the player advantage. So happy to just slow things down and see what will come to them. I think you can expect a player like Hunt to come to you, so it works out.
Yeah, I mean, they're very aware of how Hunt likes to play, which is why he only gets the one there. The reason Hunt pushed is mainly because they knew of the confirmed damage. But of course, there's so much time in the round, doesn't mean that Nemesis can't go back to where Hunt was playing from. So that is the mind game that's going to be played. Omega will manage to just turn around at the wrong time, I'm afraid. And with Dipsy creeping up onto Losha, that'll make things look a little bit more comfortable now in a 4v1. Show some more HPs, but great flick from Dipsy. Immediate kill. And that's Nemesis bouncing straight back. 3-1 is the lead early doors on Eagle Eye. And as I said, like, I really do think Port is incredibly likely.
I would tend to agree. TBL are not looking as comfortable on this map at all. And not only that, but it also feels to me as though Nemesis are just looking a little bit sharper. In a lot of cases, 3BL were able to win a ton of aim duels, but here it's, as you can see, taking them a little bit longer to calibrate on these shots. Someone like Beck for a double there is really nice. Sad is still in with a chance, and Noxon also a tight line. Can't land a shot onto Comics as he tries to cross. It was maybe a little too tight of a line. Sad's attempting the fast flank, but that's well and truly covered, and now Alucard and Comics look like they might be able to push this through for another.
Winnable though for Noxon without a shadow of a doubt. And look how far back Comics and Alucard are playing. Like, is Noxon going to go for a full rotation all the way around to look for us? They're very, very defensive here. I think they know like how important this round is as well. This would actually create a bit more of a gap. As a, you know, it might sound silly and a bit overly simple, but 4-1 is a big, big difference from 3-2. And they know that. Which is why they waited so long to see if they could find him. But Noxon hasn't really budged. Just playing his line, playing his position.
A little bit of a movement here from Noxon now. I mean, on map 1, he was able to get a lot of work done. See if he can get himself a clutch out here. Tap's going to come through for Alucard. Timing looks good for Noxon on this peak. Gets Alucard, and Comics has gone for a little bit of a jog. I don't know where he's gone, but he's certainly not covering the plant. Now the question will be, is Noxon expecting him from behind? It certainly seems as though he did. Turns around, misses the shot, but he's in with a chance here. Comics is low. You've just got to land a bullet. And there it is. Noxon gets it done. The 2v1 is exactly what FUBL needed to stay in this contest, but It's still leaving a little bit to be desired here. I mean, if it's taking you a 2v1 to win rounds, you're not getting them done cleanly. So, more work required. If 3BL is going to look confident in this win today against Nemesis, the push out into middle, back the crazy spray down. And again, a clean exchange for Nemesis, and that's kind of my point. 3BL are winning rounds, but they're not winning them the same way that Nemesis are winning them, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think that clutch was great for Noxin. You could tell Comics the way he was playing it. He was trying to catch him in transition, back to the bomb and stuff like that, right? It looked pretty overly aggressive. Could have played a bit more time, but wanted to be a bit more assertive with it. But as you say, only a flash in the pan for 3BL. Immediate play from Nemesis there. Like, the call is aggression off the bat. And you can see the way they flashed themselves in. Both teams. That round was done in a flash, to be honest with you. No pun intended. So, 4-2 is the lead. Not sure if I trust 3BL more on the blacklist side compared to the global risk side, but I would say probably this side. So, yeah, not going all too well for them at the moment.
Good shot from Hunt. A little bit more like that. He's going to try to get back out to safety. Raffen will send a few bullets in his direction to let him know. No connection, really. So again, another advantage here for 3BL to try to work.
Good Beck! That was quick. Losh just also pushed up quite a little bit here. Alucard should be ready for that, and yes, the little fake of the move there, going back and forth, completely catching him off guard. And 3BL having had some sort of foothold in the round and have now lost it again.
Yeah, that seems to be a bit of a recurring trend here for map 2. Omega and Sad kind of just milling around, waiting for Nemesis to make their move. There's 20 seconds left here. Could still go wrong. C4's been left in the BL spawn.
Oh, no.
Hold on a minute. This is a real bad round for Nemesis. I don't think they can get the plan. They've lost the round.
No way.
What is that? As long as Omega lives, just live.
Yep. There you go.
What have I just watched? That is a ludicrous round to lose.
It really is, and
Wait,
you don't see that.
They've given it to him. I'm pretty sure 3BL's won that round, right? Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Don't worry. Don't get spooked by the scoreboard, mate. I can assure you that was very evident that we saw what happened there.
It's like I'm being gaslit, you know?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, that is. We've seen that maybe once before. Like I've seen it once before. I think 2 seasons ago or something. Like sometimes teams have that brain fade and that brain lag of, oh, we left the C4 behind, and that is a big round for 3BL to win, to catch Nemesis off guard with that, because that was Nemesis streaking clear. I mentioned how they could finally get that 3-round in a row lead, or 3-round lead, sorry, at 4-1. They didn't get it due to a clutch, and now they've lost that one due to pure incompetence. So yeah, this is a big deal. 3BL looks like from here, off the back of it, are catching them a little bit discombobulated. Losher's going to hold on with a quad kill.
Wow.
So then, that one round has changed the face of the game.
100%. I think if you're 3BL here, you have to really try to push the issue now, because you know Nemesis are going to be in their own heads a little bit. You've got to be thinking, this is our chance. We can get done. Omega, a double Hunt as well in here to help out. I mean, it's like we're watching different teams. How on earth have Nemesis let this slip?
It's purely tilt. I think that's just tilt. Like, you saw the reaction from Beck. Like, the calling is just not as calm and as concise after you lose a round like that. It never is. and you don't want to maybe necessarily use attack pause so early on in the game as well. 3BL used one, right? Was it 3BL used theirs? Yeah, and Nemesis still had one. So yeah, they didn't want to use it then and there. And this is what can happen. Things can spiral sometimes. It's a mentality thing. And look, I'm not going to pretend as if like these players haven't been there, done that, and are very used to having, let's say, adversity to fight through. But yeah, I mean, watch them win this round from here now. They managed to get themselves a plant down, 2v3. This is actually very doable with Dipsy and Alucard on site. They've won one like this already.
This is where 3BL really have to lock in. They could have a 5-4 lead off the GR side. It would be crazy considering the start. There's the flash through. Omega with the entry, and now Dipsy traded down. Perfect from 3BL. They are well and truly back in this map. Nemesis have got to be questioning themselves a little bit as they take a deficit into the second half. And they'll be having some serious conversations here in the break.
Yeah, they won't be happy. They will not be happy with that, because that was the difference maker round. It really was. That would have been the one to make it 5-2. The scoreboard almost thought that for a second. Yeah, that is not something you see all too often. Sometimes I've seen that from some of the lower ranked teams in the league. I have seen mistakes made like that. I have not seen it from experienced players like Nemesis in quite a long time. So it's rare that rounds time out in Crossfire anyway, let alone like that.
Yeah, and I think it's done a real number to them. You can kind of tell they're a little bit upset about it. I mean, the next couple of rounds really looked so much worse. It was like a switch flipped in both of the teams. It kind of turned 3BL Galaxy on, and it turned Nemesis off. And, 3BL sort of back to back win themselves a few rounds, and here we are. So, we'll see what happens, obviously, in the second half. If Nemesis can come out the gates and, recover from that, then power to it. But I have to say, I'm a little bit worried about where this is going to go for them now.
Yeah, now I'm having doubts for sure, as you say. Like, I was quite confident before, even if it was only a 5-4 half to them rather than 3BL. Now I'll have to see if that's going to be the case or not. Good run down by Omega. Losh is going to find comics, and just like that, I mean, Nemesis are going to find something in the second half, don't get me wrong, but that is a very nice statement round from 3BL to make Nemesis continue to think.
Yeah, 3BL, again, continuing to just hit their shots, right? Coming into the second half here, and they're feeling confident. They're going to go fast. They're going to just keep trying to roll over Nemesis here. 3BL not able to find the entry this time around. Alucard will get the reset onto Hunt. Seems like 3BL just got a bit stalled by that util. Didn't end up going together, so I've left a player or two out high and dry. Just going to try and cover that sharp shot onto Alucard. We're back to 3-on-3. They control the cancel. They're going to sort of stick around, though. Losha holding on for a bit too long. I think it would have been better to take that kill and then slow things back down in the 3v3, but 3BL, I mean, I understand wanting to try and sort of push the issue a little bit. Hasn't worked out for them in this instance, so Nemesis should probably get this one back to 5 without too many difficulties, but we'll see what Sad can do. He's been pretty good.
Dipsy will flick and hit the shot, however. So as I said, I expected the immediate hit back. I didn't think 3BL was just going to run away with it then and there. But either way, this is now the round that really matters. Can Nemesis now try and streak a few together? Good reaction from Sad. That's Comics trying to push forward. Rapid now needs this response. He's got the response, but he's going to be allowed to fall back. Oh, okay. That's...
See,
throwing Hunt throwing himself in like that is quite common under these scenarios.
Yeah, it's very much a Hunt moment, isn't it? He just wants to get involved, and like, if you just temper it a little bit, right? Like he just swings on his own, and there's no one there. Like if you're gonna swing like that, swing with other players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
in the end gives up an advantage. And, you know, 3BL, I can see that they want to go fast here. But I think they probably do need to sort of slow things down a little bit. Oh, it's another technical pause. It's gonna be a long day today, I think.
Yeah, maybe, mate. Maybe. I mean, it's through the night for you into the morning. I'm sure the sun has risen by now over in Oz. It's the day. One thing I don't really understand is why the day doesn't start a little bit earlier for this, right? Because it started at like 5 p.m. my time, and I know we have started previous days in different seasons and the previous season in 2026 a little bit earlier, but like, you know, this is what can happen. This is what can happen. It can go into the night, and it's currently 23:14. I think Penguin joked with this earlier that he's going to be going up until 29, which is, you know, in the early hours. So,
well, I thought that's what I thought. I was like, am I crazy, or is this starting like way later? And I didn't know if maybe it was just a time zone change, because like obviously we're operating on a European sort of time zone, and so I have to deal with the daylight savings time over there, whenever that is. I don't know when that is. It could be now, it could be not now. And so like if that changes, then it pushes it back an hour for me or forward an hour. But today started at 2 a.m. for me, and normally we would start the broadcast at midnight or 11 p.m. I thought. So, and my time zone never changes. I'm always on Eastern Standard Time. There's no daylight savings time where I live or anything like that. So, I was very confused. I just was not thinking it would start this late, but I suppose it is what it is.
Yeah, it is pretty insane. But yeah, one day we'll get our way. When we're in control, when we're the top dog, we'll make the right decisions. I joke, of course. We don't know how long this is going to last, so to save our voice, what is very early in the morning for Jordan, and for me, getting late into the night, I'm going to, again, stop talking for a little bit while I wait for the tech pause to resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it seems like again we're having an issue with getting a player back into the game. So see you in 5 minutes.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Double kill. Multi-kill.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Righty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back on in 3BL and a Nemesis. After another little tech pause there, we are back in game. And we'll see whether or not 3BL can close this series out. They had a good lead. They had a 6-4 lead, but I feel as though kind of let slip maybe a little bit of that control. And Nemesis, again, are looking pretty solid on this GR side. So jury's out as to which way this map's going to go.
It is indeed. Definitely an unknown still. Comes the fight immediately after the pause though. I wonder how it would affect both teams, and I think 3BL, their point of, whenever there's a situation like this, their go-to is play faster. And invariably, it's worked, to be fair to them. So I can't hold it against them. Comics gets a kill, but he's down low now, so I don't think there's going to be any risk in this clutch. Amiga does well. So that's 7-6. They're 3 ahead. Sorry, 3 away and 1 ahead. What would be a very, very impressive start to the season. And I do think they are just about looking a better team, but I'm still not convinced they're going to get this one done here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these... Ooh, that's a great shot. I was going to say, a lot of these rounds do feel a little bit touch and go for 3BL. That one in particular, 2 openers for Nemesis, but they aren't able to convert it. The trades came through, and now, again, we've got an advantage for 3BL, but they just throw them away so often. Losh just going to push his way forward, wins the duel against Beck. He's got space here against Raffen. Yeah, just again, it comes down to duels. It comes down to fights 1v1, and I don't know if I love that. This I do like. Hunt has found some really nice space, but what's he going to do with it? The answer is get a shot in the back of the head of Dipsy, so that's a big win as far as 3BL are concerned. But I just feel as though so many of these rounds are just kind of on a knife's edge for 3BL, and they really do rely on we win the shooting fight 1v1. And if we don't win that, then it kind of goes a different direction.
Yeah, what an opportunity. And they'll know it too. They'll know it. That's the issue when they do start knowing it, is that it can get in your mind a little bit. Great start though for Hunt. Temper things a bit toward the end of this one. Maybe not. Maybe he doesn't need to, because Noxon's found Comics very nicely. That's a 5v3 off the bat. Losh is going to find his, and just like that, Hunt finds a follow-up as well. Very pacey again from 3BL. As soon as they get the open kill, they didn't really have any holds barred there. They had the decision, and they stuck with it.
Yeah, 9-6. I mean, you'd think it would be unlosable from here for 3BL, but Dipsy having started well, will definitely make it a little bit more difficult to at least close it out in this round. Spotted there by Omega will be dropped down. So we're back to 4-on-4. A little bit of a probe here from Noxon. Just there to back up Sad, who's looking to pick through the mid doors. In the other direction, the fight will go. Just gets that timing nicely. You see what I mean, though, about these rounds for 3BL? It's just, do we win the fight? Yes, no. That's the round. And look, they're sharp. I'll give them that. But I want to see something a little bit more from them.
Yeah, exactly. There's a chance this could still be recovered, for sure, for Nemesis from here. But 3BL still have a little bit of a chance.
Lost shot in the position to make the difference. Gets Beck in the back of the head. Sad also finding the opener over towards B, and Nemesis have now got no idea what's going on. They're thinking, there's a guy in BL spawn, there's a guy over towards the B site. Losh is going to be picked up going on a little bit of a mission there on A long. It's going to prompt the plant over towards B. Omega walks right into the crosshair of Alucard. And in the blink of an eye, a 3v2 turns to a 2v1. We'll see if Sad can close it out.
Well, there's a chance. There's certainly a chance. And as you can see, you know, Alucard and Raffin are playing this one very safe and careful in a way by making sure they go together as a duo. They want to make sure it's tradable. Sad in the right position as well. She gets jumped on, and he will. So, yeah, that is the right way of going about it for Raffin and Alucard there. They do a good job of that.
I'm really surprised by the way that 3BL play that, though. Like, they have the 3v2 advantage. They're not planting on B, and the move is to have Losha, the guy who's isolated, kind of just try to make a play. I think you would rather have the guys on B plant. There's two of you there. If one of you gets taken down, maybe there's a trade opportunity, and then have Losha activate later on in the piece. So you're already aware that Losha's position has been noted. So someone's going to be looking in that direction if he makes a move, presumably, and that's exactly what happens. So then you're forced to kind of plant, which you had to do anyway. It's just a little bit surprising to me. I think 3BL, again, a little bit rough around the edges. Like I say, when the fights are going their way, the fights are good and they look great. But when they're not winning their duels, you know, they just seem to put themselves into some awkward spots, I think more often than other teams do. But still in a pretty decent position for this map. They've got 2 more series points to try to close this out off of the back of this Nemesis timeout, and we'll see if they can get it done. But Nemesis not too keen to be dropping this opening game of the season after having finished top 2 last season.
Yeah, at least Nemesis had their paws left. That's what we were talking about it earlier, obviously. And yeah, we've had the long day at the Long Day Factory once again. It wouldn't surprise me if this one still goes a little bit longer. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it already. I think I'm actually just a little bit cursed, low-key. I genuinely can't remember a Crossfire day for me that has been. Sure, we've had this actually ends here. We've had 3 2-0s, incredibly, but it's been long and drawn out for many different reasons. So
7 hours for 3 2-0s is. Yeah. I mean, you're right.
It's actually insane.
Yeah, it's look, it's just that's the kind of the nature of the beast. First of all, you do sometimes get fast days, but realistically speaking, I mean, yes, it's a little bit you are cursed, but it's also kind of just how it is a lot of the time. Hunt's going to go up the tower. This is a very aggressive position to be in, but risk and a reward, and he gets the shot onto Alucard. Raffin, okay, Noxon deletes back as well out of nowhere. Just 2 1-taps for Noxon. He means a business. Look at him locked in and ready to go. And Nemesis will be feeling a little bit silly off the back of that attack timeout because now they're in a 2v5. But in saying that, still not confident 3BL will close it because of things like this. This is so unnecessary for Noxon. There's really no reason to be pushing the issue like that.
Debut game moves, right? Like, he's had a great game, and he's not going to cost his team the map or the series, but yeah, you can tell that sort of thing can happen sometimes. Either way, 3BL fully deserved that victory. That is a wonderful win for them. 2-0 as well. I mean, that did not seem likely in any point, really. I mean, we actually thought today we'd have 3 2-0s. The only simple one has been series number 2. That one was easy, but not the right way around we thought it was going to be. So yeah, really well played to 3BL. In the end, I think it's very, very evident to me how they sped up after every pause, after every tack, whatever it may be. That really caught Nemesis off guard every single time.
Yep. I just want to point something out to you, Trav. You see that behind me? That is the shining bright light of the morning sun creeping through my curtains. So that just tells you how long we've been here. But either way, that's enough from us. We'll hand it back over to the desk to finish off the day.
Thanks, Elfish and Trav. It's always lovely to have you on our side. And of course, what a way that 3BL Galaxy actually found a way to unlock Team Nemesis on the first day of CFWL Season 2, and of course it feels like this new season is full of hiccups.
What a hiccups, man, and just what a game coming out from CBL, and just looking how the guys played, and actually, yeah, a lot of tech pauses and technical pauses that occurred, but yet
Only
the
the
one
last
that didn't
game.
lose the focus, yeah, but the one that they didn't lose their focus is 3BL, not Nemesis, which is quite impressive for me, because usually you would say that the least experience they will lose focus, or maybe they will just be scattered in nothing and just forget what they should do, or maybe what they were doing. However, this is not the case with TBL. They played really good on the global side. I've just typed that on the global side they played the basic A game, but the guys were hitting their shots and Lucia was clutching for them. 2-0, I mean it was 2-0 for Nemesis. Lucia 1v2, it's 3-0. Technically you lose 30% of the game at the beginning of it, before even starting to play, but then Lucia pops off with his USP and kills both the players of Nemesis and just keep the dreams alive before the tactical pause that came out from 3BL, and after that we've seen 3BL just unleashing themselves everywhere. And then Nemesis, we've seen them taking a tactical pause. I will skip just the blackest side. They took the tactical pause, but it's 3BL who made the play. The play was fake a site and let's just kill Alucard on A top. So they faked the site, and Hunt already killed Alucard, but Noxin somehow he killed two. He said, so I believe he said, I'm gone, guys. I'm just, the site is clear. We killed the site. We killed the sniper. We killed 2 rifles. I'm going into the site, and it went very good for them. I believe that even Nemesis themselves, they couldn't do what Kevin told them because of how already 3BL countered Nemesis in such a gameplay. Well played by them, a very good start. That's what we are looking for. Lucia's just signing his debut in the West League in the best way, beating Nemesis, the runners-up, and that's the perfect start for 3BL. However, I'm telling you that Nemesis,
Of course.
this is their first game. Usually see Nemesis Vitality on nights.
They have a slow start. Like,
Yeah, because they
they
had some
usually.
break. Yeah, they had some breaks.
Of course.
The guys went to their home. We've seen Beck in his home, and also Raffin in his home. So the guys are just trying to relax a bit. I believe that this is gonna wake them up, and it's good that it's the first game for Nemesis. Otherwise, they might miss the EWC, as we've seen from Anubis. They took the second place, but second season they went 5th.
They got 5th.
And they missed. Yes, and they missed the EWC.
Exactly. Doing all of that is pretty important based on what we're seeing. That it felt like Team Nemesis are not in their great mindset still. They need a lot of time to practice, and we've been talking about that all over the place, that this goes to the changing meta that we had according to the death cabinet play. That's pretty important, and now all of those information that you were relying on are not even part of the game anymore. So we have a lot of changes, and actually that reminds me of 3BL back in the days once they had this opportunity. Like I believe back in one of the international events we had a huge meta update, and that was one of the reasons that Team 3BL managed to get into top 4 in CFS Summer 2024. That was one of the key reasons, of course. And yeah, well, of course, that came from their side. They always go for a really good coaching staff, and I believe that 3BL found a way to crack the code for Team Nemesis, at least, let's say just at least for the first day of Season 2. And you will see the replay and you'll see what's happening here, or at least like the rounds itself. It felt like 3BL Galaxy were testing waters early on the first couple of rounds, and then it felt like a train that got no one to stop him. And I loved how, like as we mentioned that earlier on the broadcast today, that Hunt is a very flexible player. We have seen him play with the EBR and the sniper. Once he need a sniper power, he is ready. Once you need him play with a rifler, he is here. You see the team gathering together to get into the best form, the best shape, and Lucia debut. That's quite frankly interesting for a rookie to make this outstanding performance versus the runner-up of Season 1 and of 2026, sorry.
Yeah, he played very good. It was a good start for him. As I said, that the team is also doing very good, which is helping him because this was the problem for Kiko on Titan's team. That the team started very slow and they were very shaky. So Kiko as well was shaky. So people started questioning why did Kiko join this team and what's he gonna add for the team. But it was not Kiko the problem. It was the whole team is facing a very tough situation, and we've seen him playing today very good. Now Lucia is coming into a team having a very good season, or having a very good performance, so definitely he will perform. We've seen how good in his lurks. I remember the round that we went on A side, he got the USP kill on one guy, and then he went on the A side, just 1v1 the other guy, kill him, 1v1 the other guy, kill him. And by the way, he pushed aside, single-handedly killed 3 or 2, and he was only lurking. He wasn't even pushing the side. The push was on B side. Hunt was on B side. He was on CT. So that gives you how good Lucia is. And the round before the end this game, Lucia was having a very good spot, and he was hearing the guys coming out behind him on A side, and he said there is 2 guys pushing. One guy went deep and one guy went back. I'll kill the went deep, and he killed the guy who went deep, but the SAD failed to clutch this round. This shows you how good in such a situation, or in clutch situation as we can mention, because Lucia is feeling, instead of Dizzy was a lurker, and Lucia's main role is also a lurker. So that's why I'm saying that he's doing his basic job, which is very good as a first time CF West League player.
Of course, as a rookie and CFWL, grabbing also a match MVP, or like let's say a set MVP, is pretty much a big thing. You're playing versus the runner-up, you win the game, and you perform. That's something pretty impressive, and that put the spotlight on Lucia on 3BL Galaxy. The full roster is something to be watched here on our day on this broadcast, the first day of Season 2. We have seen a lot of hiccups, I would say, a lot of changes, I would say, in the rhythm. Like you saw Team Vitality early on today, we saw the second game which was like a flawless, but the third one, it was going all the way to Team 3BL Galaxy. We saw SAD, and we are seeing Lucia now to step up. SAD been always that clutch guy. Like if you remember Penguin back in Season 1, sometimes that guy will just win rounds, win half a game for his team, but for the kickoff he just broke the record on the first game, or like he didn't break an actual record, but like his personal record, into having his name being participated in a lot of kills, helping his teammates to clutch the first game. And Lucia, welcome aboard, man.
First game, match MVP. How good is this sword? What more you can ask if you want to be shining on your first debut? I mean, this is your first game versus Nemesis. It's not like your first game versus any other game, any other team. I don't want to mention names, but it's your first game versus, as we can see, the Season 1 finalists. A team was in finals. A team that beat Vitality 3-2, and they went to finals. Yes, they lost to them, but they are the number 2 seed. So, as I mentioned, this is not also Nemesis, because Nemesis buy time. Nemesis is one of the teams that buy time, they improve. I'm pretty sure that they will improve.
Of course.
What shocked me is not that Nemesis played slow today. What shocked me that 3BL, they started strong, because usually they start very, very, very slow. So I was like, okay, a slow Nemesis start and a very slow 3BL start, I just say that Nemesis can win. But today Nemesis started slow as we expected. That's completely fine, and they're gonna be improving. But 3BL, they didn't start slow. They started really, really fast and good, and they played a very fast-paced games, starting from sub-base, ending into the last round on Eagle Eye, finishing on his side in just literally 25 seconds and getting the side. So that's how good 3BL played today, and that's how good they adapted versus Nemesis, and that's what we need to see from them. And this is a good red sign or red alert for Nemesis to wake up early in order for them to secure the spot into the EWC.
Actually, yeah, it's like emergency alarm to wake up and start to perform. Of course, guys, keep in mind that this is only the first day of Season 2 and CFWL. Of course, I would just say a win is a win. Like, you just take it. It's gonna be written in your records. You'll see Lucia debut. He's having the match MVP. That's something to be proud of. Congrats, Lucia. Congrats to Team 3BL. And I believe we will go into standing in a few seconds. And while we are waiting for a standing, like,
It's definitely 3BL first place. No. Wait. Yeah,
probably
rounds difference.
rounds
Rounds
difference?
difference. Yeah, because it's 10-5, it's 10-4, 10-7.
Oh
That's
yeah,
like
yeah.
6 and
It
3, that's
would
like
be
9
like
rounds.
a difference
Yeah,
one round or maybe
Yeah,
one
it's-
round
no,
in
it's
difference
like-
between them and
Titan? Titan, they
Oh,
won
man.
10-8,
Yeah,
this is 2
Titan.
rounds. And 10-5, this is 7. 7 and 9, bro. This
oh,
is 2
so
rounds.
it's 3. Wait. So 3BL Galaxy owner, guys, stop the league right now. That's it. We don't
Yeah,
wanna
that's it,
play
that's it. Okay,
anymore.
thank you, guys.
We got the
Yeah,
win.
thank you.
We got the
Thank you-
league.
thank you for
Let me
watching,
leave.
guys. Yeah, they're like, okay, guys, this is the first game. They win. Thank you guys for watching. We need to close this league right now. We need to be the first place. Anyway, I believe that these guys can go furthermore into the season. Titan Esports as well. They did a very good matchups. Vitality did a sarcastic matchups, or maybe just roller coaster games today. 13-12, 13-12. This never happened before for them, I guess. Winning 2 maps.
That never
on 2
happened
quarter rounds.
in 2025. Bro,
Look,
that never happened in 2026.
If you're
I'm sorry.
joining the stream, they're gonna be putting the standings for you. Not the standings. Let's say that the results for you. First,
course.
Vitality beats 2-0. Titans wins 2-0. 3BL wins 2-0. Oh, 3BL won 2-0. Bro, Vitality won 2-0, 13-12, 13-12. Everybody's gonna be seeing Vitality winning 2-0, but you don't know that they won 13-12, 13-12. If you didn't watch the stream, you would say, "Oh, casual win by Vitality." It's maybe 10
Normal day in the
10-1.
office.
It's 13-12, 13-12. One of them was around 9-8 in favor of Imperium. 2 guys combined maybe have 7 HP. Combined versus 200 HP. And they won it somehow.
Oh, and actually, not only that, we have seen Imperium dropping game from 9 to 7, not even 9 to 8, like it was 97 or even
97, yeah.
96, something like that. Like they had a
97, yeah.
huge gap when with the rounds on their side, and Imperium, they found a way to drop it down and lose it out. But of course, it is what it is.
These guys are not gonna watch the games,
Vitality.
man. Imagine if
They don't want to watch.
Would you watch the
They
games?
don't.
Normally, look.
Uh-huh.
Normally, if I'm playing Crossfire, I finish Crossfire, I watch the games. I win, I lose, I need to watch the games. I win, I need to watch the games to check
True.
what mistakes did I do, or what good did I do so I can do it, what the enemy team did good so I can maybe learn from it. If I lose, definitely I have to watch, because definitely I did something wrong and I did a lot of mistakes. That means I lost. Okay, so Imperium, watching the game, every single round they lose, they will say, okay, if we won this round, we won the game. They go next round, oh my god, if we just won this round, we would have won the game. And they watch their clutch, the disaster clutch, where 2 of them of Vitality were combined, maybe don't surpass 7 HP, and they lose because they rushed it into the sides. Hey guys, if you're listening to me, these clutches, especially when they have a very low HP, you don't need to go first 15 seconds, because he is looking for the mistake. You need to shift it to him. Look for
Take
his
it from
mistake.
Penguin.
Put 15 seconds and then wait. Let the clock maybe be orange. He will be questioning, where are these guys? I need to check. He checks, he dies. You win. So you don't need to rush, because they were like, no, push. They push, they die. Oh my god, no. This is so
Yeah.
much. I feel sorry for them.
Yeah, it's hard to watch, of course, and also that rings a bell to what happened on the second game. They got all the overtime first half wins, and then they fumbled the game on 1 round. They lost 4 rounds in a row. It was chaotic to watch. It felt bad for them, and that reminded me of Damp smile. Like, he smiled after getting round number 12. And man, once I saw
then-
that smile, I knew,
It's so.
Wallah,
It's
I
so-
knew that they're gonna lose the game. Wallahi, I felt it in my heart, and we have seen what they're capable of, or what Vitality is capable of. And of course that was only the first game of the night. Of course we had the second set from Team Titans versus Swamp Gaming, and it was interesting, and it felt like Titans are here to change the base and play fast Crossfire to finish everything.
Yeah, they played very good, and you mentioned how good they played. I loved how Flex played today. This guy, you would watch him every day. He's one of the veterans, maybe one of the oldest players among the league. A guy that won the titles multiple times with LCK, with other teams. So, and the way for me, Flex is Hunt after 10 years, maybe, or 12 years. It's Hunt. He's flexing everything. He's sniping when you need. He's EBRing when you need. He's just rifling when you need, lurking when you need. He just did everything, and he has no fear. And that's how you use, or maybe that's how you pick your flex player. If I have a team and I want to be picking one of the players to be a flex player, I would pick the guy that has no fear to do anything. Hey, you will be flanking. Okay, I have no fear. I will flank and I will do it and I will win. Hey, you'll be sniping. I'll do it. I will improve. Hey, you'll be maybe entering, maybe backing up. So that's what you usually do.
Yeah, of course, they made it loud and clear. They are not dropping to the third place anymore. And now we're back into our standings. Of course, it's only the first day of the job. 3BL got the first place, second Titan, and you will go on like all those teams didn't even set a foot into the game. I'm speaking about Anubis and Unites. That's for today. We're just kicking off the CFWL stream season 2. We're in day 1, and we had a really interesting day.
Yeah.
And of course, those are gonna be the matches for tomorrow. We have Team Titans, of course, playing versus Anubis. 3BL, oh my god, that's gonna be a banger. 3BL versus Imperium. I'm looking forward to watch this game. Vitality versus Swamp
Another
Gaming.
circus
To be
another
honest,
day.
for me, I would put 3BL Galaxy versus Imperium on the main event. Like it somehow, like I know that's like out of our mind, but like I will just say it feels like this game is going to be an interesting one, it's going to be a close one, and it's going to be a fun game to watch.
Yeah, it's
Any
not going to be
last
an
words,
easy
Penguin?
one. People might be thinking that it's going to be an easy game for Titan Esports versus Anubis, and it's going to be an easy game for 3BL Galaxy versus Imperium. No, these are not going to be an easy games. The easy game is going to be only Vitality versus Swamp Gaming, because Vitality knows how to play on NA servers, and it's only Vitality that knows how to play on NA servers, because these guys, they played since forever on NA servers, because we used to play the Elite when it used to be called CFCL. It was half of the teams are from NA, so we got used to it. Snake, Horus, Todzin, maybe Slayer wasn't there, but these guys knows how to play on NA, so that's why I'm saying Vitality game is going to be the easy one, but the rest is going to be a good banger games for day 2.
Of course, a really good way to start CFWL, and we can't wait to watch what's gonna happen in day 2. Of course, I was your host for today. By my side, Penguin. We had some really good games through today. Vitality winning on their fingernail. We have seen, of course, Team 3BL Galaxy Bull a win versus the runner-up of the Season 1, and Imperium, they impressed us. Titans won their game, and now see you tomorrow.